Yes, Phil London, I think. You get down and cut us as well. I just don't want to read the stuff.
Honourable members, the Speaker.
I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area and pay respects to the elders, past and present, of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to vouchsafe thy blessing upon this Parliament. Direct and prosper our deliberations to the advancement of thy glory, and true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, for ever and ever. Amen. I have received a message from the Senate informing the House that Senator Brockman has been discharged from the Joint Committee on the Broadcasting of Parliamentary Proceedings and Joint Standing Committee on the Parliamentary Library, and Senator Blythe has been appointed as a member of the committee. I've received a message from the Senate returning the Defence Service Homes Amendment Insurance Bill 2025 without amendment. I'll give the call to the Leader of the House. The Chief Government Whip.
I declare that unless otherwise ordered, the following bills stand referred to the Federation Chamber for further consideration. 1. Customs Amendment Expedited Seizure and Disposal of Engineered Stone Bill 2020-24 and 2. Electricity Infrastructure Legislation Amendment Bill 2025 at the adjournment of the debate on the motion for the second reading of the bill.
The following message from the Senate has been received. The Senate returns to the House of Representatives a bill for an act to amend the law relating to taxation and Indigenous Business Australia and for related purposes, and informs the House that the Senate has agreed to the bill with the amendments in the annexed schedule. The Senate requests the concurrence of the House in the amendments. And I give the call to the Assistant Minister.
I move that the amendments be considered at a later hour this day.
I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. I give the call to the honourable member for Fairfax.
Mr Speaker, I move that so much the standing and sessional orders be suspended as would prevent the Electricity Infrastructure Legislation Amendment Bill of 2025, having earlier been referred to the Federation Chamber by way of a programming declaration, being returned to the House immediately, and all debate occurring in this chamber. Mr Speaker, I don't know what sort of protection racket the Labor Party's running here, but based on the actions to date on the issues reflected in this bill, we have had a deliberate attempt on the part of the responsible minister to avoid scrutiny. And there is no chance that this bill is to be considered non-controversial. In order for a bill to go from the House to the Federation Chamber as a substitute for debate would typically involve both the opposition and government agreeing to it being passed over to the Federation Chamber. That usually happens when it's not controversial. But the bill that we want to have debated in this House introduces a form of retrospectivity in its application. That is, the Minister for Climate Change and Energy has put forward a piece of legislation which will change the rules of the game. He's done so in the form of the legislation which should be debated in this chamber, but we now know from the government they want to shove it under the carpet and set it up to the Federation Chamber so it is not fairly debated. Mr Speaker, since when has legislation which has retrospective application been non-controversial? Since when? When has that ever happened? And I'm looking squarely, can I say, Mr Speaker, at the Labor members who are in this chamber today, and I welcome them to name the precedent of all those bills that had retrospective application that was so uncontroversial that was sent to the Federation Chamber. But that's what they're trying to do, Mr Speaker. That's what they're trying to do. Now, the best thing that you can say about the attempt of the Labor Party to move this bill to the Federation Chamber is that it is consistent with the minister's approach to date to hide from scrutiny when it comes to issues that are in that bill. And the issues in that bill relate to how the government manages offshore wind zones. This is only the latest example in a completely bungled mess as a result of the incompetence of the Minister for Climate Change and Energy. Now, I think most people who have been following the issues of offshore wind know that Labor has already made a mess of this right across the country. Regional Australia has already been hit and hurt through a community engagement process on offshore wind which has been completely flawed, reckless indifference shown to those communities. The government has never come forward with an explanation of the economic merits of offshore wind. But what has been most hurtful has been how quickly they have disregarded concerns from regional Australia, the very people who will be most impacted from some of their offshore wind zones. I'm talking about the offshore wind zone off the coast in WA, Victoria, the two in New South Wales in the Illawarra and the Hunter. These local communities have raised very fair and reasonable concerns around the economic impact of these zones, around the social impact of these zones and also the environmental impact. On each of these occasions, in each of those zones which I've mentioned, communities have been steamrolled by a minister who has adopted a process of avoiding scrutiny, refusing to have serious questions answered. This has been the story of offshore wind under the Labor government from the time they came to office. They do not want scrutiny. Community after community with which I have met have come out with examples of very simple questions asked of government for which they do not get an answer. Why is it that the Albanese Labor government is so hell-bent on disrespecting regional communities when it comes to offshore wind? Now, the bill before the House, which Labor wants to duck shove over to the Senate and ignore scrutiny on, again goes to offshore wind. And for those who don't know what this is all about, Mr. Speaker, can I explain? After the Act was introduced under the former coalition government, it was the now Labor Minister for Climate Change and Energy which created the regulations which govern how feasibility licences are granted to developers who wish to build offshore wind projects in zones that are declared. So, the now Labor Minister created regulations for how that is managed. Consistent with everything Labor does in this portfolio, with haste and an ideological rigour just to steamroll ahead because it set its arbitrary target of 82% renewables on the grid by 2030. The minister went ahead with those regulations and introduced them, having not done his homework. Now, those regulations have since been proven to be flawed, because as the minister was applying those regulations, he was rejecting proposals in these offshore wind zones. And once a proposal was rejected, they were out of the game. Until, of course, the minister was taken to court. And the court found that, in fact, the minister had the power to still grant feasibility licences to those proponents who he had rejected. So now the minister's in big strife big strife, because he knows full well he raced ahead, he introduced those regulations, he'd been busted, he'd been caught out. So what did he do? Well, he decided to change the regulations. And when did he do that? Did he do that with scrutiny? Did he engage with industry? Did he engage with the coalition? No, he didn't. He did it sneakily. Instead, on the 12th of December, after Parliament had risen last year, he changed the regulations to make sure that that power no longer existed. The thing is, because that change in regulation would have an adverse impact on others, it could not be applied retrospectively. So he made a mess in the first place with the regulations. Then he tried to mop up that mess with a change in regulations. And in mopping it up, he failed. Because he could not apply it retrospectively. And what he really wants to do is change all the rules for the proponents who came before. And so what has he done? Last week he walked into this chamber and introduced the bill that should be debated here today. Now I'm talking here about the Minister for Climate Change and Energy, by the way, who will never lose a moment in front of that microphone. I've never seen a faster speech than the one he made last week. In and out. No scrutiny did he want, none at all. And now today, when we actually have a lineup of speakers on this very legislation, I mean, he's not even here. He's in his room. Seriously. There's no scrutiny. They want to pass this to the Federation Chamber. It is a disgrace. We need to have the debate here in this chamber. We need scrutiny on this legislation. Anything that has retrospective application at least deserves the scrutiny of the Parliament. Even the regulations from last year are still yet to be scrutinised by the Senate committee. Thus, I put this motion to the House.
Is the motion seconded? We give the call to the Manager of Opposition Business.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. I second the motion. Never before has the Minister for Climate Change and Energy been accused of hiding his light under a bushel, and that would be a bit of an understatement. This is a minister who surprisingly does not want to debate and speak on his bill that my good friend, the member for Fairfax, has just outlined. We think it is unacceptable that the Federation Chamber is increasingly being used by this government as a clearinghouse for bills that are politically difficult for them, and importantly, bills where there is significant opposition to what is being proposed. Here we're talking about a bill that makes retrospective changes. Now, for most members in this House, there are few things that require more care, more debate, more argument, more attention than a retrospective change. And here we have, again, the government insisting on a controversial, important, significant bill before this House to be sent off to the Federation Chamber. Now, we move this motion today partly in response to a similar decision that the government took last week in kicking off the Criminal Code Amendment Hate Crimes Bill to the Federation Chamber against the request of the opposition, again today, against the request of the opposition. And by any definition, whether it's last week's hate crimes bill or whether it's the electricity infrastructure legislation, these cannot be described as uncontroversial bills that can be kicked off to the secondary Federation Chamber. As practice notes, it's supposed to operate by agreement between the government and the opposition. That's how it's always operated, by the way. And for those members of the Australian public watching today who might be wondering what the arcane debate of a bill being kicked off to the Federation Chamber, the secondary chamber, this is a huge departure that has been habitual from this government. In the last Parliament, 18 bills were referred off to the Federation Chamber, 18, because our view was quite rightly that bills, by definition, should be debated in the main chamber, preferably with an opportunity for members to speak on behalf of their electorates, on behalf of the people who send them to this Parliament to make their case. 18 bills were referred to the Federation Chamber. We're now getting towards nearly 180 bills in this Parliament having been sent off to the Federation Chamber, which again supports our contention that the Federation Chamber is being used as a clearinghouse for bills that the government is too embarrassed to debate or for which is of trouble otherwise politically. So I absolutely second this motion from the member for Fairfax. And I suppose there's no surprise that the government want to kick this off to the Federation Chamber with as little scrutiny as possible, because they refuse to tell Australians how much offshore wind will cost, how much more Australians will have to pay in their power bills. The fact that they're changing the rules after the fact, which we know just creates uncertainty for anybody affected. They've largely ignored the relevant stakeholders in the industry, which the member for Fairfax outlined. And we know that communities around this country are utterly fearful of the decision-making of this minister and utterly fearful of the decision-making that he has displayed over the last 2.5 years. So it's totally understandable that those communities are very nervous that the not-so-camera-shy minister is not wanting to front up to this chamber to justify, to argue for the retrospective changes that are now being kicked off to the Federation Chamber. It would be a shocking precedent if the government continues down this path of sending controversial bills to the Federation Chamber, and that's why I second the motion.
Yeah. The question is the motion be agreed to. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the noes have it. Division required. In accordance with Standing Order 133, the division is deferred until after the discussion of the matter of public importance. The debate on this item is therefore adjourned until that time. And I call the clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 1. Electricity Infrastructure Legislation Amendment Bill 2025. Resumption of debate on second reading.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. I'm going to give the call to the honourable member for Fairfax.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Australia is currently amidst an energy crisis, the likes of which it has not seen before. Indeed, not only is it on the front page of nearly every newspaper and every talkback radio, but this energy crisis is being felt in every home across this country and in every business. Indeed, the economy is getting weaker by the day. And here we are, in the final sitting week of this term of government, and the government brings in only one measure for consideration by the Parliament about this energy crisis. Only one measure. That measure does nothing to reduce the price of energy for households. That measure does nothing to make energy more affordable for Australian businesses. That measure does nothing to avoid the blackouts which the operator is warning about. The measure that the government has chosen to introduce to the Australian Parliament in the final sitting of this government on energy is to mop up the mess of the Minister for Climate Change and Energy. That's why we're here. Think about that for a moment. We only have to look at the last 2 weeks to know the damage which is being done, self-inflicted by government across the economy because of poor energy policy. Australians were promised a $275 reduction in household power bills, but households are paying up to $1,000 more than what they were promised. On average, we have seen around 600 families every single week since Labor came to office signing up to hardship arrangements with their energy retailer because families cannot pay the bills. We have seen 27,000 businesses go insolvent. 27,000. Largely because they cannot handle the costs. And one of the biggest costs we know has been the cost increase of energy. We are seeing Australia now hollowing out its industrial capability as our manufacturers are either closing the doors or saying they need to because the cost of energy keeps going up and up. Australia is losing its energy security. Australia is becoming more and more reliant on foreign powers to keep the lights on. The warnings are growing worse by the day about blackouts. Everyday Australians now have heightened anxiety, not just about the price of electricity, but the potential of blackouts. There's been much talk over the last 24 hours about potential tariffs being slapped on Australian industry from the United States. These same companies need to be competitive. They need energy costs to come down. It's a handbrake on their own activity in a world where they must get costs down to remain competitive. These are the issues, Mr. Speaker. These are the serious issues of an energy crisis Australia is facing. And there is not one serious commentator who isn't estimating it getting worse. I cannot find one commentator other than the Minister, the Prime Minister, and some on the Labor benches. No commentator, no serious energy expert or analyst is saying that Labor's all eggs in one basket renewables only approach is going to bring prices down. All of those problems that I've outlined are only going to get worse because prices will continue to skyrocket on a renewables only, entirely weather-dependent system. When Labor, as it goes forward to try to have 82% renewables on the grid by 2030 and nearly 100% thereafter, is effectively closing down an electricity system which has been working before it has a replacement ready to go. It's only going to get worse. And this context is key to this debate today because of all of those issues faced by Australians and the Australian economy. This government has chosen to introduce legislation by way of the Electricity Infrastructure Legislation Amendment Bill of 2025, which addresses none of these things. None of them. Not one iota. They've chosen to use the final sitting of the Parliament to introduce an amendment to the Act which manages offshore wind projects. And that amendment does one thing. It mops up the mess made by the Minister for Climate Change and Energy. Previous to my words here, Mr. Speaker, we had another debate in this chamber about this very bill because the Labor Party does not want scrutiny on it. Again, the only bill in this portfolio area, in this sitting of Parliament, where is the Minister? Where is the Minister for Climate Change and Energy? He's not here. He came into this parliament last week and introduced this bill at record speed. He was at that dispatch box, on, off. He couldn't have been quicker. Why? He doesn't want scrutiny into this. And when you look at what this bill does, you can see why. So the substance of this bill, Mr. Speaker, is to legislate the retrospective application of regulations the minister put into place last December. Well, let's go back a bit, because we need to understand offshore wind and how the licensing process has been regulated to understand why this bill needs scrutiny, and in the absence of scrutiny, it absolutely needs to be opposed. Firstly, the Albanese government has made it very clear that it wants offshore wind in abundance in this country. At no point has it revealed the economic impact on the Australian people or Australian businesses. At no point has the government come forward with any transparency about the economics of offshore wind. Nevertheless, it has forced, by its own rules, offshore wind in abundance into the operator's plan for Australia's future electricity system. To hell with the costs, they think. We just want to do it. Why? Well, they've set the arbitrary target of 82% renewables by 2030 and nearly 100% thereafter. They just want it done. So they made the big call, we're going to have lots of offshore wind. They then identified 6 zones for potential declaration. Each of those offshore wind zones, one off the coast in WA, one Victoria, 2 Victoria actually, 1 Bass Strait, 2 New South Wales. The way that this government has run the community consultation process on each of those zones has been a disgrace, because they've demonstrated reckless indifference towards those local communities who will be most impacted. These are communities, some of which didn't even know that a zone was going to be declared until it was. When you go to places like the Hunter and the Illawarra, you hear stories about residents who will have an offshore wind zone if Labor continues this debacle, right off their own coast. They didn't even know there was a consultation period. Those few who did know there was going to be consultation about these offshore wind zones didn't have their questions answered. Now, we're talking about very intelligent people who know their own area. They had the potential of an offshore wind zone just off their coast. These communities brought forward very serious and reasonable questions on the economic impact, the social impact, the environmental impact on their areas. These questions were left unanswered by government. In many cases, these communities were begging the minister to turn up and have a conversation with them, to understand the impact on their area. The minister refused. The minister then called for a community review of this process. He got the Australian Energy Infrastructure Commissioner to run this review, and it was very clear that well over 90% of regional communities were dissatisfied with the process. That review was tabled well over 12 months ago. Still to this day, the minister's taken no action on it. He does not want scrutiny. All those zones, by the way, the minister has gone ahead and declared them now as offshore wind zones, despite at no point providing transparency or answers to those most impacted. What follows once a zone is declared, Mr Speaker, is you have developers who wish to build a specific offshore wind project come forward. So developers come forward, they look at a zone, so a big geographical area in the ocean, and they put forward applications so they can build offshore wind projects in those zones. Now, like everything the minister has done, with great haste, driven by an ideological belief, the regulations that govern how those feasibility applications are treated was done too quickly, without scrutiny, and had enormous holes in it. So what the minister has ended up doing is these applications come forward. As some applications have been rejected by the minister, he has failed to consider the possibility of still granting a licence for an area the applicant may not have bidded for. Now, I'll give you a very simple example here, Mr Speaker. If two applicants come in to a zone, one wants a development of one area, another one has an application for another area, but there's some overlap. And one has more merit than the other according to assessment. Well, the minister has just rejected that application with lower merit, with no consideration of still granting a licence for another place within that zone. Now, the original regulations should have accounted for that possibility, but they didn't. Why? Because this minister, again, with great haste, just put in the regulations, but he ended up being found out. He was taken to court. And the court found that the minister actually did have the power to still grant, in that example, the second applicant a feasibility licence. But the minister never did that. The minister's decisions were basically, once you're rejected, you're out of the race. The courts said wasn't able to do that. In fact, he should have considered using a power that was there to still grant a licence. Now, instead of dealing with this front on, coming clean and saying, OK, we've got an issue here, could have done this better, this is how now we need to work together. Instead of engaging with this chamber, instead of engaging with industry, the minister decided, without telling the outside world, much less even people in this parliament, he decided to change the regulations so that that problem would just go away. When did he do this? Just before Christmas, after Parliament rose last year, again avoiding any scrutiny. So on the 12th of December, the minister changes the regulations to mop up the mess he had created on how feasibility licences are granted. But then he finds out he made those changes in regulation, again with haste, without scrutiny, without doing his homework, and that wouldn't do the job. Because the problem he really wants to fix is all those people who have put in applications who either have been rejected or he plans to reject previously. In other words, he wants the change he made in the regulations last December to be applied retrospectively, not just in the future, but in the past. Now, to make a retrospective change is a big deal in any area, but it's particularly a big deal when you are dealing with a private sector which has already submitted applications on certain rules of the game by that same government. But that's this minister's plan. Now, I don't deny there may indeed be merit to considering such things. But in the context of ongoing lack of scrutiny and showing reckless indifference to regional communities and the private sector from this minister, that risk cannot be taken. Today we talk about legislation, a bill. But the regulations the minister made in December on the exact same thing, a Senate committee is still yet to investigate those changes in regulation. In other words, those changes are yet to undergo scrutiny. And so in the absence of being informed about that scrutiny, the minister's come in to this chamber and wants to legislate for the exact same thing, plus retrospectivity. And what makes this even worse, Mr. Speaker, is that this morning the Albanese government has tried to gag debate in this chamber because it does not want scrutiny or transparency. Instead, it wants to shove this debate off to the secondary chamber, the Federation chamber. And it does so against practice, where usually the government and opposition agree that bills get sent to that secondary chamber which are not controversial. Well, this is controversial. And the coalition disagreed with the government's judgment. But still, that's what they want to do. Why? Consistent with everything done by this minister on offshore wind, this change will be done without scrutiny because it just mops up yet another failure. Now, one of the issues here, I have to say, Mr. Speaker, goes beyond now offshore wind. This, again, is a consistent approach we have seen from this minister and from this government right throughout this term, where the minister has intervened in the marketplace and in so doing has made things worse. Just as the minister has showed reckless indifference to regional communities with respect to offshore wind, well, so too has he shown disregard for every Australian when it comes to planning premature closure of baseload power stations. It is as a direct consequence of the minister's declaration of an 82% renewables grid by 2030 and nearly 100% thereafter that the market operator is forced to plan premature closure of coal plants. Every now and then, when it looks like we're going to have a blackout, people fret because we're running out of energy. And yet, the form of 24/7, always-on baseload power that keeps the lights on, due to this minister's instruction, is being pushed out of the marketplace prematurely. Prematurely. Over the next 10 years, we will have over 12 gigawatts of energy generation coming from coal plants closed ahead of when those coal plant owners have them scheduled to close. So Labor's bringing forward the closure of our baseload power stations, despite the fact this is leading to an increase in prices and heightened risk of blackouts. It is a direct consequence of a constraint placed on the market operator for its system plan by this minister and this Albanese government, a direct intervention for which they do not want scrutiny. They're saying that they now appreciate that gas might be important. But on gas again, Mr Speaker, this government has intervened in the marketplace, sought not to be under scrutiny, and made things worse. This government is suffocating the supply of gas in Australia. We have abundant gas under our feet in Australia. This government is suffocating its supply to the Australian marketplace. It's often gas which sets the price of electricity. And once you limit supply, demand, prices go up. And that's what's been happening. I mean, the Albanese government uses taxpayer money to fund legal activists to fight gas projects in the courts. That's how much they're trying to suffocate gas. I mean, the approvals process is an absolute debacle. They have not advanced one critical gas infrastructure project. They stripped any money out for CCS. I mean, this is a government which is adamantly opposed to Australia using its own gas. And of course that has impacts on our trading partners. When you have the Japanese, of all people, publicly calling out the sovereign risk of Australia due to the market interventions of the Minister for Climate Change and the Albanese government, you know there's a problem. And there is a problem. Because they are jeopardising not just our energy security, but the energy security of our key allies and trading partners. So they're killing off coal prematurely. They're suffocating gas. Why? Because they want to put all eggs in one basket of wind and solar. The problem is investment has stalled on wind and solar under the Albanese government. This is what happens when you intervene so much in the marketplace and heighten sovereign risk. It impacts every sector. And if they're so hell-bent on closing down one system to replace it entirely with renewables, why then make this intervention on offshore wind and send all the wrong signals to the private sector? It doesn't make sense unless you're just mopping up a mistake, which is precisely, Mr Speaker, what this is. The Albanese government only wants all eggs in one basket, renewables only. Not only is it trying to suffocate gas, close coal prematurely, not only is it stalling the rollout of renewables, but it is also denying Australia the opportunity to look at alternate technologies used the world over, including zero-emissions nuclear energy. To think that Australia is the only nation among the G20 which is either not using nuclear energy or not moving towards it is ridiculous. So every other advanced economy in the world is using nuclear energy today or moving towards it, yet the Albanese government wants nuclear energy to remain illegal in Australia. The coalition has been very clear with our approach, and it's one of a balanced energy mix. We believe that only a balanced energy mix will deliver cheap, clean and consistent 24/7 electricity. Now that means renewables, gas, and as coal retires from the system, zero emissions nuclear energy. We have accepted a scenario of increased demand for electricity by up to around 60% between now and 2050 as the more realistic plan put forward by the market operator. But Labor refuses to agree that a balanced energy mix will work, even though their approach leaves Australia isolated. There's not one country in the world seeking to do what Labor is attempting. And even though prices go up, lights go out, emissions, by the way, don't even come down, this government wants to double down on it. Which is why, Mr Speaker, it all comes back to the importance of scrutiny. The bill before the House of Electricity Infrastructure Legislation Amendment, it needs scrutiny. It is why, as an opposition, we make it clear, number one, this bill should not be sent to Federation Chamber for debate. It should be debated here in this chamber. Two, this bill should be referred to a Senate committee, the Committee for Environment and Communications Legislation, for review. So proper scrutiny of the bill can take place. And three, given the lack of scrutiny and the long, sorry saga to which has led to this point, the Coalition will oppose this bill in the House. Can I close, Mr Speaker, with these last comments? Australia right now is amidst an energy crisis. We have a government which is hell-bent on putting all eggs in one basket with a renewables-only approach. This is making Australians poorer. Businesses are closing. Our economy will be weaker. And we are eroding our energy security. It is only getting worse. It is time that Australia had a pragmatic energy approach that put engineering and economics at the centre. We need a balanced energy mix. Now, that balanced energy mix includes renewables, gas, and we shouldn't be closing our coal plants prematurely, but once they do retire from the grid, they should be replaced with another form of 24/7, always-on baseload power in the form of zero-emissions nuclear energy. To the extent that this government continues, it needs to have scrutiny. It needs to answer questions. And at the very least, when it comes to this week in this Parliament, scrutiny should be applied to the electricity infrastructure legislation amendments of 2025. To do otherwise is a disgrace. But that is the Albanese government.
I call the Honourable Minister.
I move that debate on this bill be adjourned to a later hour this day.
The question is that the debate be adjourned and the resumption of the debate be made in order of the day for a later hour this day. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 2, Social Security Legislation Amendment, Technical Changes Bill 2025, resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the Honourable Manager of Opposition Business.
Thanks, Mr Deputy Speaker. Mr Deputy Speaker, the Coalition will be supporting the passage of this bill. The Social Security Legislation Amendment Technical Changes Bill will simply amend the Social Security Act to maintain current arrangements for youth disability support pension payment rates. As many members in this House may know, the DSP has different rates for recipients aged under 21, depending on their individual circumstances, including their family situation. This includes a single dependent living at home rate and a higher independent rate. This bill makes technical changes to provide for the intended different rates of payment for DSP youth recipients based on those circumstances, including their particular family situation. The bill corrects a drafting error from many years ago that unintentionally affected a small cohort of DSP recipients under 21, and the bill ensures that youth recipients continue to receive rates based on their circumstances and family situation, maintaining higher payments for those who are independent or living away from home, which is the intended aspect of the rules. Without this correction, we understand from the government and have been assured that some recipients in full-time study or apprenticeships would receive lower payments. Now, that is obviously an unacceptable situation, as that discourages education, which obviously contradicts common sense and contradicts, of course, our disability strategy at a national level. The bill also, we understand, validates past rate decisions and preserves the intended DSP payment structure, which is an understanding not only of this government but, of course, previous governments as well. So on that basis, Mr Deputy Speaker, we will be supporting this very sensible and non-controversial bill.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the Honourable Member for Brisbane.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak to the Social Security Legislation Amendment Technical Changes Bill 2025. Now, this bill is seeking to close a loophole identified in the Social Security legislation by the AAT in 2024. The consequences of this error means for years the Department and Government of the day has been misapplying the Social Security Act, where participants were technically eligible for the higher independent disability support pension rate, they were paid the lower dependent rate. Although a drafting error, this calls into question the principles that underpin Social Security. The disability support pension is already a borderline poverty payment. The government should not be seeking endless ways to reduce it further. The Greens also have concerns about the scope of back pay that this bill is seeking to avoid. Participants are forced to defend themselves against the state constantly. We saw this at its peak with robo-debt, but it endures through schemes like mutual obligations and work for the dole. It seems strange then for the government to seek to remedy for an error that no one cared to identify for nearly 2 decades. Time and time again, we see participants punished for minor infractions, while the government and departments throw up their hands and yell, whoops. Not knowing your own legislation is not a simple mistake. It's an unbelievable oversight. Denying the higher independent rate on the mistaken understanding of an amendment from 2005 has genuine implications for participants. And for these reasons, the Greens will be opposing this bill. We need to seriously consider if using the machinery of the state to make Social Security harder to access, more means tested, and more restricted is a genuinely productive use of time. I urge the government to take seriously all of the other issues that plague the DSP. The starting point for any genuine reform should be the low rate of the DSP. As a borderline poverty payment, this forces many disabled people into vicious cycles of poverty, fear, and pain. Income support payments below the poverty line mean hunger, they mean illness, they mean homelessness. None of these realities are conducive to finding meaningful, sustainable work. Poverty can have dire impacts on your physical and mental health and your ability to find work and maintain relationships, regardless of whether you are 20 or 60. The tightening of eligibility of the disability support pension has also forced many people living with disability to rely on the lower rate under JobSeeker, further entrenching poverty and disadvantage. Since 2007, the number of job seekers with partial capacity to work has risen from 10% to 43%. Nearly half of all people on the poverty payment JobSeeker are incapacitated from work in some way. This has coincided with the tightening and restricting of the DSP. We see the punitive administration of the DSP in other ways with the partner income test. And I would like to foreshadow that the Greens will be moving amendments in the Senate calling for an end to the overtly restrictive partner income test under the DSP. The partner income test traps disabled people in abusive relationships. This is by forcing people into dynamics of financial dependency where they lose access to their own income. Beyond this, the partner income test also genuinely prevents members of the community from getting married out of fear of losing the DSP. Disabled participants should not be punished for pursuing relationships. It's regressive and genuinely undermines marriage equality. This is just another instance of the state being used to punish rather than support. This government can't keep burying their heads in the sand and continue to ignore the millions of renters, single parents, students, women, and people with disabilities all doing it tough. Today, there are more than 3 million Australians living in poverty, including 1 in 6 children. Many of those people are either unable to access income support or are relying on payments that are among the lowest in the OECD. Despite being one of the wealthiest countries on earth, successive Labor and coalition governments have made policy choices that deliberately keep people in poverty, including refusing to raise job seeker, youth allowance and the disability support pension. The evidence is clear. One of the single most effective ways to genuinely tackle the cost of living crisis is to raise the rate of income support payments. I urge the government to get their priorities in order. Tax breaks for property investors, giving hundreds of billions of dollars to billionaires and corporations doesn't help the average Australian get through the cost of living crisis and does nothing for the millions struggling to survive on Centrelink payments. Poverty is impacting so many Australians and it is only getting worse. With skyrocketing rents, interest rate rises, inflation, so many people are struggling to get by. From not being able to afford nutritious food and education, housing, the resources to get a job, this is having a significant impact on people's mental health and well-being as well. Poverty is a political choice and the Greens are fighting for a strong social safety net and livable wage that would raise all Centrelink payments above the Henderson poverty line.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the Honourable Minister.
I thank you, Deputy Speaker. I am very pleased to speak and sum up on the Social Security Legislation Amendment Technical Changes Bill 2025, which will amend the Social Security Act 1991 to maintain current arrangements for the youth disability support payment rates. This includes different rates for recipients aged under 21, depending on their circumstances, including their family situation. This reflects the long-established policy position that higher rates of payment should be targeted to those with greater need, such as those living independently or away from home. These technical amendments are necessary as a recent merits review decision highlighted an unintended consequence of the Employment and Workplace Relations Legislation Amendment, Welfare to Work and Other Measures Act 2005. Those changes introduced the partial capacity to work rule independence criteria, which was intended to apply to youth allowance recipients only. It's now understood that a drafting error in 2005 amendments means that certain DSP recipients under 21 are impacted. This in turn affected the rates of support those recipients are entitled to receive. Without this bill, it would mean that arrangements would be at odds with the objective of Australia's disability strategy, providing a perverse incentive for young people to drop out of study and apprentices. This bill is important to maintain the current arrangements for youth DSP payment rates, and it will validate past rate decisions consistent with the long-standing policy intent of these arrangements, and I commend the bill to the House.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. I put the question. All of that opinion say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Division required. In accordance with Standing Order 133, the division is deferred until after the discussion of the matter of public importance. The debate on this item is therefore adjourned until that time. I call the clerk.
Government Business, Order of the Day number 3, Appropriation Bill number 3, 2024-2025, resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the Honourable Member for Petrie.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I rise to speak on the additional appropriation bills 24-25, Appropriation Bill number 3, Appropriation Bill number 4, and Appropriation Bill Parliamentary Departments Bill number 2, 24-25. These bills provide the necessary appropriations to ensure the continued delivery of essential government services and to fund decisions made since the 24-25 budget was announced in May last year. In total, these bills appropriate approximately $12 billion for the remainder of the financial year, the majority of which, some $7 billion, is directed towards the ordinary annual services of government. The opposition supports this legislation to ensure the smooth operation of government and the uninterrupted provision of services that the Australian people rely on. However, while we support these bills as a matter of necessity, we must also use this opportunity to highlight the grave economic mismanagement that has led us to this point and put Australians under so much cost of living pressure. These bills, like the budget bills before them, were introduced in the context of a budget and my EFO update that yet again exposed this government's utter failure to tackle the Albanese Labor government's cost of living crisis. The Albanese government cannot manage the economy. That is why we have seen inflation far too high for far too long. They cannot manage the budget. That is why we have seen $347 billion in additional spending that has fuelled inflation and kept rents high, mortgages high and cost of living high for the people that we represent. The evidence of the Albanese Labor government's failures has been mounting since they were elected back in May 2022. And what do they have to show for their additional $347 billion in expenditure? What do they really have to show? Apart from higher prices, higher interest rates, higher rents, more small businesses collapsing, some 27,000, and lower living standards. In fact, living standards have dropped so far, they're saying that it won't be until the year 2030 under this government that living standards recover to where they were under the former coalition government. Under the Albanese government's economic mismanagement, we are witnessing the longest sustained period of inflation since the 1980s. Interest rates have been hiked 12 times under this government alone, compared to once in 9 years under the former coalition government. Energy bills have risen by an average of $1,000 per household, in stark contrast to what was promised by the Prime Minister and the Treasurer prior to the last election, when they said energy bills would fall by $275. They've actually risen by $1,000 per household. And for businesses, the story is worse, often 100% increases. Living standards have collapsed. As I said before, businesses have gone insolvent. We are in a sustained household recession with negligible productive growth. Productivity has fallen through the floor. So for all the people that we represent, the people in Petrie, when they actually buy a product or get something done, what they're actually buying is a lot less than what they were just 3 years ago, because productivity has also collapsed. And what is the government's response to all of this? When we come into question time each day and when we hear them in the media, the ministers in the media, what is their response? Well, it's denial and indifference. The Prime Minister tells Australians again, like he did in 22, to trust me. You'll be better off under Labor and their coalition partners in the Senate, the Greens Party, who are also responsible for this. Well, after 2.5 years, or almost 3 years now, Australians know better. And let's look at the real impact of Labor's failures on everyday Australians. The Employee Living Cost Index, an index measuring the true cost of living for hard-working Australian families, has surged by 19.4% since the government took office. I mean, that is a huge jump, far outstripping any sort of wages growth or anything the government has done to try and help this situation. Almost 20% it surged. That's almost 50% higher than the Consumer Price Index over the same period. And we have seen a 66% increase in the number of people seeking assistance with their energy bills, just to keep the lights on at home, just to keep the Wi-Fi going at home. You want to relax after a big day's work and watch a bit of Netflix. We have seen people seeking assistance with energy bills. And that's not what was promised prior to the last election, when they said, oh, renewables are cheap. You know, we're going to be a renewable energy superpower. Have you heard that expression before from the Prime Minister and the Minister for Energy? We're going to be a renewable energy superpower. Well, what's it done? It's made household bills go up by $1,000 by ensuring that all new energy is just coming from Chinese-made solar farms and wind farms. That is not working. It's not the solution. And they won't even put a cost on the additional transmission lines, so some 27,000 new lines that are being dug up through national parks, over sand dunes, without really, I think, much of an environmental impact study, because it's renewables. Oh, well, we just got to do it. Bang, pop it in. And the coalition has other solutions, which the Leader of the Opposition and our Minister for Climate Change and Energy, Minister O'Brien, or Shadow Minister O'Brien, has spelled out in relation to gas, renewables and emissions-free modern nuclear power that can be dropped in 7 locations where we currently have those transmission lines. So we can go emissions-free under our policy without destroying sand dunes and national parks and running 27,000 kilometres of new poles and wires through rural and agricultural land. And at the end of the day, when you focus on Australians and what's best for them and not be ideological about the policy, Australians are better off. Because when you govern just for union donors or when you govern for a small amount of people, then what happens is the policies go wrong and most Australians cop it through higher cost of living. And it's the same with the Greens. They're no different, Deputy Speaker. You know, when they say, oh, well, let's tax billionaires, it all sounds good, tax millionaires, tax billionaires, everything else. But what Australians don't understand is the students that are at university, the people that are perhaps on some sort of welfare assistance, when you tax those businesses, who is often the vehicle that people have made their wealth through entrepreneurial activities, all of those costs of higher taxes. So when you see the Greens running around with shirts, tax billionaires, all of those costs are passed on to the consumers that we represent in Western Australia and New South Wales and Queensland and Victoria. That is the absolute reality. And so it's easy for a protest party of government like the Greens, that's not a government party, to come in and say, oh, free this, free that, free dental, free HECS, free TAFE, whatever it might be. Someone is paying for it all. And they're paying for it through higher taxes, which is how the Australian government gets their money. They don't have a money tree out the back. The Treasurer doesn't have a money tree out the back of his parliamentary office where he just plucks the billions of dollars from to bring down the budget every May, right? It comes from taxes levied on the Australian people. And what we see is every day in this place, more and more bills coming through to find new ways to tax people. I mean, yesterday we had the member for Kooyong, and don't believe me, go to the Hansard and look at what she said, where she wants to tax every person in Australia that currently claims a tax deduction on a ute. She wants to tax them. That's what she said. She basically said, oh, there's 3 million utes in Australia, only 2 million businesses to round it up. Therefore, 1 million people must be rorting the system because they're not apprenticeships. And I said to the member for Kooyong, who's a Teal, who somehow says she's independent but votes with the Greens 80% of the time, that there isn't more than people that are just qualified tradespeople that use utes. And what she fails to understand, and others in this place, farmers, for example, they're not tradespeople. They are not tradespeople, farmers, right? But guess what? They deliver food to Bendigo and to Kooyong and Petrie right around the country, and they use utes and they claim a legitimate tax deduction, whether it's on fringe benefits tax or on some sort of Land Cruiser ute that's probably over the the luxury car tax threshold, and rightly so they should. Rightly so we should. But this is what happens when you get elites that earn a lot of money coming in here and saying, oh, we just need to tax people more. And who cops it? The farmers cop it. So let's say you take away, at the advice of the member for Kooyong, who has written to the Treasurer saying that that ute tax should be removed. Let's say you take that advice and the costs of utes go up. Well, what does that do to the price of apples or lamb or tomatoes or pest control or any other service where small businesses use a ute but they're not actually tradespeople? I'll tell you what it does. Look, concreting, for example. There's another one where people put a driveway in on their house, or they put a path from their back door to the clothesline. Concreters are not tradies. They haven't done a 4-year apprenticeship, but they use utes as a legitimate reason for their business. So what we need people to do is wake up a bit and explain to people about how higher taxes are passed on to the people that we actually represent. Deputy Speaker, families are struggling to keep the lights on. There's no doubt about it. Mortgage holders are facing an additional $50,000 in repayments just to keep a roof over their heads. Small businesses are closing their door at an alarming rate, and this is the reality of Labor's cost of living crisis. And yet, despite all of the pain and suffering, the Prime Minister hasn't offered any comfort or solutions, and no plan to ease the burden on Australians. The cost of living crisis we face today is not a coincidence. It is a direct result of the government's economic incompetence. Australians are crying out for relief that Labor has failed them. And instead of addressing these real and pressing issues, this government continues to ignore the struggles of hard-working families and small businesses. So while we support these additional appropriation bills to ensure the continued functioning of government, we will not stand idly by while Labor's economic failures wreak havoc on Australian households. And if you think it's bad now, just 3 months before the next federal election's due, imagine what it would be like with a Labor Green Teal government in the next parliament, when you have members like the member for Kooyong and the member for Melbourne putting in the bills into this place with the Prime Minister. I can tell you now, it would be bad for Australia. It would be disastrous for Australia, as the member for Mallee says. And I just got to shoot off that warning, because the Prime Minister and his government must take responsibility for the economic damage that they have caused in the last 3 years. The Coalition's not in government. They are. And if you can't trust the Leader of the country when he makes promises about lowering electricity prices, or about not changing stage 3 tax cuts, or about not putting additional taxes on superannuation that are not indexed, so someone in their early 20s will be impacted by the decisions of the Albanese government when they're at retirement age, then how can you trust anyone? And it's no wonder that Australians get a little bit cynical around politics when people, and particularly the Leader of the country, says one thing before an election and something after. And above all, they must present a real plan, one that delivers genuine relief and restores the economic stability that Australians deserve. Until that happens, the Coalition will continue to stand with the Australian people, holding this government to account and fighting for a better, more prosperous future for all Australians. Thank you.
I understand that it is the wish of the House to debate this order of the day concurrently with the Appropriation Bill number 4, 2024-25, and the Appropriation Parliamentary Departments Bill number 2, 2024-25. Are there any objections? There being no objections, the Chair will allow that course of action to be followed. And the question is that these bills be now read a second time, and I call the Honourable Member for Mallee.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This set of appropriation bills seeks appropriations for a combined $12.1 billion across two bills. We on this side of the House care greatly about how taxpayers' money is spent, and an incoming Dutton Littleproud government will have the nation's first Minister for Government Efficiency in the form of Senator Jacinta Nampijinpa-Price, alongside future Assistant Minister for Government Waste Reduction, James Stephens. I cannot wait to see them run the ruler over every agency and find efficiencies and, of course, inefficiencies. We know that under the Albanese government, cost of living has increased substantially and real wages are not keeping up. The Coalition is committed to fighting tooth and nail for everyday Australians to find savings everywhere we can. On that front, I focus today on energy policy, because this is a government that 97 times promised before they were elected that they would reduce power bills permanently by $275 per annum. That promise was officially broken on the 1st of January this year. They hate to talk about it, Deputy Speaker. It was a big promise, it was a bold promise, and it is broken. Why is this promise broken? It is because this government couldn't deliver an outcome even if it was gift-wrapped on their doorstep. Yep, that's part of it. Is it broken because this is an incompetent government, unready for office and showing no sign of improvement? Yes to that too. The promise to reduce energy bills is also broken because Labor are joined at the hip with the Australian Greens political party. Labor didn't run in the Paran by-election for some bizarre reason, but in the seats Labor does hold, they fret about losing them to the Greens. So Labor rob regions, such as mine in Mallee, to buy votes in the inner cities, throwing country people under the figurative bus to save themselves from the Greens. Labor thinks that a rapid race to a political carbon emissions reduction target is the smart thing to do. It is not. The Albanese Labor government is turning Australia into an international pariah. No nation of the geographic scale like Australia, with a tiny emissions profile like Australia, is doing what this blind government is doing with 28,000 kilometres of transmission lines across agricultural electorates like mine with the VNI West. Almost every other developed nation is turning to zero emissions nuclear energy for the long term. The Coalition has a responsible plan for energy policy, and when I look at the almost $179 million in this bill for the Department of Climate Change, Energy, Environment and Water, and the $263 million plus for the Department of Industry, Science and Resources, and the $33 million for Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry, I wonder, for that collective taxpayer spending of in excess of $575 million, how nobody has piped up and said, what about nuclear? What about looking and learning from the rest of the world? What about our farmers and fishers and the impact of reckless energy policy is having on them? Deputy Speaker, either those agencies are incompetent or this is a government so blind to its political and ideological energy target that it simply won't listen to sound advice. Worse than the direct taxpayer impact of the government spending in this bill, spending on agencies that are either incompetent or ignored by the government anyway, there are hidden costs to every taxpayer in the consequences of collective energy policy failures at state and federal levels. In my home state of Victoria, we have a state and federal Labor government who are zeroing in on my electorate of Mallee as Labor's dumping ground for bad policy, namely railroading small regional communities and farmers with unwanted wind turbines, solar panels and transmission line to boot. Don't buy the spin from foreign wind cowboy companies. Over 90% of over 1,800 people who own, work or have close connection with farms oppose renewable projects on farm land, according to a recent survey by farming advocacy group Farms for Food. Victorian Labor had 6 renewable energy zones in their initial plans. Now almost all the singular res is landing in Mallee. While Australians struggle with the cost of living and 27,000 small businesses have gone to the wall under Labor, with energy costs a major factor in failing business viability, Labor pretends its $275 permanent energy reduction promise never happened. The arsonists stand there with a bucket of water pretending they're helping. They toss into the energy prices bonfire a one-off series of 4 quarterly payments to somehow nurse their wounded polling through an election. Mark my words, no sooner will the election pass and power bills will surge back up again. This government cares for far more about its own political survival in inner city electorates than it does about struggling Australians and battling small businesses. Labor is dividing the Mallee with duplicated infrastructure that we will not need if we put zero-emissions nuclear energy at existing coal-fired power plant sites. Labor forgets that during the early decades of this century, energy bill payers already paid a fortune to gold-plate our transmission network. Government set reliability standards that were high in order to meet peak demand events which might only occur a few times a year, namely those couple of hot weeks we've just endured recently, when everyone is home in the evening and air conditioners are churning. Into this mix, they've thrown intermittent wind turbines, which cannot guarantee peak generation when it's hot. It's incompetency at the nearly criminal level. The same bureaucrats and boffins in whom we are being asked to invest in this bill today, back in the early 2000s, projected that electricity demand would keep rising. What they didn't foresee was that energy efficiency improved and the take-up of rooftop solar panels. The gold plating of the grid, based on false prophecies, saw us all pay early this century for new substations and transformer upgrades, more transmission and distribution lines, investments in network reliability and redundancy and capacity for peak demand that was rarely used. In Australian energy policy today, we also see another clear illustration of the need to revisit where we stand as a federation when it comes to responsibility. Energy policy is nobody's direct responsibility, just like health policy, as I find all the time as Shadow Assistant Minister for Regional Health. The national energy arrangements, like the Australian Energy Regulator and the Australian Energy Market Operator, are set up under national, not federal arrangements. Australian energy policy is an accountability vacuum, and we all pay as a result. The former coalition government intervened in this accountability vacuum by creating what is now known as the Australian Energy Infrastructure Commissioner. The first commissioner was Andrew Dyer. Andrew retired relatively recently from the role, and let me put on record my appreciation for his work. I connected with Andrew and in turn connected him with Mallee farmers and landholders who were being railroaded by Labor governments and harassed by the foreign energy cowboys Labor had enticed into regional Australia, stirring bad blood in regional communities and families. Andrew called out those cowboys and sought greater regulation of their behaviour. This has not happened. The unreliability of Labor's energy plans is writ large when you look at the recent collapse of a wind turbine in Berrybanks, south of my electorate. These foreign energy cowboys are proposing turbines as large as 280 metres tall, which is just 17 metres short of the Eureka Tower in Melbourne. Each turbine at 280 metres high would clock in at number 7 in the tallest structures in the nation, behind the Sydney and Q1 towers, Australia 108 in Melbourne and 3 naval communication towers. But wait, it gets worse. A German company is planning to build a turbine 364 metres high to the tip of its blades. If we had those in Australia, that would be the equal second highest building in the nation. Out of sight, out of mind. from those inner city electorates where Labor is competing against Green and Teal candidates. Labor proposes pin-cushioning electorates like Mallee with massive turbines that after the Berrybank turbine collapse and other recent safety incidents, you have to ask whether turbines are safe or good for the environment, let alone the potentially devastating impact on agricultural primary industry. Labor is happy to transform Mallee into an industrial wasteland. The Victorian Government has removed from their 2022 report an item that says without offshore wind generation, Labor will need up to 70% of Victoria's agricultural land for their renewable energy objectives. Don't worry, I kept a copy of the document, though they've removed it. With offshore wind in Victoria on the rocks, you could see the wind turbine map of electorates like Mallee rapidly turning into a pincushion. Australians are feeling the pain of this reckless energy transition in their energy bills and will continue to do so, as the Coalition revealed late last year that Labor's renewables-only plan will cost almost $600 billion, with the Coalition's responsible energy transition 44% cheaper at $263 billion. Moody's late last week confirmed Labor's energy plan could cost up to $230 billion over the next 10 years alone and drive household electricity prices up another 25% in that time. This is yet another independent warning that Chris Bowen's renewables-only approach will continue to hurt Australians, forcing families and businesses to the wall. Chris Bowen promised wholesale prices of $51 per megawatt hour in 2025, but the reality is Australians' quarterly prices have been in excess of $100 per megawatt hour over the past year. Energy policy failures are why regional Australians are urging their city cousins to desert the axis of Labor, Greens and Teals, whom I must add are backed by the energy barons of Climate 200, the very enablers of this destruction, not only in our regional landscapes and lifestyles, but our environments. I can only hope the expenditure in this bill might go towards departments and staff who will call out this nonsense on behalf of regional Australians. Salt of the earth, hard-working farmers like Glendon Watts, Ben Duxon, Tess Healy, Barry Batters, Gerald Feeney and Andrew Wiedeham, and Ross Johns, and too many more to mention from my electorate who didn't choose this fight. It chose them, and they are fighting. I'm fighting alongside them, and I'm grateful to Peter Credlin from Sky News for giving them a platform. And I look forward to hosting Peter and Shadow Minister Ted O'Brien in Mallee before the election to show all Australians the human face and cost of reckless energy policy and the alternatives at our fingertips.
The question is that these bills be now read a second time, and I call the Honourable Member for Hughes.
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on these appropriation bills. And these bills do, of course, provide the necessary appropriations to ensure the continued delivery of essential government services and to fund decisions made since the 2024-25 budget was announced in May last year. Deputy Speaker, in total, these bills approximate appropriately $12 billion for the remainder of the financial year, the majority of which, some $7 billion, is directed towards the ordinary annual services of government. Deputy Speaker, the Coalition supports this legislation to ensure the smooth operation of government and the uninterrupted provision of services that upon which Australians rely. However, while we support these bills as a matter of necessity, we must also use this opportunity to highlight the grave economic mismanagement that has led us to this point and put Australians under so much cost of living pressure. Deputy Speaker, these bills, like the budget bills before them, were introduced in the context of a budget and my EFO update that yet again exposed the Albanese Labor government's utter failure to tackle our current cost of living crisis. Deputy Speaker, we need to get Australians back on track.
And the debate is interrupted in accordance with Standing Order 43. The debate will be resumed at a later hour and the member will be granted leave when speaking when the debate is resumed to continue your speech. Sorry. Are there any statements by honourable members? Give the call to member for Barawa.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Last week we learnt that Australia Post has been asked to vacate its Pennant Hills premises by April 2025 with no clear plan for the relocation of its services. This closure isn't just an inconvenience, it will have real consequences for the 7,760 residents and many local businesses, schools, higher education providers and service providers who depend on it daily. After Hornsby, Pennant Hills is the most significant post office in our shire, providing essential services such as bill payments, parcels and PO boxes. With no banks left in Pennant Hills, the local Australia Post Office has been a vital lifeline, allowing residents to conduct their banking and postal services in person. Losing the post office would create unnecessary hardship, not just for seniors, but for so many in our community. I know what it takes to maintain postal services for Barara's communities. When the Brooklyn Post Office closed in 2023, I fought hard alongside the community to ensure that postal services remain in Brooklyn, and today a new post office is up and running there as a result of our efforts. That's why I've launched a petition calling on Australia Post to maintain its presence in Pennant Hills, with hundreds already signing it over the weekend. I've also written directly to Australia Post CEO Paul Graham and the Minister for Communications, requesting meetings to discuss possible solutions, including finding an alternative location for the post office in Pennant Hills shops. I'll keep fighting to retain these essential services for our Pennant Hills community.
Member for Solomon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Well, it was fantastic on the weekend to meet some of the newest Australian Defence Force families that have posted into the Territory at the Defence Members Family Service, DMFS. Welcome to the Top End event. Our ADF personnel, veterans, ex-service organisations and many other community and sporting organisations all came together in the Darwin Convention Centre to show what we have to offer in the Top End for our new families. It was great to speak with many of the serving members, their partners, their wives, their husbands, daughters and sons, to hear how the move to the Top End is going, to see whether the spouses have found work, to see whether the kids have settled into schools okay, and making sure that they understand how valuable they are to us as a community and how welcome they are in the Top End. As we know, partners and families are the backbone of our ADF personnel. Our ADF members can't do the difficult job that they do for us as a nation without the support of their families, and that's why our government, the Albanese government, has released a Defence and Veteran Family Wellbeing Strategy from this year until 2030, known as the Family Strategy. It's identifying better ways to support our defence personnel and veterans, and that's why this event in Darwin on the weekend was so important. Well done to all involved.
Member for Moore.
Deputy Speaker, as this may be the last sitting week before the upcoming federal election, I wish to thank the electors of Moore for the great honour and privilege of representing our community for the past 4 parliamentary terms, stretching over nearly 12 years. After 30 years with the Liberal Party, political circumstances almost identical to the 1996 election in Moore caused me to move to the crossbench at the start of this year, and I will contest the next election as an independent. Whilst I have established a track record of advocating for, representing and delivering infrastructure and services for our community, there is still a lot more work to be done in realising my development vision for our community. My ongoing vision for the electorate is to develop our suburbs into a thriving city with modern amenities and a great place for families to live and prosper, and for Joondalup as a regional city centre to continue to evolve into a thriving centre of commerce, healthcare, innovation, advanced technology, higher education, and a hub of skilled employment. This will only be possible with the continued support of the constituents of Moore, and I conclude by respectfully asking for your #1 vote on election day. Thank you.
Member for Robertson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Professor Simon Roger is retiring this year from clinical medicine after working on the Central Coast for over 32 years. Starting in 1992, Professor Roger was the first nephrologist appointed by the Central Coast Local Health District. Along with practising nephrology in both the public and private setting, Professor Roger was instrumental in leadership as head of the Division of Medicine for 10 years and as Medical Staff Council Chairman and Head of Department for Renal Medicine for 30 years. During his career, he served the community and looked after an enormous number of kidney disease, dialysis and transplant patients on the Central Coast. Professor Roger authored over 100 publications in peer-reviewed journals and delivered over 105 lectures, sharing his expertise in erythropoietin, iron and pharmacological treatments for hyperkalemia. At the onset of his career, the hospital's renal services cared for around 20 patients, with this service expanding to over 500 patients under his leadership. Professor Roger was instrumental in setting up the Kidney Supportive Care Service on the Central Coast as an alternative treatment for end-stage kidney disease. The renal team expanded to include an advanced trainee, 3 consultant nephrologists, a renal social worker, dietetics and a dedicated renal pharmacist. Professor Roger's dedication to developing the renal service has been felt by his colleagues and the constituents of the Central Coast. Well done, Professor Roger.
Member for Mayo.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. On the 1st of February, I co-hosted the inaugural SA Future GP Forum with the General Practice Registrars Australia, and that brought together registrars, it brought together pre-vocational doctors and general practice students from across 21 universities across Australia. Now, the aim was to hear how we can help these students and registrars ensure that they go through a pathway to being a general practitioner. That's because less than 10% or around 10% of medical students actually decide to become GPs now. That's down from 50% in previous decades. Why? Well, there's a few reasons. One of the reasons is the inequitable pay difference between if you are a registrar in a hospital and go into a GP practice. Now, what we know is that we need to fund practices, medical practices around Australia to take on students, to take on registrars. There's around a $31,000 difference in pay, and that is meaning less students are going through this pathway. We also need to lift the Commonwealth support places to study medicine. That's effectively flatlined in the last decade. And with an ageing population, with a growing population, what we're seeing is a shortfall of 10,000 GPs across Australia. That's what the AMA is saying. That's the cliff that we're facing. So it was great to hold this forum, and I look forward to fixing this issue with the Parliament.
Member for Holt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Christmas is a time of joy and giving, but it's also a time when many in our community are doing it tough. It's a season that reminds us of the power of giving and the importance of looking after one another. For the past 2 years, I have hosted Curries and Carols, a charity fundraiser that brings together 3 things I cherish: Christmas, curry, and the spirit of charity. This year, I was proud to support Find a Penny Foundation, an organisation doing incredible work providing free meals to those in need. Thanks to the generosity of our community, we raised $2,000 to help them continue their vital work. I want to express my gratitude to Bibi and her amazing team at Find a Penny for their tireless efforts throughout the year in providing support to our community. Your compassion and dedication make a real difference in people's lives. To everyone who contributed on the night, thank you from the bottom of my heart. Your kindness is what makes our community in the southeast suburbs so special.
Member for Melbourne.
$500,000. That's how much Gina Rinehart funneled into the Liberal Party in a single year. Meanwhile, Labor's biggest donor is billionaire Anthony Pratt. Billionaires are buying political influence at the expense of our planet, our livelihoods and our communities, and we all know how it ends. At his inauguration, Trump lined up his billionaire mates and donors, Mark Zuckerberg, Jeff Bezos, Elon Musk, and hours later began winding back social and environmental protections, attacking human rights, democracy and climate action. But back in Australia, billionaires are bankrolling the Liberals' campaign, and we should be terrified about what that means for our future. Labor and the Liberals back an economic system that allows Gina Rinehart to bank $40 billion while more people live in tents and cars than ever before. People deserve a government that will fight for them. You deserve a government that will put your needs above the needs of the 1%, that fights for dental into Medicare, for you to see the GP for free, to wipe student debt, cheaper groceries and a cap and freeze on rent increases. And that's what the Greens will put firmly on the table when there's a minority government. But nothing changes if nothing changes. A vote for the major parties is more of the same. This election we can keep Dutton out and break up the two-party system. But if you want change, you're going to have to vote for it.
Member for Reid, and I will remind you about the use of correct titles in future debates. Member for Melbourne.
Congratulations to the Drummoyne Water Polo Club for being awarded a Play Our Way grant for their female participation and empowerment program. The club was awarded the grant for their plan to increase involvement of girls and women in the sport from the ground up, as well as introducing policies to welcome and sustain young and adult female athletes. They are working to increase the number of female coaches, referees and officials. In 2024, they elected their first female president. A huge congratulations to President Sally Gates, and she's already made an indelible mark on the club. They've seen a 20% rise in women members, and that will continue to rise with the support of this grant. Drummoyne Water Polo Club is one of Australia's largest water polo clubs, with more than 30 teams, including junior girls and boys, right through to senior teams. The success of Drummoyne Water Polo Club rests on its members and volunteers, people who have been involved with the club for many years. Congratulations to the entire team. Thank you for fostering a love of this great sport in our local community, and I look forward to attending your annual club day later this month.
Member for Riverina.
Well, the member for Melbourne, the Greens leader, just belled the cat. If the Greens are able to form a governance sharing arrangement after the next election, woe betide Australia and Australians, and particularly regional Australians, because it's the Greens who have policies that want to change the social fabric of this nation. Horse racing will be gone. Australia Day will be gone. All of the traditions that this nation is based on will be gone if the Greens get a share of the governance arrangements. Look, things are crook in Tallarook, and they're crook because of those opposite. The cost of living crisis is out of control, and for the first 12, 18 months we didn't hear about the cost of living pressures on ordinary households, on small businesses. All we had was a divisive referendum that did nothing to help this nation, did nothing to help Indigenous Australians close the gap. I've just had a meeting with Wes Lambert, who's the Australian Restaurant and Cafe Association CEO, and there are businesses, insolvencies that are really hurting the Catering Association. We have a better plan from the Coalition. We are going to get this country back on track. Rest assured we will. We won't be in a governance arrangement with the Greens. We would never do that. Rest assured we wouldn't do that. Cost of living out of control under Labor.
Member for Spence.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Australia is a nation built on unity. Our story as a people is written by individuals from all walks of life, united by the special bond we know as the Australian way, coming together for the common good. I want to take my time in this place now to congratulate those everyday Aussies who received Australia Day honours in my community, whose efforts make our country the great nation it is. Mr John Howe is one of those everyday Aussies who was awarded an Order of Australia Medal in the General Division for his service to veterans. Mr Howe, thank you for your service and for the work that you do in bringing together and supporting our veterans to make their lives better. There were also several local Australian of the Year award winners across the northern suburbs. For the town of Gawler, to Darren Dwyer, James Krieg, the First Steps Playgroup and Relay for Life, congratulations on your significant achievements and thank you for the work that you do. The City of Salisbury, to Medea Usman, Dalzar Tung Naluk, Dennis Greenhill, Mary Purbrick, the Northern Districts Athletics Club, the Salisbury Business Association and the Asbestos Victims Association. Thank you for your service to our community and congratulations. Finally, the City of Playford, to John Ianchef, Caitlin Owensworth, the Lions Club of Elizabeth Playford the Salvation Army Playford Corps and the Playford Bowling Club. Congratulations and thank you for your hard work to our local...
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Today is Safer Internet Day, and it's a reminder to everyone how important it is to keep an eye on the kids when they're online to help keep them safe. And that's why the Coalition established the eSafety Commissioner to advocate and work towards protecting our kids online. Unfortunately, cyberbullying is rife throughout Australia, and there are so many children suffering right now. Almost half of kids, that's half, aged between 8 to 17 have been treated in a hurtful or a nasty way, bullied online, and this is unacceptable. The opposition leader announced the Coalition's position on protecting Australian kids online back in June last year. He led the debate on social media bans for under-16s because he knows it's vitally important to keep kids away from harmful activities online. It took the Albanese Labor government until November last year to introduce a bill to ban under-16s from being on social media. Because it took so long, we're waiting until probably this December for the promised implementation of the ban. Labor has a track record of delaying the rollout of important projects. Australians would be right to question whether implementation will go ahead by December or whether this will be another Albanese Labor government broken promise.
Member for Swan.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Tomorrow marks an important anniversary. 1 year since Labor's closing the loopholes reforms became law. Loopholes. And this was fundamentally about safety, security and fairness for workers, making workplaces safer, making sure that jobs could be more secure and ensuring fair and better conditions for Australian workers. They gave casuals a fairer path to a steady job. These changes have made a big difference because for a decade, the Coalition kept wages low on purpose. This was their strategy, to hold workers down, and they've confirmed that they will repeal our closing the loopholes laws. That's right, back to undermining workers in favour of big business. The right to disconnect? Gone. Fairer conditions? Scrapped. Secure jobs for the future? None. Instead, they'll push tax-free lunches for big bosses because looking after the top end of town is what they know about, and that's all that they care about. They don't care about a fairer Australia. They don't want a fairer Australia. They want an Australia that only benefits the few at the top end. We will always stand up for workers. Labor will always stand up for a fair go. In 1 year, closing the loopholes is doing exactly that.
Member for Flinders.
I have the enormous fortune to represent an electorate that still likes to run around, brandish a bat, hit or kick a ball, or throw one through a hoop. It keeps us happy and healthy, and our flourishing sporting clubs are the backbone of our beautiful community. On Saturday, I went out to watch the cricket match of Somerville against Mount Eliza at the Somerville Recreation Reserve. It was a celebration of premierships past, graced by cricket royalty, including Australian ODI player Sean Graff, born and bred in Somerville. Roast beef rolls were made by Steve, and Beck and Ella were running the bar. Premiership players got the gold in the form of a stubby holder. At least that was until I announced that a future Dutton government will provide $5 million towards the redevelopment of this much-loved but much dilapidated reserve and pavilion. Over the years, Peter Alp, president of the cricket club between 2011 and 2021, has advocated for a rebuild of the reserve. He has held talks with all and sundry and drawn the presidents, secretaries and treasurers of all the cricket, footy and netball clubs to meetings with me, meetings with state candidates, anyone who would listen. I can say I haven't yet seen Peter in tears, but he has come close a couple of times, sitting on the sagging benches of the pavilion with me, asking, what have we got to do to get someone to listen? 49 clubs and we're still growing. What more do we have to do? The institution can claim to have been standing for more than 130 years, and let's hope that the commitment I made on Saturday, if realised, will mean many more victories to come in the future.
Member for Hunter.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Hunter is always punching above its weight, and we've done it again, with a couple of local young blokes absolutely dominating the recent Australian Bushman's Camp Draft Rodeos Association titles. Judd Thomas is now a dual Australian champion after taking out the titles in under-11 mini bulls and under-11 steer rider. Singleton's own Logan George is also now an Australian national champion, the under-14s mini bull title, taking out the win. For those that don't know, the mini bulls competition is a rodeo event which involves young riders being mounted on a miniature bull and trying to hold on while the bull tries the hardest to buck them off. The steer riding event is similar to the mini bull event, and it's considered an introductory form of bull riding for young riders. Instead of bucking bulls, the young riders ride steers that buck. Whether it's riding a mini bull or a steer, getting bucked off by any angry animal isn't something the everyday person can do and takes some serious courage, Deputy Speaker. I know what it takes to become a national champion, and I know how hard both of these young gentlemen have worked. So Judd and Logan, and the time they've put in and the results they got on the day are absolutely fantastic. Congratulations to both you boys. Keep up the great work, and I really look forward to seeing and hopefully one day you guys showing me how a steer's eyes and legs would buckle when I sit on it. But we'll see what we could do. Keep up the great work in the rodeos for the future. Cheers.
Member for Wide Bay.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. One of Wide Bay's successful young women with a bright and promising future is 17-year-old Sasha Power from Kilkevin. Sasha has been competing in Carnacross motorsport events since she was 12. In 2023, Sasha achieved first, second and third place over 3 classes at the Nationals Carnacross titles. In 2024, Sasha dominated an all-female field at the Gold Coast by placing first against very experienced drivers. Sasha has been working as an electrical apprentice for the last 12 months and is starting her second year. She's been putting her wages aside to save for her first proper rally car. The motorsport community has noticed Sasha's success, and she already has a sponsor for the Queensland Rally Championships in 2025 with Cameron and Tani Henry from Virtual Security Guards on the Sunshine Coast. Sasha will be one of the youngest rally drivers competing at the Queensland Rally Championship and the youngest female driver in the championship. Having tasted success in the swimming world and competing at 2 national swimming championships, Sasha is determined to do the same in the motorsport world. I wish Sasha all the best, and I'm sure she joins with me when I say, long live the combustion engine.
Member for Bennelong.
Deputy Speaker, it's an election year and soon voters' minds will start to focus on the choice they face. Let's do a little compare and contrast. So the Liberals opposed our tax cuts for every Australian. They voted against energy rebates for homes and small businesses. They opposed cheaper medicines and cheaper childcare. They blocked, then voted against action on housing, and they opposed free TAFE and cuts to student debt. And that's just in the last 3 years. And what's next? Well, their slogan is back on track. Back to what? Back to secret ministries, rising inflation and deficit after deficit after deficit, back to frozen Medicare rebates, cuts to hospitals and back to a GP tax. Back to no action on housing and a denial of climate change. Speaker, that's not what Bennelong voted for. We deserve better than going back. We deserve a government that listens and acts. It is Labor that has delivered cost of living relief, back-to-back surpluses and more than halved inflation. It is Labor that is investing in urgent care clinics and delivering cheaper medicines. It's Labor that's investing $32 billion to boost housing supply, and it is Labor that is backing students with free TAFE, and we will also wipe 20% off all student debt. There will be a choice at this election, Deputy Speaker, and in Bennelong that choice has to be Labor.
Member for Barker.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In 2021, the former coalition government committed to funding the first step of the Greater Adelaide Freight Bypass. Under the former state Liberal and coalition government, South Australia was put on a trajectory to improve productivity and safety by building the Truro freight route, while a number of strategic planning and business cases got underway towards developing a high-productivity freight network. Since 2022, those opposite have cut, cancelled or delayed almost $30 billion in infrastructure funding, including funding for the critical Truro freight route, just months before shovels were set to hit the ground. For my community in Barker, the Truro freight route is incredibly important. It's important for safety along the Sturt Highway corridor and instrumental in working towards the duplication of the Sturt Highway, which carries vehicles between New South Wales and Adelaide or further west to Perth. This work at Truro is also vital for plans to get heavy vehicles off the South East Freeway and out of the suburbs of Adelaide. If we want to grow this nation's economy improve productivity and safety on our freight routes and address the road safety crisis that is unfolding under Labor, we need those opposite to stop playing politics with roads. Those opposite have wasted a full term in government with no plans for South Australia's wider freight network. All I've seen from those opposite over 2.5 years is putting votes in front of road safety and road investment decisions.
Time. Member for Hasluck.
Deputy Speaker, housing is at the centre of the Albanese government's achievements with the Housing Australia Future Fund, Help to Buy and crisis accommodation addressing real needs. The coalition created a supply problem over the 10 years by failing to act. They didn't even have a housing minister. They didn't care. Now, with an election coming, the only suggestion that the Liberals have is that for young people with an average balance in their super of about $25,000 to raid that super for housing. There are many problems with the Liberal policy, and one is that they don't know how to frame policy for people who don't have $12 million portfolios. And I'm not alone in this assessment. Economists think the coalition policy is ludicrous. 48 out of 49 economists recently polled by the Economist Society of Australia voted it down. Economist Sol Eslick describes it as a thoroughly bad idea. The Super Members Council tells us that in New Zealand, the policy has simply not worked. It's caused a severe spike in housing. It's seen a fall in home ownership for our young people, and it's seen more New Zealanders fall into greater debt. Super Members Council CEO Misha Schubert warns Australians to heed the example in New Zealand and do not let this happen here in Australia. Australians are already getting nervous about the coalition's secret cuts. Now young people have to worry about the coalition cutting into their retirement nest eggs too.
Shame.
Member for Fairfax.
Thank you very much. Labor must be judged not by its promises, but by its performance. 3 years ago, each Labor member in this chamber was out in his or her electorate spruiking promises to change the world. But fast forward, here we are, the final whistle almost blown on this term of government, and the scoreboard tells a very different story from the promises they made. Every single Labor MP in this chamber promised their constituents a $275 reduction in household power bills. But households are now paying up to $1,000 more than Labor promised. Labor promised a more reliable electricity grid, and yet constituents are now anxious about blackouts. Labor promised emissions would go down, yet emissions have gone up. Labor promised that investment would come in. Instead, sovereign risk has gone up. The scoreboard is an utter disgrace, and what we don't want to hear in this next election campaign is Labor MPs just blaming their weak Prime Minister or blaming the zealot ideologue of the Minister. Each and every one of you told an untruth to your residents about $275 cuts.
Order. The member's time has concluded. Give the call to Member Parramatta.
Here's a question, Speaker. Does the Leader of the Opposition want interest rates to come down next week when the RBA meets, or does he want them to stay where they are? Well, unfortunately, today we got an answer to that question, friends. The Leader of the Opposition admitted today that he does not want to see interest rates cut. Here's what he said about the decision next week. He said, the Leader of the Opposition said this today, staggering. He said, you don't want to cut rates and then find they've been cut too early and have to increase rates later on. He went on to say that cutting rates too early would obviously be a real concern to economists and families as well. I don't think he's spoken to too many families, Mr. Speaker. Most families know that with inflation coming down, thanks to the Albanese government, it gives more room for the RBA to deliver welcome interest rate cuts. Interest rate cuts that are now forecast by every major bank and in fact have been implemented by the NAB cutting its fixed rates mortgages last week. Everybody in Australia is looking forward to the dividend of good economic management, except it turns out the Leader of the Opposition, who said today he wants interest rates to stay higher.
order. If members can take their seats as quickly and as quietly as possible. In accordance with Standing Order 43, the time for members' statements has concluded. Give the call to the Prime Minister.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House record its deep regret at the death on 14 December 2024 of the Honourable Kevin James Andrews AM, a former minister and member for Menzies from 1991 to 2022, place on record its appreciation of his meritorious public service and tender its sympathy to his family in their bereavement.
The Prime Minister has the call.
Mr. Speaker, it is a measure of the man that we honour today that throughout the wealth of tributes paid to his life by his colleagues, his opponents, his loved ones and his friends, the same three pillars stand tall in all of them: his deep faith, his belief in public service and his devotion to his family. I want to welcome all the members of the Andrews family joining us today. Margie Andrews, who's here on the floor, accompanied by her dear friend Bernadette Hayes. Emily, Juan, Pat, Martin and Marcella in the gallery. For 31 years, this house was Kevin's second home. But everyone who served here with him, everyone who worked with him, indeed virtually anyone who met him, came away knowing how much all of you meant to him. I spoke with Margie after Kevin's passing. I rang her to ensure that the family were aware of the government offering a state funeral as was entirely appropriate. And I must say the love in this fantastic relationship that they had shone through during that discussion. None of us in public life can serve our country and serve our local community without the sacrifices that our families make. The man that you loved understood everything you gave up to support him, and he was grateful for it every day. Kevin Andrews was someone who did always stand up for his principles and was always courteous and respectful in the manner he advanced them. That did him credit. Some of his principles I disagreed with, but you were able to have a discussion in a courteous way and a respectful way. I must say, Mr. Speaker, in a way that you would like to see, I think, all members of the House conduct themselves. It was who he was, and it gave him enormous credit. As a cabinet minister, his portfolios took him to the political front lines: immigration, social services, defence, and most notably, the battle over work choices during his time as Employment and Workplace Relations Minister. These were very high stakes, high profile roles, and that speaks for the great trust that former Prime Minister Howard and former Prime Minister Abbott, who I spoke with on Kevin's passing, placed in him as a person of integrity and someone who was committed to getting his objectives achieved through this democratic institution, which is so important. This reflects the conviction that Kevin brought to public life, and they also reveal something of the man beyond the arena, because even when he was the standard bearer for policies with which Labor members fiercely disagreed and firmly opposed, Kevin Andrews was regarded by his opponents with true respect and affection. That's not because the arguments that he put forward were an exercise in mere show. It's because he had an instinctive respect for everyone who had answered the call of public service. And he had a rich world of interests and enthusiasms beyond politics, from his famous phantom calls of the Melbourne Cup to all those kilometres he logged on the annual polypedal, raising funds for worthy causes. As former Prime Minister Tony Abbott put it in his moving eulogy he gave at that state funeral in December, there was nothing narrow or politically obsessive about Kevin. It was this breadth of interest, together with his depth of faith, that sustained him right through to the final moments of his life. Just 2 weeks before his passing, he published a history of his local Catholic church. And in the final hours of his life, he was still emailing his publisher about the manuscript of his memoirs. To the last, this was indeed a man determined to fill every page. His life was indeed a very full story indeed. Our condolences to all who loved him. Our condolences to the Liberal Party of Australia, an organisation that he loved and served with loyalty and with distinction. May Kevin Andrews rest in eternal peace.
And on indulgence, the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and I thank the Prime Minister for very dignified, very warm and generous words. I'm honoured to be here to celebrate the life of Kevin James Andrews AM. It's an extension of what's been a long period of mourning for Margie and the family and all of those who were very close to Kevin. 6 years before he was elected to the Parliament, Kevin Andrews visited Washington DC. The young man stumbled across an old political memorabilia shop. On a narrow, dusty shelf, he chanced upon a copy of John F. Kennedy's inaugural address, signed by the 35th President of the United States. That framed speech would hang on the wall of Kevin's office for his more than 30-year career as the member for Menzies. Kevin lived by Kennedy's immortalised words: "Ask not what your country can do for you, ask what you can do for your country." But there was another, less quoted line of that speech which Kevin adored and embodied. President Kennedy said, "Civility is not a sign of weakness, and sincerity is always subject to proof." No one could ever deny Kevin Andrews' civility or his sincerity. Testimony to that fact was the outpouring of love and respect for Kevin from across the political aisle after his untimely death. Born in Sale in Victoria, Kevin was proud to come from the great middle sector of Australia. His parents weren't wealthy, but they were hard-working, running a trucking business and small farm in Gippsland. They inspired in him the diligence and dedication needed for success. As a racing commentator and sports reporter from his early teens, Kevin developed a love of speaking and writing that would equip him so well for his political life to come. But before that, he would spend a decade in the Victorian legal profession as a barrister, and before that, as the associate to the late, great Sir James Gobbo in the Supreme Court of Victoria. In the civil courts, Kevin witnessed the increasing economic plight of Australians. He wanted to make a difference to clients he helped, and his belief in liberalism as the true source of social justice thrust him into politics. Succeeding Neil Brown at a by-election in 1991, Kevin would go on to win the seat of Menzies a record 10 times. As a backbencher, Kevin quickly revealed himself to be a parliamentarian of profound skill and a man of principle driven by his Catholic faith. He campaigned to repeal a then euthanasia law in the Northern Territory, and indeed the Andrews Bill remains one of the few successful private members' bills. Dignified, decent, determined and duty-driven, Kevin was a dependable minister, including in Cabinet. He delivered for Prime Ministers John Howard and Tony Abbott, regardless of the portfolio he was dealt. In charge of aged care, Kevin increased the number of beds, eased administrative burdens for nursing staff and implemented a pricing review. Taking the reins of workplace relations, Kevin led the establishment of a permanent construction industry watchdog, restoring the rule of law to a lawless sector. At the helm of immigration, Kevin introduced the Citizenship Act and strengthened the character provisions under the Migration Act. He recognised the importance of a shared national identity. Overseeing social services, Kevin reformed welfare payments and helped many Australians move from being on pensions back into the workforce where they were able to. In command of defence, Kevin oversaw the establishment of a single force structure, increased rotational exercises with key partners, authorised the replacement of our naval fleet and committed troops to fight the evil ISIS death cult in Iraq and Syria. Not to be forgotten in the pivotal role Kevin played in opposition, where he committed himself to the necessary discipline of policy review and development. In so doing, he helped forge the Coalition's path out of the wilderness. Returning to the backbench, Kevin continued to make commendable contributions to the nation, most notably in bringing in the Magnitsky sanctions and to improve the NDIS. For a man who saw politics as a vocation, it was fitting that Kevin finished his service as Father of the House. Possessing a profound intellect, Kevin Andrews was a prolific writer. Penning many books as well as many columns for The Spectator and Quadrant, Kevin exhibited that rare talent to traverse many styles and many subjects. His monograph of Joseph Lyons is a touching insight into our most reluctant Prime Minister, as Kevin described him. An avid cyclist, Kevin's passion pours forth from the pages of his book on Italian cycling. No doubt the members for Hume and Canning will recall Margie and Kevin's fondness for karaoke night at Polypedal. But as they say, what happens on Polypedal stays on Polypedal, and Margie would be happy to hear that. A proud Conservative, Kevin's collection of speeches, One People, One Destiny, includes an address from 2014 where he said, and I quote, "Conservatives believe custom and convention are preferred to endless and often needless change in the name of progress. Change should be judged according to the unintended consequences as well as the intended." Kevin's most scholarly piece is his 2012 book, Maybe I Do, a staunch defence of marriage and the family as society's foundational building blocks. What Kevin understood academically, he lived personally, for undoubtedly Kevin's greatest achievements were twofold. His marriage to his dear wife Margie, a partner where their attributes and abiding affection amplified them both, and their 5 cherished children, Emily, James, Stuart, Catherine and Benjamin. Kevin Andrews believed that a successful society is a compact across generations. Devoted to God, to his family, to his country and to his party, Kevin Andrews never neglected his role in that compact. To echo Tony Abbott's words at Kevin's state funeral, we are indeed much the poorer for his passing, but we are so much richer for his living. Margie, to you, and it's lovely to see you in the company of Bernadette Hayes, your dear friend today. Thank you, Bernadette, for being there. It's fair to say that Margie's an emotional person and she's felt terribly the loss. She's a person who has been by Kevin's side through every major element of their lives together, public and private. And Margie, the pain that you have felt has been felt, of course, by your family, but by those who have long admired you and the relationship that you've had with Kevin. You are a remarkable person and somebody of great achievement in your own right. But together you were a formidable partnership, and together you created an amazing legacy for your family and for this country. And we pay our respects, our deep respects to you and to your family. May God bless Kevin Andrews and may he rest in peace.
And on indulgence, I give the call to the Honourable Member for Menzies.
Thank you, Speaker. Being the member for Menzies means something. Margie Andrews said that to me 1 week before Kevin died. We were at the Veneto Club in Bulleen. They were celebrating their 51st anniversary. Kevin was with Margie. He was frail but fully present. Margie asked me to be with him as he worked the room one last time. As we moved from table to table, people shared stories. He smiled and he listened. They were happy to see him, and he was happy to be there, as he must have done so many times as their MP. There was a moment, Margie, where it was just us, and I'm grateful I got to tell him this. Kevin, I think of you often, especially in this place, at an adjournment speech, at my desk alone late at night, in the party room nervous to stand as I walk the long corridors. Everything I do for the first time, he did many times. I want you to know I admire you more than you know. Being the member for Menzies doesn't just mean something because it is named after a giant. It means something because its longest-serving member was a giant, a gentle one. You have heard of Kevin's conviction and courage, but Speaker, 2 other markers stand out. The first was his funeral at St. Patrick's Cathedral 2 days before Christmas. At the front were his greatest legacy, you, his family. At the conclusion of the Mass, we turned and we followed you down the aisle. And as I walked down the packed cathedral, to the left and right, I saw people from the community of Menzies. Party members, teachers, shopkeepers, volunteers, neighbours and friends. They had turned up en masse to honour the person who had served them for so long. They were grieving, but they were grateful. The mark of the man was the community that he served. Speaker, the second mark I want to take you to is back to the Veneto Club. The band was playing vintage Italian music. They were playing love songs. Margie, you and Kevin went to the dance floor. You held each other and you danced like it was your first date. You didn't see it, Margie, but his face was beaming, his eyes were closed, he was content, and he was gently holding you. The mark of the man was the love of you, his wife. Vale Kevin Andrews, you were a parliamentarian and a patriot, but most of all, you loved and you were loved. May he rest in peace.
And as a mark of respect to the memory of the Honourable Kevin James Andrews, I ask all present to rise in their places. I thank the House. The call to the Leader of the House.
I move that the debate be adjourned.
The question is the debate be adjourned and the resumption of the debate be made an order of the day for the next sitting. I put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. I call the Leader of the House.
I declare that the resumption of debate on the Prime Minister's motion of condolence in connection with the death of the Honourable Kevin James Andrews is referred to the Federation Chamber.
We shall move to questions without notice. Are there any questions? I'll give the call to the Honourable the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Will the Prime Minister rule out any changes to negative gearing and capital gains treatment on property during his time as Prime Minister?
Order. Members on my right do not need to give commentary when a question is being asked. I don't know how many times I have to tell people that. Order. The Prime Minister has the call. Prime Minister has the call.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I mean, really. They've had a long time to work out questions in this place. You know what our housing policy is. Our housing policy is $32 billion of a Homes for Australia plan. Exactly. That's our plan. That's our plan. Not changes to negative gearing or other things. We actually are a political party that is saying what we are doing. Now, I know that's unfamiliar. Unfamiliar to those opposite. To those opposite.
Order.
Because after 3 years in the job... Oh.
Order. The Prime Minister will pause. The Leader of the Opposition on a point of order.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. On a point of relevance, the Prime Minister was asked a very tight question. It was one sentence. We just asked for a straight answer. Will he rule out changes to negative gearing and capital gains treatment of property during his period as Prime Minister? Can he just say yes or no? Could he be honest with the Australian people?
Resume your seat. Look, order. The members on my right, no, the Leader of the Opposition is entitled to raise his point of order. He's done so. The Prime Minister did directly answer the question. He mentioned negative gearing directly and it said it wouldn't be changed. So that's a direct answer. So I know what you're asked for, and he did give you what in this. Well, he did that. So he's done what you want, so you're going to be quiet now for the remainder of this question. Order. So the Prime Minister will return to the question.
Mr Speaker, yes, that's right. The same person who said civility is not a sign of weakness. But anyway, we'll deal with that. After 3 years in the job, this bloke has had 3 ideas. 1, $10 billion to fund long lunches for business. 2, $600 billion to pay for nuclear reactors. And 3, cuts to everything else to pay for them. They are the only 3 ideas that he has had. And then he comes along here and says, tell us what you won't do. Tell us what you won't do. He doesn't come along here and ask about what we are doing on housing, about the build-to-rent scheme, where I note in my own electorate, yesterday, Chris Minns was there, 500 new homes in Camperdown, just down the road from where I grew up, Pyrmont Bridge Road and Parramatta Road, affordable housing for essential workers. No doubt taking advantage of the build-to-rent scheme that was passed by the Senate last December. Just like he doesn't ask about the Housing Australia Future Fund. That's so important.
The Minister for
Building
Housing.
social and affordable homes for people, providing additional housing for women and children escaping domestic violence, providing additional housing for Indigenous communities, just like he doesn't ask us about Help to Buy or about all those tens of thousands of Australians who've been helped into home ownership as a result of what we have put in place. Well, the Help to Buy scheme is something that was opposed as hostile by those opposite. They know what they're against, they don't know what they're for, and that is why they will be rejected. That is why they are floundering as not an alternative government, but as just this thought bubble that have got to find $600 billion to pay for their nuclear reactors.
The House comes to order. We'll hear from the member for Swan.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Resources and Northern Australia. How will the Albanese Labor government's policies on critical minerals help build a better future for Australia? And what would make Australian workers and the resource sector worse off?
Give call to the Minister for Northern Australia and the Minister for Resources.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and I thank the wonderful member for Swan for her fine question. Australia has all the critical minerals the world needs for electric cars, solar panels and storage batteries, and all the rare earths the world needs for defence technologies like submarines and aircraft. And Labor is building a better future for Australia through our production tax credits for critical minerals, which I'm really pleased to say passed through the other place last night. The Albanese Labor government's production tax credit to critical minerals will bring a 10% tax incentive for more processing facilities here in Australia, and that means more Aussie jobs to build them, more Aussie jobs to operate them, and more Aussie jobs to transport the minerals and refined products that are produced. We have had much support for this policy. The CEO of the Association of Mining and Exploration Companies, Mr Warren Pearce, has said this is the first time any Australian government has put their money where their mouth is for the critical minerals industry. The incentive is a powerful strategic lever that provides the foundation for the future Made in Australia ambitions of the country. It is also the largest ever commitment from an Australian government to critical minerals. This will stimulate billions of new investment in critical minerals processing, which will be far more valuable than the incentives on offer. And of course, Mr Speaker, that is exactly the point, to put our shoulder to the wheel alongside industry to build a new critical minerals resources country in this industry in this country. This is a government, Mr Speaker, that gets things done. It gets things done for the Australian people and gets things done for the resources sector. But I am also asked, Mr Speaker, what would make Australian workers and the resources sector worse off? Well, I don't have to look too far, because there they all sit opposite me. Last night, Mr Speaker, the Coalition betrayed the resources sector. The Coalition were dragged kicking and screaming to a vote last night and then voted against production tax credits. The Coalition voted against the single biggest investment by any government in the resources sector, Mr Speaker. Look, no wonder it was really difficult to get the Liberals to vote in the other place. The poor old WA Liberal senators had to march into the Senate to vote against a policy that Western Australians support, that the Western Australian Liberal leader supports, that the Western Australian National Leader and Leader of the Opposition in Western Australia supports, but the East Coast Opposition Leader and the East Coast Shadow Treasurer refuses to get behind. What another abysmal day for the WA Liberals in this place, where they clearly have demonstrated they have absolutely no influence on the federal coalition party room, no influence or ability to have the Shadow Treasurer or the Leader of the Opposition step back from their really hasty, rash decision that was made on budget night last year. The Coalition has voted against the resources sector.
The House comes to order. We'll hear from the honourable member for Hughes.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Health. Under the Albanese Labor government, 27,000 small businesses have collapsed since the last election. Minister, how many GP clinics have closed since the election of the Albanese Labor government?
Order. Give the call to the Honourable Minister for Health and Aged Care.
Thank you, Speaker. I'll take that question on notice and see if I can get an answer to the member in precise detail. But I will say I've said since before the last election and since that the state of general practice when we came to government was its most parlous in 41 years. Its most parlous in 41 years. Bulk billing was in freefall, and as I've said once or twice at this dispatch box before, they were suffering through the impact of a 6-year freeze on the Medicare rebate. So those opposite, particularly the Leader of the Opposition, when he was Health Minister, decided to freeze the income of general practices while their costs continued to rise. Unsurprisingly, they come under very real pressure. Now, over the last 24 hours, I've signed off on the third increase in the Medicare rebate since we came to government. And of the 3 increases, we've delivered the biggest, the second biggest and the third biggest increases in the Medicare rebate in more than 30 years, since Paul Keating was the Prime Minister. The Deputy Leader of the Liberal Party, when she was Health Minister, did not deliver a single increase to the Medicare rebate. Of course, the Leader of the Opposition, when he was Health Minister, froze the Medicare rebate. So yes, general practice has been under a little bit of pressure.
Order. The Minister will pause. The manager is going to take his point of order now.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. The point of order is on relevance. The question was very tight. The Minister has stated he doesn't know the answer and that he will endeavour to get an answer. That now doesn't mean he can stray into areas that aren't relevant to the question.
Order. The Minister does have 3 minutes to answer the question. I agree with the manager. He has indicated that he will take the details on notice, but he will need to remain relevant to the question. He was asked about small businesses and the specifics around how many GP clinics have closed, so he'll need to talk about, I don't know, GP clinics or not necessarily the opposition policies, otherwise I will have to sit him down. The Minister has the call.
Thank you, Speaker. And that is why, all of that is why, when we came to government, I made it very clear that of all of the myriad pressures on our healthcare system, and there are many, with an ageing population, more chronic disease and the impacts of a once-in-a-century pandemic, there are many pressures on our healthcare system. But of all of them, the one we have focused on more than any other is rebuilding general practice. So I will come back to the member with that precise number. But let's be very clear, and I'm sure the member in her heart of hearts knows this. No government has valued general practice more than this government. No government has invested more in general practice than this government. And as for the Leader of the Opposition and the Deputy Leader of the Liberal Party, the worst and the second worst health ministers in the history of Medicare, we're more than happy to keep debating this issue.
Order. Give the call. The member for Page is now warned. I'd like to hear from the member for Gilmore.
My question is to the Minister for Industry and Science. How is the Albanese Labor government's Future Made in Australia plan creating secure, well-paid jobs for Australian workers? Is the Minister aware of any approaches that would leave Australian manufacturing worse off?
Call to the Minister for Industry and the Minister for Science.
Thanks, Speaker, and thanks also— oh, you should get ready for it. Thanks, Speaker, and thanks to the member for Gilmore for not only the question but for backing manufacturing, particularly in our regions. We have been focused on rebuilding manufacturing capability for a host of reasons. One, Australians want their country to be a nation that makes things. Two, strong economies have to have strong manufacturing capability. Manufacturing makes secure, well-paying jobs and very important to the nation. But the other critical issue is rebuilding manufacturing capability is important in our national economic and strategic interest. We need to be able to stand on our own 2 feet and not be dependent on broken and concentrated supply chains, only relying on a handful of nations for the things that are really important to our country. It's why we stood up the National Reconstruction Fund. It's why recently we stood up the $2 billion investment plan to work with aluminium smelters to give a sustainable long-term future to regional blue-collar communities to make aluminium. But importantly, the other big step happened last night when the Senate passed our production tax credits, particularly important for critical minerals processing, as the Minister for Resources has outlined. And I want to give credit to the Minister for Resources, to the Treasurer as well, for their support on these important initiatives, really critical for the long-term good of the country. But we need to make sure that local supply chains are there to make sure we've got the things we need as we make the transition to net zero. But I'm asked about alternative plans. Where are they? They've spent, the coalition, 3 years and no plans, no policies, no costed policies in particular. And frankly, the reason they have no plans is they have no care. They don't care to be able to put forward what they think is important in the national interest. Their answer or their plan comes in one word: no. When we ask them if they'll support the National Reconstruction Fund, no. When we ask them to support the $2 billion to transition aluminium into a sustainable footing, no. When we ask them for support on production tax credits, no. In fact, their blind opposition has blinded them to how bad they look. Because we had the Australian Greens, they backed our plans on critical minerals and they backed our plans for the National Reconstruction Fund. So the Greens, while those opposite voted no against them, the Greens backed the resources sector and manufacturing, but the Libs and Nats don't support the resources sector and manufacturing. It shows you they have nothing to offer the Australian public except negativity, no plans, no care.
The call to the member for Curtin.
This is a question for the Treasurer. Governments from both sides rely on bracket creep caused by inflation to increase tax over time and surreptitiously fund their additional spending. Do you agree that indexing tax brackets, like 17 other OECD countries have done, would stop us sleepwalking into greater reliance on income taxes and provide greater transparency for taxpayers about new spending?
Give the call to the Treasurer.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and thank you to the honourable member for Curtin for her question. Obviously, I'm aware that there are a range of suggestions around about the next steps in income tax reform, while our focus has been delivering a tax cut for every Australian taxpayer. I do know that about half the OECD is taking the course that you're suggesting. That means about half of the OECD isn't, and countries make their own decisions about these sorts of things. For us, really, one of the defining purposes of this Prime Minister and his government is be to help people earn more and keep more of what they earn. The most important part of that, fundamental part of that, is about getting wages growing again. Real wages are growing again for consecutive quarters, but also the tax cuts are playing a meaningful role as well. There are more or less, to oversimplify, 3 different ways that you can return bracket creep. There's the way that the member for Curtin is proposing, there's the way that those opposite were proposing, which is to just return bracket creep to people who are already on the highest incomes, or that's the Labor way, the way that we have chosen to return bracket creep. And as the Treasury analysis makes clear that we released a little over a year ago now, when we made the changes to the tax cuts, the way that we chose has positive benefits for workforce participation and other benefits as well. And so I do acknowledge that governments have choices to make when it comes to how we return bracket creep. We are frankly proud of the way that we've gone about returning bracket creep, because instead of giving a tax cut to some taxpayers, as those opposite were proposing, we're giving a tax cut to every Australian taxpayer. And they are rolling out right now, and they're helping Australians with these cost of living pressures which are enduring. The final point I would make is this, and again I make this point respectfully. I listened to the member for Curtin and her colleagues on all of these sorts of issues in a genuine and a respectful way. But the difference between the ideas which are offered up from the crossbench and the ideas that we're able to pick up and run with in a government is we have to make it all add up. And we have to make sure that our tax reform priorities are balanced with our priorities when it comes to public investment, to make sure that all of those things are calibrated. But having said that, Mr Speaker, I say again I thank the member for Curtin for her question, for her interest, along with other crossbench colleagues, in genuine tax reform, and I note the genuine tax reform that's being rolled out right now in the economy.
Call to the member for Paterson.
How is the Albanese Labor government supporting Australia's resource and manufacturing industries, Prime Minister? Are there any alternative approaches that would leave people worse off?
Call to the Prime Minister.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. And I thank the member for Paterson for her question. And indeed, when I was at Tomago with the member for Paterson and the member for Hunter and my ministerial colleagues, it was a great day securing jobs there, which are so important for the Hunter region. And indeed, our government's plan for a future made in Australia is about Australian workers making more things here. I met with the CEO of Rio Tinto just yesterday as well, the global CEO who was here, welcoming the work that we had done to secure the future of the aluminium industry here in Australia. We want to make sure that we don't just export our resources and buy back the finished products. We want to make things here. We want to add value here, turning the resources the world needs into products the world wants. And last night, our production tax credits passed the Senate, opposed by those opposite, but supported by the crossbenchers in the Senate. Very important that they backed jobs, and they backed Western Australia, but they also backed our industries in Queensland, in New South Wales, in Victoria and Tasmania. Our aluminium industry is a great Australian industry. According to the peak body, aluminium is Australia's highest earning manufacturing export. The industry directly employs more than 20,000 people, and it indirectly supports another 55,000. Australia produced 1.5 million tonnes of aluminium in 2022. Now, those opposite voted against this legislation for production tax credits last night, but they also have a record of opposing the aluminium industry and indeed wanting it set offshore. Now, the Shadow Treasurer, when he was a consultant, delivered a presentation on competition in the minerals sector. A full presentation, including a killer slide that read, "In aluminium, we are missing our chance to replace..."
Order. The Prime Minister will pause. The Leader of the Opposition is going to pause. The Shadow Treasurer will just give it a rest so I can hear from the Manager.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. It goes to relevance. I can see the question asked for invited a compare and contrast. We're not even talking about comments from the Shadow Treasurer when he was a Member of Parliament or a Minister in the former government. God knows when the Prime Minister is referencing how long ago, cannot be relevant even to an expansive view of that question.
If the order, I'm not sure what document the Prime Minister is reading from, but if he's reading from a document from a presentation, he's going to have to make his answer very relevant to what he was asked about to make sure that it is directly relevant. He has the call.
Indeed, I'll certainly do that, Mr Speaker, because I was asked about the industry, and this explains the ideological position of those opposite who want manufacturing sent offshore. And they've done that for a long period of time.
Order.
And here's the quote. In
Order.
aluminium, we are missing our chance to replace
Order.
uncompetitive processing with bauxite exports. And by killer slide, I mean job killer. That's what they want. In his case, he said this, in aluminium, there are few prospects for growth. We cannot compete in processing. Australian aluminium smelting is uncompetitive on both capital and operating costs.
Prime
and I note that he says that's right.
The
they've never supported jobs here and they've never supported...
Order. Prime Minister, seeking to table document.
Yes, Mr Speaker. I table the report that shows their support for sending the aluminium industry offshore.
Okay. The order. The House comes to order. We'll hear from the honourable member for Longman.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Health. Minister, GP bulk billing rates in my electorate of Longman were at 93% in 2019 before COVID. Under the Albanese Labor government, they've fallen to as low as 79%. Australian families are already facing a cost of living crisis, a housing crisis and an energy bill crisis. Why are my constituents now having to endure a bulk billing crisis under this minister?
Order. Order. Call to the Minister for Health and Aged Care.
Why is there a bulk billing crisis in Australia? Who said there are too many free Medicare services in this country? Who tried to abolish bulk billing altogether? And who, when he couldn't get that GP tax through, froze the Medicare rebate for 6 long years?
The Minister, no. No. Members on my right. Members from my right. Minister for the Environment. When the House comes to order, there's far too much noise. I want to hear from the member for Page on a point of order.
Thank you, Speaker. Again from this minister, the point of order is hubris. Speaker.
Resume your seat. No. Resume your seat, and you may keep walking out of the chamber. Look. Members obviously want question time to be robust, but that sort of behaviour is not befitting. To simply raise a point of order to do that is completely disrespectful to every member and to every Australian that is watching question time. The Minister has the call.
Too many.
Thank you, Speaker. As I said yesterday, I think in response to the member for Longman, when we came to government, the College of Doctors said that bulk billing was in freefall and the general practice was at a tipping point. It was very clear why that was, because the Medicare rebate had been frozen for 6 years. And as I said, I think in response to the former member, 6 years of freezing a GP's income while their costs continue to increase is going to have a pretty obvious result. Bulk billing was under enormous pressure. We've done a whole range of things about that. But I did want to talk about something the Leader of the Opposition said yesterday, and he's been interjecting across the table again, as is his wont, to the member for Sydney. He's tried to draw some sort of equivalence between a measure in the 2013 budget to realign Medicare indexation with the financial year, a measure which in the budget papers that he referred to selectively yesterday.
No, the minister's going to pause. The member asked a question about bulk billing crisis, and the minister is giving contest about why he doesn't believe that is the case. It is impossible for you to raise a point of order on relevance when you ask such a broad question at the end of... So I'm not hearing the point of order. If it's on relevance, you'll follow the member for Page. So just giving you fair warning. The member for Longman on a point of order.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it is on only because I did not ask about 2013.
No. Resume your seat. Resume your seat. Order. Members on my right, we are going to have order today, and we are going to do question time in a dignified manner. I can appreciate the member was asking the question, but when I explained to him with a question about why do you now have bulk billing rates that are in crisis, of course the minister is going to give his view on why he doesn't think that or why he believes that is the case. I gave you a fair go. You're going to leave the chamber under 94A. Yes, the manager of opposition business on a point of order.
Well, thanks, Mr. Speaker. Firstly, the member is entitled to raise a point of order. He's entitled to be heard. To exercise 94A in the instance where somebody, a questioner, who's asking a question about his electorate. This was not a question full of invective. It was a question that referred to bulk billing rates in his electorate. He's entitled to take a point of order on relevance, seeking answers for his electorate. So, Mr. Speaker, we have an issue with him not being heard, and secondly, to be removed from the House for exercising his right is a huge concern.
So I'll just deal with this. So I was anticipating this, so I have followed previous Speaker Smith's example, who did exactly the same thing on the 29th of July 2019, when he refused a point of order for exactly the same manner, on the 19th of August 2019, when the then Minister for Population, Cities and Urban Infrastructure was being questioned. And indeed, the leader of the manager of opposition business at the time was treated the same way. So the consistency is there. So if people want to take points of order, they will give them that. Now, yourself and the Leader of the Opposition, the Deputy Leader, the Leader of the Nationals do get certain allowances for the seniority you have. But to simply disrupt question time, when I made it clear to the House that the Minister was being directly relevant because he was asked such a broad question, is entirely what has happened before and will continue in that manner. The Minister for Health in continuation, and I'm going to ask him to be directly relevant.
Thank you, Speaker. Explaining the answer to the last part of the member's question about why we have a bulk billing crisis. Yesterday, the Leader of the Opposition tried to draw that equivalence between one measure in the 2013 budget that sought to realign indexation at the beginning of the financial year to his measure in the 2014 budget that sought to introduce a GP tax on every single Australian patient. And when he couldn't get that through in the mid-year budget update later that year, it very clearly says in the MyEFO papers that because he couldn't get that through, instead the indexation of MBS rebates would be frozen for 4 long years. Now, I've said it was 6 years, perhaps only the Leader of the Opposition did 4 of those years. Former Prime Minister Scott Morrison then extended that for another 2 years in 2016 and 2017. And you wonder why there's pressure on bulk billing. Unlike that, what this government did was triple the bulk billing incentive, stop the free fall, has seen an increase in bulk billing over the last 12 months in every single state and territory, and last year delivered 6 million additional free visits to the doctor.
Call to the member for Bennelong.
My question is to the Treasurer. How is the Albanese Labor government's responsible economic management helping to ease cost of living pressures? Are there any alternative approaches that would leave people worse off?
Give the call to the Treasurer.
Thank you, Speaker, and thanks to the member for Bennelong for his question and for his work on the House Economics Committee as well. He knows that the defining feature of this Labor government is responsible economic management, and he knows that we have maintained a focus on fighting inflation and helping with the cost of living. And that's what the tax cuts are all about: the energy bill relief, cheaper early childhood education and medicines, rent assistance, free TAFE and better wages. All of that opposed by those opposite, and all of that delivered while we turned two big Liberal deficits into two substantial Labor surpluses. Now, because of our efforts, Mr Speaker, inflation is down, wages are up and unemployment is low. Now, we know that people are still under pressure. We know that there is still more work to do, but together as Australians, we have made substantial and now sustained progress in the fight against inflation. It's why Westpac yesterday and ANZ today both substantially lowered their forecasts for both headline and underlying inflation this quarter and next quarter as well, Mr Speaker. Now, the biggest risk to household budgets in 2025 is sitting over there with his back to us, Mr Speaker. Australians would be thousands of dollars worse off if he had his way, and they will be worse off still if he wins the election. There's an election due in the next 3 months, Mr Speaker, and that means it's been almost 3 years now that they've had to come up with costed, coherent and credible economic policies, and they haven't been able to do it. All they have is secret costs and secret cuts. No costings on long lunches. No costings on their nuclear fantasy to push up electricity prices. No costings on their raid on super, which will push up house prices. No costings for the golden ticket visa that he promised at a fundraiser, Mr Speaker. And they can't even get their story straight. The Leader of the Opposition says, of course, they'll cut 36,000 jobs. The Leader of the Nationals said yesterday they'll cut, quote, hardly any. The Leader of the Opposition says that golf days are not part of their long lunch policy. The Shadow Treasurer says that they're in. Now, this is worse than some kind of harmless shambles, Mr Speaker. It's a cuts and costings con job, and it will make Australians worse off because they can't find $10 billion a year for long lunches, or the $350 billion they said they'd cut, or the $600 billion they'd need for nuclear reactors, without coming after Medicare again, or housing, or pensions, or veterans, or natural disaster relief, Mr Speaker. And that's why this election is a simple choice: a coalition of cuts and conflict, making people worse off and taking Australia backwards, or this Labor government and this Prime Minister making progress on inflation, helping with the cost of living, strengthening Medicare and building Australia's future.
Call to the member for Sturt.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Health. Minister, GP bulk billing rates in my electorate of Sturt were at 79% in 2019 before COVID. Under the Albanese Labor government, they've fallen as low as 69%. Wow. Australian families are already facing a cost of living crisis, a housing crisis and an energy bill crisis. Why are my constituents now having to endure a bulk billing crisis?
Give the call to the Minister for Health and Aged Care.
We tried to end bulk billing.
The Treasurer cease requesting. Minister for Health and Aged Care has full.
Thank you, Speaker. I thank the member for his question. I very much enjoyed visiting his electorate more frequently over recent times with the terrific Labor candidate there, Claire Clutterham. Well, I can tell you gets health. She gets health. I'm not sure from that question the current member for the eastern suburbs of Adelaide understands health. But I'm very pleased to get another opportunity to explain to those opposite why we've seen a slide in bulk billing. And I again say, perhaps after question time, go and have a talk to your leader about what happened to Medicare over the last 10 to 15 years, because the truth is those opposite have never supported bulk billing. The father of the modern Liberal Party, John Howard, called bulk billing an absolute rort. He fought it tooth and nail, election after election. When they finally had to raise the white flag on the total abolition of Medicare, John Howard got his protege, the Leader of the Opposition, instead to try and kill it with the death of 1,000 cuts, by making sure that every single patient in Australia, every time they went to the doctor, would have to pay a fee. And when we blocked him doing that, instead he did second best. He imposed a freeze on Medicare rebates, which unsurprisingly caused bulk billing to start to slide. Now, we're trying to turn that around. We tripled the bulk billing incentive, which is exactly what the College of General Practitioners asked us to do. And when we did it, when the Treasurer did it in the 2023 budget, the College said that would be a game changer. And it has stopped the slide in every single state and territory. And if the member for Sturt had any interest in South Australia, he'd know that the second biggest increase in bulk billing since we tripled the bulk billing incentive has been in his state of South Australia. So I say this. We're not going to take lectures on bulk billing from a party that has spent 41 years trying to dismantle the universal health mission of Medicare, a system that we created, that we delivered, that we have fought hard every one of those 41 years to defend. And now we inherited the mess that the Leader of the Opposition created. We're fighting hard to strengthen now.
Give the call to the member for Cunningham.
My question is to the Minister for Housing. How is the Albanese Labor government helping people dealing with housing stress? What have been the challenges in delivering that help, and are there any other approaches that would leave people worse off?
Call to the Minister for Housing and the Minister for Homelessness.
Thanks, Mr Speaker, and I want to thank the member for Cunningham for her question. She's a huge housing advocate, and of course we announced a couple of weeks ago that our government is directly funding new affordable homes right in her community in the Illawarra through the Housing Australia Future Fund. Mr Speaker, we've had some good economic news recently, but there's no question that many Australians are facing real pressures right now, and housing is a big part of that picture. Whether it's families living in insecure rentals, or whether it's that generation of young people who feel that home ownership is slipping out of their reach, we've got a housing crisis in our country which has been cooking for a generation. Now, we know that the long-term fix here is to build, build, build. And that's why, after the wasted decade, the Commonwealth is back, leading on housing and investing $32 billion. Speaker, we're building 55,000 social and affordable homes around the country with our big housing build. That's part of the 1.2 million homes we're working to build with the states. We're training more tradies, we're creating more infrastructure, and we're directly investing in homes ourselves, just like the Australian government used to. Speaker, in round one of the Housing Australia Future Fund, we'll deliver 13,700 new homes for Australians. Speaker, just in that round, that's more social and affordable housing than those opposite delivered in their entire 9 years in office. And I want you to remember, Speaker, too, that for most of that period they were in office, they were so checked out of this problem, they didn't even have a Commonwealth Housing Minister. Now, Speaker, unfortunately that attitude has continued to the wrecking and blocking that we've seen from the opposition on housing over the last 3 years. The opposition leader blocked the Housing Australia Future Fund, personally delaying the construction of tens of thousands of social and affordable homes that our country desperately needed. The opposition leader blocked 40,000 aged care workers and nurses from getting into home ownership, and he'll abolish that program too if he's elected. The opposition opposed Build to Rent, which will create 80,000 new rental homes. They even oppose our national housing target, Speaker. Now, imagine looking at the situation we face today and thinking that the answer is to cut billions out of our housing approach and lower the nation's ambitions. Now, Speaker, what frustrates me so much about this is that when the Liberals want to find money for the things that they value, they do it. They'll move heaven and earth for taxpayer-funded caviar and steak tartare for the boss. But God help you if you're looking for more Commonwealth investment in housing. On that side of the chamber, they're hungry for subsidised long lunches. On this side, Speaker, we're hungry for more housing. That's why our government is investing billions in social and affordable homes Australia needs. We want more affordable housing. They want more affordable corporate lunches. It's all about priorities, isn't it, Speaker?
Give a call to the honourable member for Hume.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Treasurer. Prior to the last election, the Prime Minister ruled out any changes to superannuation. Why is the Treasurer persisting, for the first time in our history, to tax unrealised capital gains on superannuation assets?
give the call to the Treasurer.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. It's becoming clearer and clearer to us that they had a very different question time pack in mind for today. And so they've gone back to the reserve pack and all of the old chestnuts, Mr Speaker, all of the questions that we've answered before in this place and outside this place as well,
Order.
which I'm happy to repeat for him, Mr Speaker. What we are proposing to do is for people with balances more than $3 million in superannuation to make a very modest change to turn very concessional tax arrangements into concessional tax arrangements for people with the biggest balances, Mr Speaker. And we announced this policy more than 2 years ago, Mr Speaker.
Order. Order. I'm just going to ask the Shadow Treasurer to cease objecting for the remainder of this answer. Order. Minister for Social Services will cease objecting as well. The Treasurer will return to the question.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. He's taken a break from trying to chase the aluminium industry out of Australia to interject about a policy which has been publicly announced for more than 2 years now. And if he's the Shadow Treasurer, he should know a couple of things. He should know that unrealised gains are calculated elsewhere in the superannuation system. If he's the Shadow Treasurer, he should understand that the arrangements for tax on superannuation would still be concessional for the 0.5% of people who would be impacted by the modest change that we are proposing. Now, Mr Speaker, in fairness to the Shadow Treasurer, he has made his opposition to this measure clear. I understand that. And so the onus is on him now to find the couple of $2 billion a year that this would raise when it's fully mature. And we know where he'll go looking for those savings, Mr Speaker. And again, that goes to the difference between the parties. We think we can make concessional arrangements at the very top end of super a little bit less concessional and raise money to fund our efforts to strengthen Medicare. Those opposite, if they're given the chance to find those couple of $2 billion each year, they'll go after Medicare again because they did it last time. They'll go after housing. They'll go after pension indexation. And those are the choices that are available to both sides of the House, Mr Speaker, and that's the difference between the parties.
The Treasurer's completed his answer. Give the call to the member for McNamara.
Thank you very much, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Education. What is the Albanese Labor government doing to build a better and fairer school education system? And what alternative approaches to education would leave Australians worse off?
The Minister for Education has a call.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker, and can I thank my friend, the magnificent member for McNamara, for his question. Mr Speaker, he knows, we all know, that when the Liberals were last in power, they ripped the guts out of school funding. $30 billion was ripped out of schools, and they were so proud of it, they set it all out in this document, Budget 2014 Overview. Not so much a smoking gun as it was a chainsaw. And we're still dealing with the consequences of that budget, ripping $30 billion out of schools today. Because over the last 10 years, the number of students finishing high school has dropped from 83% to 73%. That's in public schools, where that funding was ripped out. And remember, this is happening at a time where it's more important to finish school than ever before, more important than when we were kids. And this is what we've got to turn around. That's what the agreements that we've now struck with Western Australia, with South Australia, with Victoria, with Tasmania, with the Northern Territory and the ACT are all about. And we want to do the same with New South Wales and with Queensland. Together, this is the biggest new investment in public education by an Australian government ever. And it's not a blank cheque. This is tied to real and practical reform. Things like evidence-based teaching, things like phonics checks and numeracy checks in Year 1 to identify children who need additional help, and then making sure that they get that help through more individualised support. Things like catch-up tutoring. A lot of parents spend a lot of money on tutoring. The difference here is this is free, and it'll save mums and dads a lot of money and provide their kids with the support that they need to catch up, to keep up and to finish school, to help our children get the best possible start in life.
what every mum and dad wants for their kids and what every child deserves. This is all about priorities. Free tutoring for our kids under Labor or free lunches for bosses under the Liberals. Because if the Liberals win the next election, all of this funding for free tutoring is gone. They'll rip the money out just like they did last time. The Leader of the Opposition, old Tony Abbott 2.0 over there, says he'll cut, but doesn't have the guts to say where he'll cut. But you don't have to be Einstein to work it out. It'll be just what they did last time. As the Treasurer said, it'll be Medicare, it'll be pensions, it'll be housing, it'll be veterans, and it'll be this: cutting funding from our schools, cutting funding from our kids' futures. How cooked is that?
Call to the honourable member for Fowler.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Prime Minister, since my election in May 2022, I've repeatedly raised concerns about the rising cost of living. As your government's term ends, what real reforms will you introduce now to fix the electricity market and bring down energy prices for families, small businesses and councils who are now paying double just to keep the street lights on, with those costs passed down to ratepayers? Australia need more than just a one-off $300 Band-Aid rebate.
Call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for her question in both the capacity as the member for Fowler and as the Deputy Mayor of the council that she refers to in Fairfield. And I thank the member for the very terrific event that she and I was with, along with the member for McMahon, the member for Werra, the candidate for Fowler, Tu Lee, and others successfully celebrating 50 years, in particular, of Vietnamese migration to Australia, when refugees were welcomed in Australia and where the Vietnamese community have made an extraordinary effort and contribution to our nation. When it comes to cost of living, of course, the most important thing that we could do is to get inflation down. And what we have done is deliver inflation down to 2.4%. When we inherited it, at the time of the election of the member for Fowler, inflation, she will recall, had a 6 in front of it and was rising. It's now got a 2 in front of it, is falling. And one of the things that I talked with people about there in Fairfield on Saturday evening was about the fact that real wages are increasing. Real wages are increasing. And in addition to that, the member for Fowler's electorate has particularly benefited from the fact that every single one of her constituents who's a worker, working hard for their families, got a tax cut as a result of the changes that we put in place. Because we want people to earn more and to keep more of what they earn.
Order. The Prime Minister will pause. The member for Fowler on a point of order.
Relevance, Speaker. I asked about what reforms will the Prime Minister, the government, introduce now to fix the electricity market and bring down energy prices?
Well, the Prime Minister was also, in your question, was about the issue of cost of living. I can appreciate that you want part of the question answered, but the Prime Minister is entitled to answer the question and to be directly relevant, and talking about inflation and tax cuts is addressing the direct relevance of the question, so he is being directly relevant, but I'll make sure he remains directly relevant for the remainder of his answer. Thanks
very much, Mr Speaker. And the constituents in Fowler have also benefited from cheaper medicines. More than $1 billion has been saved. And of course, for an electorate with a lower than average socio-economic outcome, our cost of living measures have been unapologetically aimed at particularly assisting low and middle income earners. And there aren't too many billionaires live in Fowler, and we have ensured that everyone's got a tax cut, people are benefiting from cheaper medicines, many of her constituents are benefiting from free TAFE, the urgent care clinics are reducing the costs of people getting health. The cracking down of supermarkets is making a difference as well on inflation. And indeed, when it comes to energy, of course, the member for Fowler, I'm sure, supported our $300 rebates that are making a difference. 75, 75, 75, 75. Clicking on to those bills, reducing the bills that people have to pay, as well as reducing the bills of all of these small businesses in the member for Fowler's electorate.
Has concluded. Order. I give the call to the honourable member for Solomon.
Yeah, thanks, Speaker. My question is the Minister for Veterans Affairs and Defence Personnel. What has the Albanese Labor government done to get through the backlog of veteran compensation claims? And are there any threats to this progress that would leave Australian veterans worse off?
Give the call to the Minister for Veterans Affairs and the Minister for Defence Personnel.
Well, thank you, Speaker, and I thank the member for Solomon for his very important question. I also thank him for his great advocacy on behalf of all of the veterans in the Northern Territory in his seat of Solomon, and of course recognise his service in our Defence Force as well. And as the member for Solomon said, when we came to government, the Department of Veterans Affairs was so severely under-resourced that there were some 42,000 veteran claims that were still waiting initial review by the department. That meant that veterans were waiting years and years for their claims for liability, so they could access healthcare, so they could access compensation, waiting for those claims to be processed. Back in estimates hearings in November 2022, the former Secretary of the Department confirmed that the resourcing that had been provided by the previous government for the Department of Veterans Affairs meant that that backlog would never have been cleared. The Albanese government engaged 500 additional claims processing staff in DVA specifically to deal with this backlog. We have worked through that backlog. We are now seeing claims processed faster than ever before, making sure that veterans can get access to the support and the services that they need and that they deserve. Meanwhile, though, the Leader of the Opposition is saying that he wants to cut back on those staff that provide those vital services. He's saying he wants to get rid of those jobs. And it's not just the jobs of people that process the claims, it's the people that process the invoices for the in-home supports, it's the people that make sure that taxis get booked to take veterans to their appointments, it's the people in the department that make sure hospital bills get paid, that make sure that hearing aids can be approved. All of these different staff that support our veterans, that's what the Leader of the Opposition says he wants to cut. But then we hear from the Leader of the National Party, oh, no, actually we don't want to cut any of those people. Well, we always talk about the division that's created by the opposition. I didn't realise it was going to be within their own team about whether they're going to support veterans or not. On this side, we're about making sure that veterans and their families get the support that they need and deserve. The opposition is putting that support at risk because they are putting the jobs in the Department of Veterans Affairs at risk. That means that under the Leader of the Opposition, under the Liberal Party, but also under the National Party, we will see that Australian veterans are going to be worse off.
Call to the Prime Minister.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I ask further questions to be placed on the notice paper.
The member for Nichols has indicated order. The member for Nichols has indicated he is seeking the call. Order. I'll hear from the member for Nichols.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Understanding Order 68, I'm able to make a personal explanation in relation to a matter of a personal nature.
Does the member claim to be misrepresented?
Yes,
you may proceed.
I do. Debate in the Federation Chamber last night, I moved a private member's motion in the classroom relating to classroom behaviour, and I was discussing Senate inquiry recommendations about giving teachers tools to deal with this. And in that debate, I intimated that my experience has been informed by a number of factors, including the fact that my mother was a high school teacher in the state system for over 30 years. And in an attack on my position, the member for Lawler, the Chief Government Whip, said, if I have to hear from one more male member in this place about how they know about schools because their mum was a teacher or because they went to school, well, as a profession we'd like to be valued for the work they do. I'm proud of my mother, her service and my relationship with her and its impact on my values and understanding.
Order. Members on my right. Member for Nichols.
Teachers in Australia and as an anathema to the kind of gentler parliament we seek.
Order. Members on my right. Members are entitled to explain where they've been misrepresented, and members on my right shall not interject to all members of the House when they are taking a personal explanation. It's highly disorderly. In non-indulgence, I give the call to the Assistant Treasurer and the Minister for Financial Services.
Thanks so much, Speaker. Well, it's 15 years since I first stood in this chamber. In fact, it's in the seat now occupied by my friend, the member for Canberra. I'm now a bit fatter, a bit greyer, but still full of optimism for the potential of this parliament to transform the lives of Australians and our country for the better. I want to thank my electorate for returning me here to represent them through 5 elections. Much has changed over those 15 years. The boundaries of my electorate, the name of my electorate and the demographics. I was first elected as the member for Throsby, but assuming the title of the member for Whitlam in honour of the former Labor Prime Minister when he passed away. There are now suburbs where cows once grazed and horses roamed. But together, over many, many years, we have achieved great things. In my first term here as an MP, a backbench MP in the Gillard government, we worked hard to ensure this and secure the future of our steel industry. It was hard work with big and difficult decisions to be made, but because of those decisions, we have a steelworks which remains the defining feature of our region today. It's making profits and providing valuable jobs to thousands and thousands of local families. We've got a world-class university which is educating thousands of local students. My number is 8507404. The hint is in the first 2 numbers. It's attracting thousands more to the region. For many, the degree that hangs upon their wall at home is the first such degree that has appeared in that household ever. And I'm proud of that. We've got TAFE colleges which are helping to train the workers much in need of skills and providing the skills that will drive productivity for generations to come. In fact, the TAFE colleges are the reason that my family moved to the Illawarra. My father trained generations of steel workers who worked in the steelworks before he passed away. We've funded halls, we've built bridges, we've upgraded roads and sport fields and provided support to community organisations. All of this is good stuff, but the real legacy is not mine, and certainly not mine alone, but the ones that I've contributed to as a part of a team, a Labor team through Labor governments. We've rolled out the NBN to suburbs. We've provided a national disability insurance scheme for families, providing dignity and sustenance where once none existed. We're rebuilding TAFE and including free TAFE. We're reducing the HECS debts for thousands and thousands of Australian students, and we're doing the slow but essential work of restoring Medicare. When I first got here, my kids were knee-high. They're now young adults. My daughter Jessica is up there with us in the chamber. I'm immensely proud of both of my children. Paddy, who I've spoken about in this chamber before, is at school today, completing his HSU year. Jessica is here. She's finishing her studies to become a nurse, and God knows Australia needs more nurses. Yeah. My children are amazing humans, but today I want to pay tribute to their mum, Julia, her partner Luke, and her mum Sally, and her dad Michael, and his wife Adrian. They've done so much to raise my children while I've been absent from our household. And I want them to know that I never took it for granted, and I'll be eternally grateful. I'm really sad that my mum Margaret, who was here for my first speech, and my brother Adam won't be here for my last because sadly they've passed away in my time in this place. I'm really rapt that that big unit up there, my brother Luke, is here as the representative of my family, and I'm grateful for his friendship, and I'm looking forward to spending more time with you too, mate. My sister Mandy is not here, obviously. This is a difficult time of year for her. It's almost 3 years to the day where I stood in this chamber and I spoke of the passing of her son, Ollie, my nephew. I always think about him at this time of year, and I hope for a better world for children to come. In March last year, Brooke and I were married. Ours is a true love story. You know, she's smart and charismatic. She has a smile that lights up a room. And she's my person. And on marrying her, I escalated to the president of the National Society for Men Boxing Above Their Weight. I don't know what the blokes in the room are laughing about. I've seen the membership register, and every one of the blokes here is a member of that society for so many reasons. I'm looking forward to the honeymoon that we didn't have and those weekends that we know very little about. I'd like to spend a moment, if I could, just to reflect upon some what I think have been great achievements of all the governments that I've been in this parliament and experienced over those last 15 years. I want to start with a reflection on what I thought was a really brilliant contribution by former Prime Minister Julia Gillard, which I don't think has had enough recognition. Former Prime Minister Gillard established a Royal Commission into child sex abuse. Over 4 years, it heard stories from thousands of Australians of abuse at the hands of churches and other institutions. There were over 1,000 individual contributions, 8,000 private sessions, 26,000 letters and emails, leading to over 2,500 referrals to police. What was so important about this was that for decades, the victims had been denied. Their stories, if ever told, were contested, and they were told they were not true. I can say, because I was a part of some of those early discussions, establishing this Royal Commission wasn't inevitable. It was contested, including in this chamber. It wasn't inevitable. It took courage, and I thank the former Prime Minister for it. And when we established that Royal Commission, we sent a message. The message was that we see you, we hear you, and we believe you. You know, we often speak in this place of strength and weakness, and we reduce those concepts of strength to mean power over others. I think there's another kind of strength. It's the strength that comes from the things that you overcome, and the strength that knows it's more important to do things with and for people than to them. The Royal Commission was a really painful experience for survivors, but a necessary piece of truth-telling and reconciliation. Survivors, including me, appreciate it. A point I've never disclosed because I didn't want to be defined by it, and because I didn't want to detract attention from those who, unlike me, didn't have a voice, didn't have access to power to tell their story. There is power in being seen, being heard, and being believed. I want to acknowledge the role played by former Prime Minister Morrison. You know, there was so much that we had rancour and disagreement about during those COVID years, but I was a part of an opposition that genuinely tried to raise above the partisan. And so what's in the national interest here? We should agree where we can, and even if we might disagree on some of the minute details, for God knows, everyone knows my view about early access to super. But we put those issues aside and said there is a national challenge here. it was a really powerful reminder of the role and the importance of government. You'll all recall in those early weeks when we knew we were going into lockdown, all of us walked past or drove past the Centrelink offices, and it burnt into our minds that there were lines of people snaking around the block, most of whom had stood in a queue at Centrelink for the first time in their life. And it's at moments like that we were reminded of the importance of government and the people who work for government. You know, within a few weeks, the Australian Tax Office, whose principal business is to collect revenue, was converted from an organisation that collects revenue to an organisation that distributed it. As in excess of 18,000 workers took their laptops, went to their kitchens or their bedrooms and operated from home, keeping households afloat, keeping small businesses afloat. And I don't think that they've ever received the acknowledgement that all of those workers deserve. Today, there are government workers on the ground in Townsville providing post-flood support. And it'll be those frontline service agencies, whether it's the disaster relief agencies or Centrelink, the other services who are providing those first-in emergency services and information to thousands of Australians when we need it. They're coordinating disaster relief, they're patrolling the oceans to our north, they're going out in boats for weeks at a time. They're public servants. They're patrolling our borders. They're doing the detailed work and design to procure submarines or the equipment that keeps our troops in the field safe and secure. They're processing veterans' entitlements, access to essential mental health supports or payments to keep them sustained. They're providing cyber security, they're preparing budgets, they're mapping our oceans or ensuring that we have a detailed knowledge of all the minerals that this great nation has as a part of its bounty. It's a really important reminder to me that our government, our national parliament, and the people who work for it really matter. And I've got to say, like, you can get a headline for saying we're going to slash 35 or 45,000 workers from our government. But these are the people we're talking about. You know, you can do it. We've seen the movie. You can slash those workers. We've seen the movie. We know what'll happen. There'll be winners and there'll be losers. The losers will be the Australian people. The winners will be the labour hire companies and the consultants. We can go back there. It is available to us, but I would suggest that it's a really bad call. I want to thank the Prime Minister for a bunch of things, but frankly I want to thank him for backing a future mate here. I grew up in a manufacturing region. The year before I left school, the steelworks halved its workforce. It's the reason I ended up a lawyer and not a boilermaker. We can argue whether that was a good career choice or not. But I understand the importance of a decent, secure job, a skilled job, and the importance of industry to a region and to a country, because a country that makes stuff knows stuff. It has the important engineering skills, the biotechnical skills, all the skills that go into those complex engineering and production processes. Making stuff matters. And I want to thank the Prime Minister and my friend, the Member for Industry, and a bunch of other things for backing that project. I strongly believe in. The world's changed. We need sovereign capability and we need a vision to drive it. And you've got to have to ask yourself, if it's not a future made in Australia, where's our future going to be made? If it's not a future made in Australia, where is it going to be made? And it's not going to be a secure future. I want to reflect very briefly on my role as the Assistant Treasurer, the Minister for Financial Services, which has taken in the Consumer Affairs portfolio as well, responsibilities that I've had the honour of holding for over 6 years now. I've taken the approach that you're always going to get a better result if you have deep engagement with all of your stakeholders, not just some of it. So I've engaged deeply with the consumer advocates, with all the associations and businesses across the industry. And I think it's been absolutely critical to getting the outcomes we have. And in a parliament that's shaped like this one and a Senate that's shaped like that one over there, building stakeholder consensus means you get a political consensus, and if you need legislative change, that's the best way to get it, and I've put a lot of effort into doing that. I'd like to say a few words about that rancorous topic of superannuation. Everyone knows how passionate I am. I was there at the very beginning of it. I'm older than I look. I've often thought, and I've always puzzled on this, if you were a complete stranger to the history of superannuation, but you knew about the political philosophies of the Coalition and Labor, and you came here and you observed our system, you would probably form the conclusion that superannuation was established by the Coalition. Because it's an essentially liberal idea. It's about self-preservation, and it's about making a small contribution on a weekly or fortnightly basis to ensure that you aren't reliant on somebody else when you retire. What could be more liberal than a philosophy of self-reliance? So it has always just driven me nuts that this has been such an issue of political rancour in this country when you think of it like that. I strongly believe it. I think our economy is stronger. I think our society is stronger for it. And I've been very proud to work with my friend, the Treasurer, to ensure that we've left the system stronger as a result of this term in government. In fact, some of the best things you contribute to in this place are not the things you start, but the things you stop. I was very proud to be a part of an opposition where I worked with my friend, former Prime Minister Keating and former Prime Minister Rudd and the Treasurer and the Prime Minister to stop this idea that we were going to freeze the superannuation entitlements of Australians at 9.5%. It always struck me as crazy brave for us to suggest that we should collect 15 but the mob should only get 9.5. In June this year, at the end of June this year, all Australians will be receiving 12% superannuation. Yeah. That's a damn good thing. Of course, it's not perfect, and I've been in the forefront of people saying there needs to be reform. Their service standards are just nowhere where they need to be, and they need to lift their game. We need to do so much more to provide a better retirement experience, more entire retirement products, and ensuring that that purpose of superannuation is seen through for the 5 million Australians who are either at or approaching retirement. But I'm proud to have been a part of a government that is delivering payday super. I'm proud to have been part of a government that is delivering on super on paid maternity leave with my colleague Amanda Rishworth. I'm proud to have been a part of a government that sees the importance of delivering and improving financial advice. I had a great conversation with our colleagues on the crossbench earlier about the importance of realising our commitment to ban genetic testing for access to life insurance. I say this in front of the Prime Minister, this is Labor government policy, and we will ensure that this is legislated. Can I say then a couple of words about the digital economy and the work that we've done in this space? You know, it was in its infancy when I arrived. We were all handed Blackberries. Do you remember them? It's transformed everything. It's disrupted everything. It's brought with it so many benefits. You know, you can buy from your lounge room a product or a service generated just about anywhere in the world, and it arrives in the same week that you purchase it. You can make a telephone call, a video call to somebody on the other side of the world for less than the price of a phone call. I remember growing up as a kid where it would be the exciting thing you did every 6 months to make an overseas phone call. And it cost about a week's wages to do it. So, like, the digitisation of the economy has changed everything, and we're so much better for it. But it has brought with it both social, democratic and economic harms, and I've been delighted to work with my friend, the Minister for Communications, again as a part of the Treasury team, with the full support of the Prime Minister to work on these challenges. The News Media Bargaining Code and the News Bargaining Incentive picked up and ran with a proposition introduced by the Coalition, improved it and modified it to ensure that it was appropriate to the challenges we now face. It'll be up to the next Parliament to ensure that that is legislated. Digital competition and unfair trading, frauds and scams, which I'll say a little bit about in a moment. The Attorney-General's great contribution, where is he, in upgrading our privacy laws, improving and ensuring we knock the problems out of the CDR, digital ID. These are all a part of a comprehensive program of this government to keep people's money and their information safe and improve our digital capacity. But I want to make this point. The digitisation of everything presents a big challenge for democracy and the sovereignty of this Parliament. It brings with it geopolitical dimensions, which will require a unity of voice and a unity of purpose. The laws of our Parliament cannot stop at the internet. And when we speak to the rest of the world, we have to do it with one voice, not with fractured voices. These will be difficult conversations to deliver on the things that I've spoken about. There are big forces at play. We need to speak with a single purpose and with one voice. The laws of this Parliament cannot stop at the internet. We've spoken in broken voices and raised tones about anti-Semitism and racism. It lurks and it festers online, but it increases its reach on social media platforms. So we can't be serious about the challenge of fighting anti-Semitism, in fact, all forms of bigotry and racism, unless we are serious about taking on the online vectors. Again, big tough challenges, but we don't have a serious program to take on anti-Semitism and other forms of racism unless we are taking on the vectors through which it spreads its reach, and they are social media platforms. And it's a matter of deep regret that we appear to be going backwards and not forwards in that area. Prime Minister, I'm asking for nothing on... Actually, that's not true. I'm going to ask for one thing. I want to talk about my scams bill. I put a hell of a lot of work into this one. Australians are losing $7 million a day, and we can do better. We have improved. We've made significant improvements. I've attempted not to politicise the issue because I think this should be something that enjoys bipartisan support to find its passage through the Senate. We've got a bill before the Senate at the moment. I understand it enjoys the support of those opposite. So it'd be really good if we could get your people to talk to my people to get it through the Senate before we get up at the end of the week. Let's get it done.
Done tomorrow. It's done.
Big Australian story. I want to talk about a big Australian story. I want to just point to a bloke up there. My father-in-law, Fred Muscat. He came to Australia as a kid, a young adult, I should say. He didn't have a cent in his pocket. He worked in all the same jobs that migrants work in. Came from his town in Malta to Australia, looking for a better life. And over his years in this country, he built a small business, a tradie who built a small business that has provided for his family, raised two wonderful daughters, married a fiery Scottish trade unionist, which he passed on to his daughter, I'm pleased to say. And I often reflect about over Fred's life and think that this is the Australian story. And too often through the stories we tell in this place, we narrow and make the Australian story smaller than it really needs to be. It's a big story and it's lots of different colours, and there should be a place in it for everyone. A place in it for people like my father-in-law who contributed so much to this country, people like my son, people like your sons and daughters, people like all of us. You know, we're a big motley mob, and it should not be the role of this place to punch down or to make the Australian story smaller than it should be. Can I just finish by thanking some of my people, and I won't be able to do it all. I want to start with the Darrell and Waddy Waddy elders who have done so much to make me feel at home in their yarning circles and in their community. In particular, I single out Uncle Gerard, better known as Uncle G, Auntie Jodie Edwards and Uncle Richard Davies. They've had a tough couple of years, but they're great leaders and true survivors, and I love them to death, and I thank them for their friendship. It's a mark of a successful life in politics, I think, if you can honestly say that you leave with more friends than you started. Doesn't always happen. Doesn't always happen, and I'm really pleased that I've been able to do that. It's taken a bit of work, but I see a bunch of them up there in the gallery. I see my schoolmates up there in the gallery, which is fantastic. It was so good with, I see Pete up there. A bunch of guys I went to primary school with, we went and saw the Illawarra Hawks wallop the hell out of the Sydney Kings on Friday night. We like beating anyone, but nobody more than Sydney. So great to still be connected with the people I grew up with. I see my friend Senator Gallagher over there, and I still remember us drinking wine out of a box and singing terrible songs loudly on the floor of your flat somewhere in Woden, long before either of us thought we would ever end up in this joint. And I'm really pleased that we're still mates. Pete, Lou, Steve, Cassie, Katie, so blessed to have you a part of my life over all these years. Sad that my mate Graham Perrott is going. That reduces the Parliamentary Friends of St George down to one member, the member for Cunningham. So the weight's on you. So many of my ministerial colleagues, I've tried to be a team player, and I've tried to ensure that I act in the true spirit of solidarity, and I can honestly say that I've enjoyed that back in spades. I thank you all for it. To the Treasurer, to the Finance Minister, to the Assistant Minister for Treasury, the Economic team that I've had the great pleasure of being a part of, to the Expenditure Review Committee, who I've spent far too much time with. Over 3 years in government, 3 years in opposition, I thank you for allowing me to be a part of your deliberations. To my staff, now bear with me, I'm going to read a few names out here. Look, I'm going to start with Belle Robertson, my Chief of Staff, a truly amazing woman who, I'm going to let your secret through, she actually worked for the Leader of the Opposition, John Hewson, in this building in the 90s, and I was delighted to have her come and work for me because she is a competent, loyal, professional woman who has gone above and beyond in the years that she's worked with me, and I'm proud to call you a mate and proud to have you serve with me. To all of my staff, and I'll go through them all, like Caitlin Viegel, Hansel Jude Pater, Josh Cleaver, Georgia up there, Georgia Rolfe, Tracy Masson, Deputy Mayor Linda Campbell, I see James Stevens up there, very big brain and a big future on that one. Daniel Edmonds, the very same. Sophie Johnson, a friend, a colleague, and wonderful human being. Whitney Lisson, absolutely sensational. Jared Delapina, who's not with us, but I thank him for many, many years of service. Lior Khalees, Sam Ellis, Ros Anderson and Danielle Serafin. To each of the three of you, thank you for telling me what DLOs do. I now know the importance of what you do, and to Hugh Phillips as well. A lot of staff have worked with me over the years, and there's a lot of branch members that I want to thank as well. But at the risk of missing one, I've got a list of them here and I'll table them, and that way when you go to Google yourself or read search in Hansard, that you will find your name in there. I thank you all. I want to, without stuffing your parliamentary careers, thank a few people on the other side. I won't give you all up, but I think, I see the member for Riverina here, the member for Wright. I call them personally friends. I think a lefty from Wollongong and a couple of Conservatives from the National and Liberal Party. Strange mixture, but I really enjoy their friendship and I find them to be decent human beings. And I've enjoyed their friendship over many, many years. We're in the same class. There's other people who I've admired from a distance on the other side. To my union, the CPSU, the Secretary Melissa Donnelly, thank you for your friendship and support over many, many years. My life membership of the union sits on my cupboard in my office so that everyone who walks in has got to know where I came from. And I'm very, very proud of it. To all the stakeholders, I see Andrew up there, and I know there are others. If my eyes were sharper, I'd be able to pick you all out. But I want to thank all the stakeholders that I've worked with over many, many years. Important to remember the people you're first with. I see Jane Mulligan up there as well. Never forget the people who were there from the beginning. Never forget the people who backed you right from the very beginning, and I don't. And I thank you for that, Prime Minister. You've been a good friend and a supporter of mine for many, many years, and I thank you for that. But for now, it's time for me to bundy off, and thanks for the ride. Cheers.
On indulgence, the Prime Minister.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. Well, Stephen Jones, or Jonesy, as he's always been known, has a great Labor heart, and he's always worn it on his sleeve. He has served our party and his community in this place with passion and principle. And I've known Stephen for a very long period of time. We've always voted for each other throughout our careers within the Labor Party and within broader political engagement as well. I've been a big supporter of Jonesy and supported him going back to his heartland there in the Illawarra and becoming the member for Throsby. After a stellar career leading the Community and Public Sector Union, where he stood up for working people, understood that they needed to be valued and respected, and made an enormous difference. So Stephen has been a representative of both wings of the Labor movement, industrial and political, and he has, throughout that, done an enormous amount and left an incredible legacy. He is someone who leaves this place with more friends in which he came. It's remarkable that thinking about it as he was speaking when he said that, I can't think of anyone who dislikes Stephen Jones or would regard himself as an opponent of Stephen Jones. I wish throughout my career I could say that, but it's not the case. Stephen Jones has been someone who, as a representative for Whitlam, has brought a real passion to an electorate that sometimes people speak about safe seats. And I think this applies on either side of the aisle. It's one of the reasons why I'm against colour-coded spreadsheets to allocate funding. People deserve strong representation, and they don't deserve to be left behind or be taken for granted by anyone. I think sometimes that has occurred from time to time in governments. If you look at where funds have been allocated for important community infrastructure or roads or for that. Stephen Jones has been so passionate. I have visited BlueScope with him on any number of occasions, and we have worked on projects and delivering services for that community which has needed it. It's a community which has grown, which has changed with the boundaries changing as well, but one in which every single member of that community, regardless of what way they vote, what they do in their profession, knows that they've had a local member who's been on their side. As a front bencher, I made Stephen the Shadow Assistant Treasurer, and then he's grown into the Assistant Treasury position. I can say as well that I join with Stephen in regretting how long we have spent in ERC meetings together in both opposition and in government. But the work that Stephen has done throughout the country in holding forums, I know they've been held on a bipartisan basis on scams, in informing people out there about how to avoid being ripped off, about the challenges which are there, when he speaks about how much is lost every single day. He has been passionate about that. He's passionate about superannuation and the role that it plays, not just in lifting up the living standards and ensuring that people can retire with dignity and with a decent living standard, but also it is a national asset. The extraordinary level of funds that we have. When I spoke with President Trump this morning, I spoke about the combined future fund and our managed funds, representing $3.1 trillion US, more than the combined funds from Saudi Arabia and the UAE. It is a huge legacy which has been fought for, from those who would seek to undermine it. Stephen is also, I will never forget the role that he has played on issues where he has not ducked. Marriage equality now is pretty uncontroversial. I recall that wasn't always the case, frankly, within my party or within this parliament. Stephen was there from the beginning as an advocate, someone moving private members' bills, someone arguing the case at Labor Party conferences just for people to have the same rights as everyone else. And guess what? Marriage of anyone else hasn't been undermined by more people having access to it. Simple as that. And indeed, shout out to Brooke. I was very pleased to be one of the guests at Stephen and Brooke's lovely wedding here in Canberra last year. Now, that was such a great celebration of two people expressing their love for each other. Stephen has always been concerned with looking after the most vulnerable, with that social justice principle that's at the heart of Labor's ideals, that people should not be left behind. And that is something that he has stood up for each and every day. I've been a friend and comrade of Stephen's for a very long period of time, certainly since before I came into this place, well before, attending various meetings around the place, some of them public, some of them a bit quieter, putting together, planning and engaging with each other there at the CPSU and around about. Stephen is someone who's been a friend of mine and remains a friend of mine, and importantly as well, I think one of the things about this joint is that the people who you're going to have a beer with when we're both not here, I've got a while to go yet though, mate, are the people who you really value their friendship. Stephen has been totally loyal to me for a long period of time on a personal level. I don't take that for granted. I'm a loyal person too, and I've been loyal to this bloke, and will remain loyal to him outside of this place. And I wish you and Brooke so much happiness for your future together. When you came to me and had the discussion, as people do, about wanting to for this to be your last term, that you had made your contribution and you wanted to go in a different direction in life. I respected that, and I look forward to watching with excitement. Everything that you do will make a difference. I have no doubt about that. Not just for yourself, but most importantly, your life as one who's been dedicated through the union movement, through your political engagement and in your personal life to making the life better for others. And all of us have been made better because, and the government's been made better because of your contribution. I thank you.
And on indulgence, the member for Riverina.
The Jones boy. Whole town saying he was a good boy, a nice boy, a swell boy, with apologies to the 1953 hit. I came into the Parliament with the member for Whitlam in 2010. He was then the member for Throsby. He had a name change of his seats, but he's always been a friend of mine, a colleague of mine. I used to love the way every time, and I was a bit disappointed in his valedictory, he didn't use that handshaking movement, rubbishing the Nationals and those Liberals. But anyway, we might have an opportunity tomorrow to rectify that. I've always admired anybody who worked prior to Parliament in the disability sector, and the member for Whitlam did that. I will never forget that speech he gave on behalf of his nephew. It was a deeply personal speech in February 2022, I think it was, and the whole Parliament stopped to listen. It had great ramifications, that speech, and it was quite moving. He came to Wagga Wagga in June last year for a scams conference, and I well remember, not just was it a well-attended scams conference, and it was very, very bipartisan on this extremely significant issue, but he was so kind and gentle to a lady in her 90s, Barbara Parnell, lifelong member of the National Party, and he was just so nice to her, as you would expect any member of Parliament to be, but he brought that genuine warmth and sincerity, and the fact that he praised me, not only to Barb, but also at the Scams conference, I remain indebted to him for. I did give him one of those forms. I've yet to get it back, but he's given more than 1,100 speeches in this place, which is an effort. It'd be in the top percentile of members since Federation for a number of speeches given. I have got him on that, but every one of them had the passion and the sincerity brought to this place from his electorate. I commend him for his role as a local member. I commend him for his role as a minister, and I commend him for his role as a friend.
Shall now move to the matter of public importance. I've received a letter from the Honourable Member for Hume proposing that a definite matter of public importance be submitted to the House for discussion, namely the government's failure to manage its crippling cost of living crisis. I call upon those honourable members who approve of the proposed discussion to rise in their places and give the call to the Honourable Member for Hume.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Well, before I move to that critical matter, just a couple of brief words about my neighbour, the member for Whitlam. We knew each other from before politics. I knew Julia as well before politics, and Little did we know we were going to become neighbouring seats, but it has been a very civilised neighbouring relationship for the most part, and I've enjoyed working with him on really critical issues across the region, including the 2019-20 bushfires, of course. And we share a passion, which might surprise some, and that's a passion for the survival and the prosperity of the steelworks in the Illawarra Port Kembla, because it was the first place I worked coming out of university. And I think it's an incredibly important contributor to the region, and good on the member for Whitlam for the role he's played in the success of that important business. So thank you for your public service. Mr. Speaker, 3 years ago, 2022 seems like a long time ago now. It was the year, of course, Queen Elizabeth died. COVID was in decay. We were seeing it going backwards, which was a good thing, of course. It was the first year we saw large language models, the emergence of OpenAI in 2022. But it was actually on the 2nd of May 2022 that I think a lot of Australians took notice of what the then Leader of the Opposition said, which is that life would be cheaper under Labor. 2nd of May, almost 3 years ago. The anniversary is coming up. And of course, Labor and the Prime Minister at the time talked a very big game about lower electricity prices, cheaper mortgages and so on. The sad reality, though, Deputy Speaker, the sad reality is that Australians have seen the exact opposite over the course of the last almost 3 years. Nothing is getting easier. Australians are paying more for their mortgages. $50,000 of additional cost on a typical mortgage that Australians have paid in after-tax income, since Labor came to power. In fact, I was talking to one of my constituents the other day. Before Labor came to power, their mortgage payments were $1,500 a week, now $4,000 a week. $4,000 a week. That's $30,000 a year in after-tax income that this person, small business person, has had to find. And he and his wife run a small business in my electorate, work incredibly hard. They're working extra hours to get by to pay that mortgage. And the stress on them is typical of the stress we're seeing of Australians right across this great country as they pay more for their energy. This guy makes pizzas and he uses a lot of gas, but the price of gas has gone up by 34%, Deputy Speaker. Food up 12%, rents up 17%. And in fact, we know for a working family, the cost of living is approaching an increase of 20%, and incomes have not kept up with that, which is why we've seen the biggest hit to Australia's standard of living in our history. The biggest hit in our history, worse than any of our peer countries, a bigger reduction than any of our peer countries. And we also know that this government's own plan doesn't get us back to the standard of living Australians had in 2022, 3 years ago, until 2030, Deputy Speaker, until 2030. Now, right at the heart of this is Labor crowding out the private sector. We've seen record levels of insolvencies, but we're also seeing record levels of government spending, over $350 billion of extra spending from Labor, and yes, we've opposed over $100 billion in this parliament for programs that have delivered nothing, Deputy Speaker, and not delivering the manufacturing we want to see, and not delivering the houses we want to see. But if you're going to spend that kind of money, then you've got to find that kind of money. And the way they are doing it, Deputy Speaker, as we all know too well, is by taxing Australians more. Australians are paying the highest level of personal income tax ever. The increase for Australians has been over 20% since Labor came to power. 20% since Labor came to power. And included in that, Deputy Speaker, is a tax grab from this Treasurer and this Prime Minister, which they promised not to do. They promised not to touch franking credits. Well, they're going after franking credits, there's no doubt about that, Deputy Speaker. They promised not to touch superannuation taxes. But they're coming after that. They're coming after that, and we see that legislation coming through the Parliament at the moment, and I'll come back to that in a moment. They promised not to change negative gearing, but we know the Treasurer was working on a secret plan to come after negative gearing, and today just today, the Prime Minister refused to rule out coming after negative gear. He's been giving so many opportunities. He laughs and carries on every time he's asked the question and never rules it out. Deputy Speaker, never has, and I don't think he ever will, because we know that's exactly what he wants to do. Australians know that on tax, Labor's word means absolutely nothing. In fact, we've seen new research just in the last little while from the Financial Services Council saying a staggering 73% of Australians, 73% of Australians expect that Labor will make further changes to superannuation if they are re-elected again. What an extraordinary number. That is a complete loss of faith and trust in superannuation, in the stability of superannuation, which is so crucial to Australians' retirement. Now, it's not hard to see why there's this lack of trust, because as I said a moment ago, right now we've got new superannuation taxes going through this parliament, and the Treasurer gave a very ham-fisted effort today to explain why he was doing something that he promised he wouldn't do. But they promised that they wouldn't come after superannuation. We know now that, according to the Treasurer's own analysis, Treasury's own analysis, a 20-year-old who earns an average wage throughout their life will have a superannuation balance higher than $3 million in their early 60s, and they will be hit by this new tax. They will be hit by this new tax. Analysis of the ATO and census data reveals that means that more than 2 million Australians, 2 million Australians under the age of 25 today will be hit by this additional tax to pay for Labor's addiction to spending. But worse still, Deputy Speaker, part of this package is going after unrealised capital gains. Now, unrealised capital gains are unrealised.
That's right.
And if you have to pay a tax, you have to pay it in cash, so you have to realise it.
Yeah, farmers.
You have to realise it. And we know that the small business people and farmers who have put land in their self-managed super funds will have to find a way to pay that tax when land is not going to give them the liquidity they can draw on easily. So what's the answer? They're going to have to sell.
That's right.
They're going to have to sell, Deputy. They have to realise the unrealised capital gain. This is not rocket science, Deputy Speaker, and it's why we haven't seen this kind of impost in the past. It's why we haven't seen this in countries across the world. But in Australia, we've got a Treasurer who thinks this is a good idea. Now, you've got to remember, this was the brainchild of a Treasurer who has never worked in the private sector. Unless you count, and I quote now, unless you count, I quote, 6 long months as Queensland General Manager of a public relations firm. 6 long months. That's a direct quote from the Treasurer's book, Glory Days, where he says how much he hated his 6 long months in the private sector, and he went straight back to what he's much happier with, which is lots of government. Now, I'll save everybody the pain of reading Glory Days, and I'll say this, there aren't many glorious days ahead of this lot on the other side of the Parliament, Deputy Speaker, and I cannot recommend this book. I much preferred the member for Parramatta's quarterly essay, where he advocated strongly for nuclear power. At least he's an economist, unlike the Treasurer, Deputy Speaker. But let's be honest about this tax. Labor's super tax is nothing more than an under-indexed wealth tax. And, Deputy Speaker, that will mean even less Australians will trust this government, this Labor Party, when it comes to the superannuation they put away, hoping that it will be there for their retirement, that they think is their money, but sadly this Treasurer and this government has decided is their own money. Deputy Speaker, there is a better way, getting this country back on track by beating inflation and boosting growth, cheaper energy with a better mix of energy sources, affordable homes by breaking those infrastructure bottlenecks that we know are preventing the supply of extra homes in this country, by balancing immigration with the supply of housing, and by ensuring this country is getting back on track.
I give the call to Assistant Minister for Social Services and Prevention of Family Violence.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I'm very pleased to be speaking today about our cost of living measures and how important it is for all Australians. And I want to start, Deputy Speaker, by talking about the situation when we did come into government. And we knew then that when we came into government that inflation was high and rising, real wages were falling, living standards were declining and people were going backwards. That was the reality. But under our responsible economic management, over those past few years, we now see inflation is almost a third of what it was at the election is falling. Real wages are growing again. Living standards are rising again. And we've recorded the lowest average unemployment rate for any government in 50 years. We've also overseen the creation of more than 1.1 million jobs, the most jobs created on a record in any parliamentary term. So our economic plan is all about helping Australians earn more and keep more of what they earn and addressing many of those cost of living pressures. Now, there is a whole range of them and I'd like to run through them, Deputy Speaker, and certainly when I'm out in my electorate, door knocking at listening posts, people raise also how a lot of these measures have assisted them. Our tax cuts for every taxpayer. Now in my electorate, that's over 70,000 people, has made a huge difference. Now as I say, we know people are doing it tough. That's why these measures are important. The energy bill relief for every household, the $300, helps so many, particularly a lot of older Australians in my area on the New South Wales North Coast. And of course, cheaper childcare, so vitally important for families. Cheaper medicines, again, so important for everyone and particularly older Australians. And fee-free TAFE, what a game changer that has been across the nation as well. And reducing HECS debts. So all of those measures, so vitally important. And those wage increases for aged care workers and childcare workers as well. I'm hearing every day from people in my area what a difference that makes. Now, of course, all these measures were opposed by the Liberals and Nationals, which is just appalling. And I don't know how they face people and their electorates or their candidates do when they're talking about the cost of living. Are they honest and do they tell them that they actually opposed every one of our cost of living measures, measures that are helping Australians every single day? Because what we do know is with the Liberals and Nationals, they have a lot of secret cuts and secret costs as well. And we certainly would hope we might hear about some of those today, but I don't know that we will. They don't seem to want to reveal too much of it. And we know the biggest threat to household budgets is indeed the cuts that the Liberals and Nationals would make. About $7,200 for each household would be devastating. But we do know a little bit about some of the expenditure they want to have, the $600 billion on their nuclear power madness, which is just going to result in massive increases to power prices. And I can tell you people in my electorate are not interested in the Liberals and Nationals plan. We've heard many times, we heard all today about their, the $10 billion they want to spend on the long lunches for bosses. That's their absolute priority. But what we don't hear about, Deputy Speaker, is the secret cuts. So we know there's that $350 billion they say what they want to make in cuts. Well, what I'd like to know, and people in my electorate, and indeed I know people throughout the nation would like to know, where is that coming from? Where are those cuts going to be? Will it be in aged pensions? Will it be in Medicare? Will it be veterans' pensions as well? We'd all like to know. People are very, very concerned. Will it be further cuts to education? Will it be fee-free TAFE? We know they've got form across the board for a lot of these cuts, and there's a real concern in the community when it comes to that's exactly what they would see again with the Liberals and Nationals in government. And as I say, in my electorate, it comes up all the time. Where will those cuts be? Will they be right across the board? And particularly, tax cuts is something that's so vitally important. Like I said, more than 70,000 people in my electorate have benefited from that. Fee-free TAFE. I know across the country, at least 600,000 people have been able to access fee-free TAFE. Importantly, to access all of that education and access to jobs, and it's so important to be training our workforce for the future. And in my region, 5,000 people in a regional area, that is huge. And every day people tell me the difference that fee-free TAFE has made in their lives as well. Again, all opposed by the Liberals and Nationals. The other issue that people do raise with me are their concerns about when the opposition leader was, in fact, the health minister. And this is something that comes up all the time because it's a pretty shambolic record when we have a look at it. We know when the opposition leader was the health minister, we know that he froze those Medicare rebates for years. 4 years. It was incredibly damaging. And of course, he did want to have that GP tax in place. I remember I was here when he was talking about how important it was, and my community certainly fought back in relation to that. And of course, he cut $50 billion from public hospitals. And that is just horrendous right across the board. And on top of all that, he said that there were too many free Medicare services. That's what he thinks. That's what the Liberals and Nationals think. They've got form when it comes to cutting Medicare and cutting health services. And our government has worked extremely hard in rebuilding Medicare as well, in terms of tripling the bulk billing rate, putting a lot more funding into our public hospitals. And it takes a long time. 10 years of cuts and neglect to our health system has really been devastating. But people remember that. People remember when the opposition leader was health minister. And so the fact is, there really is going to be a very clear choice at the next election, a choice between building Australia's future with the Labor government or taking us backwards with the Liberals and Nationals. And it's only going to be a vote for Labor that will stop the opposition leader from becoming Prime Minister and stopping the Liberals and Nationals from getting into power. They will take us backwards and people will be worse off. We certainly know that's the case. And when I'm out and about talking and listening to the community, as I say, all these cost of living measures make such a big difference. And we're very proud also, as a government, as MPs, of listening to our community about what concerns they have. And I would like to add one of my local issues. It has been a very, very big concern that we addressed last week. The Prime Minister was up in my electorate on the Friday. We made a really important announcement that the re-election of an Albanese Labor government would deliver $3 million for our North Coast Crime Prevention Infrastructure Action Plan. And really good to have that plan in place. And again, this is about listening to the community, and Labor government's addressing these concerns. We've seen an increase in youth crime in our area. And of course, the community are very, very concerned about that, as am I. As a former police officer, community safety is my top priority, and right across the area people raise those concerns. I do note, of course, the New South Wales government has been very proactive. We've had 17 new police recruits to our region, and they've recently brought in stronger youth offender bail laws and also Jack's Law as well in terms of tackling knife crime. But we always need to have a whole suite of measures, and this announcement that we made, it's $1 million for each council, Tweed, Ballina and Byron Council, to be able to install crime infrastructure measures, whether it's CCTV, lighting, landscaping. The councils can make that decision. And I really want to thank all the community that advocated for this, particularly the Ballina Mayor, Sharon Cadwallader, and I also want to acknowledge Alison Vickery, who led the community group, and to all those people that filled out my crime survey. I was very pleased to be announcing this commitment from a re-elected Albanese Labor government. But it's about listening to the community and the concerns they have. And we've done that, as we do every day, in terms of listening to people in our region about addressing those cost of living measures. And of course, on Sunday, we did see an incredibly good announcement in terms of our investment in women's health. And that is such an important investment in terms of such really good work that's been done. And the absolute strengthening of Medicare with more than $570 million to deliver more choice, lower cost and better health care for women. And there's been a really positive response in my area. And look what it includes: the first PBS listing for new oral contraceptive pills in more than 30 years. More choice, lower costs and better access to long-term contraceptives with larger Medicare payments and more bulk billing for IUDs and birth control implants, saving around 300,000 women a year, up to $400 in out-of-pocket costs, more Medicare support for women experiencing menopause, and the first PBS listing for new menopausal hormone therapies in over 20 years. This has been incredibly important for women right across the nation. As part of that package too, more endometriosis and pelvic pain clinics treating more conditions, and also contraceptives and treatment for uncomplicated UTIs directly from pharmacies, another great initiative. Again, this is about Labor listening to the community, acting on the concerns that the community have, and delivering real reforms. And this is one certainly is needed, and I know there's been a really positive response right across the country in terms of our investment in women's health. And we're really proud to keep delivering all of our cost of living relief. It has made a huge difference, and certainly moving forward, it is only Labor that will take Australia forwards. And of course, voting for the Liberals and Nationals just takes us backwards. And we know that's exactly what they would do, because they opposed every one of our single cost of living measures that are so vitally important at this time.
I give the call to the member for Hughes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on the government's failure to manage its crippling cost of living crisis, and I thank the honourable member for Hume for bringing this matter of public importance to this place. Deputy Speaker, Labor cannot manage the economy. We have said many times in this place, well, my parents have actually said to me after about 6 months of Labor, I didn't think that we would ever have a government that spent and mismanaged the economy the way that Gough Whitlam did. But we've got it here, Deputy Speaker. And, Deputy Speaker, we have seen it in all of the numbers. We've seen inflation far too high for far too long. And when we sit here and the Treasurer says things like inflation's coming down, I have not met anyone in the electorate of Hughes who has said to me that they now feel that their grocery prices are any less. They don't feel that their insurances are any less. They don't feel that their sports registration fees are any less. They don't feel that their fuel is any less, and certainly their mortgages are no less, because with 12 interest rate rises under this Labor government, people in my electorate have paid more than $50,000 in additional interest payments to that they were paying under the former coalition government. And what has fuelled this inflation rate, Deputy Speaker? It's a $347 billion in additional spending. And then Labor stand there and say that that spending has gone on better TAFE services, for example. Actually, no, they don't say better TAFE services, they say it's fee-free. Free TAFE. Free TAFE. But what is the use, Deputy Speaker, of throwing money at free TAFE, supposedly free TAFE, when only about 50% of students that start at TAFE are finishing? Why not give students the opportunity to also attend a private vocational education training service? It's because underlying all of Labor's philosophy and all of Labor's thinking is always about centralising control even of the vet sector. So we have seen no assistance whatsoever for any apprentices who wish to avail themselves of private training. We heard today, we've also heard that a lot of this spending has gone on Medicare. Well, I'm glad that I've got the opportunity, yet again, to speak about this government's absolute failure on health. Absolute failure. We saw today in question time, I asked the Minister, Minister Butler, 27,000 small businesses have collapsed under this government. 27,000. How many GP clinics, Minister, have closed in that time? He had to take it on notice. The Minister had to take it on notice, Deputy Speaker. Why does he, as the Minister for Health, not have that figure to hand? I've heard today, I note that the members over there are interjecting, but we've also heard announcements about women's health. Well, let me tell you what this government has delivered for the women in my electorate since being elected, Deputy Speaker. Absolutely nothing. And they told me about it in Engadine on Saturday. I had a number of women come up to me and say, we need endometriosis and pelvic pain clinics. I'm in southern Sydney, southwestern Sydney as well, Deputy Speaker. Our nearest pelvic pain clinic is down in the Southern Highlands. And I've written to the Minister about this and said we need one in southern Sydney to service the women in Hughes, to service the women in adjoining electorates such as Cook, and I have been refused that request, Deputy Speaker. So when I stand here, and also menopause clinics, there's been no assistance whatsoever from this government for the women in my electorate who are battling with menopause. So, Deputy Speaker, this government has totally failed on some of the very key issues that it should be addressing. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Give the call to the member for Hunter.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Albanese Labor government is focused on reducing the cost of living. This is one of the issues that matter most to the hard-working people of the Hunter. Today we have the opposition trying to convince us that they could do a better job. Let's be clear, when it comes to reducing the cost of living, the coalition is like a chocolate teapot. They melt under pressure, deliver nothing and leave nothing but a mess. They're worse than useless. They seriously expect us to believe they, of all people, could do a better job at reducing the cost of living. The same mob who spent 9 years driving up power prices, keeping wages low and making it hard to see a bulk billing doctor.
That's right.
They talk the big talk, but there is no action to back it up. That's right. They voted no to every single cost of living measure that we've put in place, and leading the charge, the member for Hume. Speaker, the member for Hume has absolutely no idea what to do when it comes to cost of living. Remember, this is the same bloke who hid energy price hikes before the last election.
Shame.
He saw the numbers, didn't like them and shoved it in the drawer and hoped no one noticed. Now he wants us to believe he has a grand plan to help struggling families with the cost of living. Get real, mate. It's like putting a fox in charge of the chicken coop and being surprised when the feathers start to fly. Speaker, if you really want to understand the member for Hume and what Australians think of him, you don't have to look any further than his own Facebook page. This is a man who is so starved of support that he once replied to his own Facebook post with, "Fantastic, great move, well done Angus." I mean, come on. Even his own supporters aren't willing to pat him on the back, so he had to do it himself.
I'm going to interrupt you. This has been happening a lot this week when you're referring to a member who's a current City member of the House. You've got to use our titles.
No worries. Sorry, Deputy Speaker. If self-congratulation was an Olympic sport, he would take home the gold every time. If he only put as much effort into passing cost of living relief to this parliament as he does into patting himself on the back. Speaker, while the opposition replies to their own social media posts and plays silly games, we've been getting on with delivering real cost of living relief.
Right. Hear, hear.
Let's talk about what we've done for the Hunter. More bulk billing and better healthcare make it easy for people to see a doctor without breaking the bank. We've delivered Medicare urgent care clinics so people in the Hunter can now get the urgent medical attention at no cost. And 2 Medicare mental health clinics so people can get the mental health support that they need. Energy bill relief for thousands of households and small businesses across the Hunter. Hunter residents have already saved $7.7 million thanks to our reduced costs of medicine. Over 6,700 families in the Hunter are benefiting from cheaper childcare, make it easier for parents to work and support their families. Just this week, we announced a $573 million investment into women's health, making contraceptives and menopause treatments more affordable. Speaker, these aren't just numbers on a page. This is real relief. These are real savings that are making a difference in real people's lives. And what does the opposition have to offer? Nothing. They voted no to our cost of living relief, no to tax cuts, no to better wages, no to cheaper childcare, no to cheaper medicines, no to lower power bills. The reality is, if the coalition were in charge right now, things would be worse off. There would be no energy bill relief. There would be less bulk billing and Medicare would be on its knees. The cost of medicines and cheaper childcare would go spiralling out of control. There'd be no tax cuts. Speaker, we're in government because Australians wanted the adults back in charge. We know times are tough and that's why we are focused on easing pressures wherever we can. While the opposition just talks about helping Australians, we actually deliver. Speaker, we will keep fighting for the people of the Hunter and people of Australia. We'll keep driving down costs. We'll keep making life easier for families, pensioners, small business owners and workers. And to those opposite who think they can do better, we've seen your record. Australians know better. We know that there's going to be $350 billion in cuts. We just don't know where, because those opposite refuse to tell us, Deputy Speaker. And I think Australians deserve better. They should know where these cuts are coming from. We know they need to find $600 billion to fund their nuclear experiment that they think we're ready for. We know all of this is coming from opposition who really doesn't know how to give us any information or the Australians any information. But, Deputy Speaker, the only person who believes the Shadow Treasurer can bring down the cost of living is one-man cheer squad. And thank you, the member for Hume, for supporting yourself, because you seem to be the only one that does. So let's get Australia going again. Thank you.
And member for Ford.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And much as I like the member for Hunter and appreciated his attempted comedy routine, it does nothing to support hard-working Australian families who are struggling every day with the cost of living crisis that the member for Hunter and the government opposite have presided over for the past nearly 3 years. Now, I might remind the member for Hunter for a few figures that might be worthwhile for the member for Hunter's consideration. Health costs are up some 10%, education costs some 11%, food is up over 12%, housing is up 14%, rents are up over 17%, insurance costs are up over 18%, and importantly, very importantly, electricity costs are up over 32%. So it doesn't matter how the member for Hunter wants to cut the mustard. Doesn't matter how the member for Hunter wants to cut the mustard. Electricity is up 32% even before the rebates, and it is making a material negative impact on the cost of living for everyday Australians. A material cost of living impact for everyday Australians. And not just everyday Australians, Deputy Speaker, but our small businesses and businesses right across this country. I know many businesses that their electricity costs have increased by far more than 32% under this government, some in the order of 200%. 200%. And some of these are charities and other community organisations that take the scarce resources that they receive in donations and grants and put back into the community, and they are now less able to do that purely because of the cost of electricity. It is also then meaning that the cost for business to do business and to keep their doors open, our cafes, our clubs, our pubs, are doing it tough, because the cost inputs to business through just electricity alone are magnified through every single part of the supply chain, because everything we do has electricity somewhere in it. Now, the member for Hunter in his contribution also referenced childcare. Well, I can say to the member for Hunter, a number of childcare centres I've spoken into my electorate have decided that it's too difficult to deal with the government's bureaucracy and red tape with the new childcare subsidy provisions, but they are giving their employees a 15% increase anyway, which I think is terrific. But what they're also doing is then increasing their fees. So the Australian people, or families in my electorate of Ford who are using childcare, are not paying any less for childcare than they did 2 or 3 years ago. They are paying more. They are paying more because the government's red tape and regulation around the childcare subsidy is too difficult for some of these childcare centres to deal with. It's just another example of the failure of those opposite. Now, I've addressed childcare and energy. Can I address bulk billing? Those opposite in the government have been waxing lyrical about bulk billing rates for the past week or so. Well, I'm pleased to tell the House, or actually I'm very disappointed to tell the House, Deputy Speaker, that since 2019, and the Minister for Health has tried to use the COVID pandemic as some sort of shield and cover for where the bulk billing figures are at. So let's go back before COVID. Let's go back before COVID and have a like-for-like comparison. Well, in 2019, Deputy Speaker, bulk billing in my electorate of Ford was 96%. 96%. What is it today? 84%. A 12% drop in bulk billing across my electorate of Ford. So the government can wax lyrical all they like. They can wax lyrical all they like about addressing the cost of living issues. But the reality of the matter is that it is not making a material difference to what families across my electorate are feeling each and every day. And I haven't even got to the 12 interest rate increases, which on an average mortgage in my electorate now is resulting in an additional $50,000 of interest having been paid by mortgage holders across the electorate. In addition, the investors who own rental properties are also paying those additional costs, which is why rent has gone up. The government is failing to deliver, and it's only a coalition that will get the country back on track.
And I call the member for Lawler.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, Deputy Speaker, it's a pleasure to join my colleagues today on this matter of public importance because, of course, cost of living is a critical issue. It's a critical issue across the country. It's a critical issue in my community. It's a critical issue in the electorate of Lawler. And I'm appreciative of following the Chief Opposition Whip, who spent a good first 2 minutes with a list of how much things had increased in their cost, none of which I'm in a position to refute. But I would ask the question, after we see this big, long list from those opposite about increases to costs for households, why then did they vote against every cost of living measure introduced by this government to support families across the nation? That's the question. Why do they know how much everything's gone up, but choose to act, not support people so they can pay those bills? That's the ultimate question. And we know that we've worked hard on this side. We know the work's still to be done. We know people are still hurting, but we've made substantial progress on inflation. Wages are growing again, unemployment is low, and we've seen the creation of 1.1 million jobs in one term of government, 4 out of 5 of which are in the private sector. These are things that Australians need to understand. They need to understand the hard work that's happened and some of the positive results from that. Average unemployment under this Albanese government is lower than any other government of the past 50 years. We have unemployment at 4%. Some would argue that that's full employment. It's the first time in 50 years that Australia has had unemployment at 4% or better at the same time as inflation's been below 3%. This is the soft landing that we would hope for, that economists would hope for. And this is the soft landing that is a Labor soft landing because it's been done without driving unemployment, because inflation has come down without people losing their jobs across the country, because inflation has come down while we've grown jobs. Inflation has come down while we've grown people's pay packets with increases to the minimum wage, with a 15% pay rise for care economy workers. These are important things. They're really important in my community. And those opposite have voted against them. They voted against supporting students. They voted against tax cuts for all Australians. Can you believe that? They voted against it. They voted against the energy rebate. They voted against cheaper childcare. They voted against cheaper medicines. And let's face it, I heard it said today that perhaps they don't want to see interest rate cuts happen, that perhaps that's not what they want, because they seem to like that Australians are in pain. Well, let me tell you, we've heard a lot today too, a lot today and a lot across this week, about the $600 billion nuclear fantasy that they want to fund through taxpayer dollars. They're not talking about private investment here. They're talking about money from our pockets, from the Australian public's pockets. We've heard about the $350 billion of cuts they're going to find. Their conjecture, not mine. They've said they're going to cut $350 billion. And then the latest thought bubble is the $10 billion for bosses' lunches, paid for by the taxpayer. There is no such thing as a free lunch. Everybody in the world knows that. But those opposite think that the Australian taxpayer, on top of the pain they're under, should pay for these things. Not only are they pretty much a policy-free vacuum, they're certainly a costings-free vacuum, given how long it took them to tell us how much the nuclear fantasy was going to cost. Now, I came in 2013. I really remember. I remember former Prime Minister Tony Abbott reaching the night before the election, no cuts to health, no cuts to education, no cuts to the SBS or ABC, no cuts to the pensions. And I was here while they endeavoured to cut them all. Every single measure became on the chopping block in that cruel 2014 budget. So those opposite have formed, and the Australians are awake to them. They know they'll undo funding to schools, funding to hospitals, just like they've done in the past. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The member for Nichols.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, there is a cost of living crisis. It is crippling. Those of us who move around our electorates and talk to families know that it is crippling, and the government has failed to manage it. Now, there is a number of different topics we could discuss in relation to cost of living. I'll pick three: energy, mortgages and rents, and food. Starting with energy, and also I might just say that not only is the cost of living crisis crippling, if Labor stay in power, it will get worse, and I'll explain why, Deputy Speaker. Firstly, with energy. Well, the people were conned during the election campaign because they were told that their prices, electricity prices, were going to be reduced by $275. Now, that was a huge promise during the election campaign. Who knows? There's probably a lot of people out there who believe the Prime Minister when he said it 97 times, therefore cast that ballot accordingly. Where does the $275 come from? It comes from modelling by a company called Reputex, and the government has relied on that modelling to deliver this promise. Now, I just want to quote to you what Aidan Morrison, who's the Director of the Energy Program at the Centre for Independent Studies, has said about this. And he said, the $275 by 2025 number is the absolute laughingstock of the policy debate in Australia. The absolute laughingstock.
Ridiculous.
But not only that, and this is what he says, which makes us think it might get worse. He says its twin, its sibling, and he's referring to the Integrated System Plan, that has no better analysis behind it than the same people and the same report, has been elevated to become the cornerstone of our most important planning document in relation to energy. So that makes me worry that the energy crisis is going to get worse if this is what we're relying on. And there are certainly a lot of problems with the Integrated System Plan. But the Prime Minister has got to go out this election campaign and explain why the 275 hasn't happened and what the new promise is. I'll be interested to see what that is.
It also won't happen.
Mortgages and rents. Okay, so inflation has meant, and the government's failure to manage inflation has meant that interest rates have stayed too high for too long, and that's affected people with mortgages and it's affected people who rent properties. Core inflation is still outside the target band, still. Now, the Treasurer gets up during question time and says, oh, it's falling, it's falling. It's stayed so high for so long. Just calculate what that means for those extra mortgage repayments over that period of time. Why has inflation stayed so high for so long and a lot higher in Australia than comparable economies? It's because of government spending, excessive government spending, and if you're going to spend, it's got to be productive spending. And this government, a lot of the spending is not productive, and the state government has got state governments, and particularly the one in the state where I live, Victoria, has got to own a bit of that too. Not only spending, but also the complete lack of focus on productivity. Now, when you've got people who are in government who don't really understand private enterprise because very few of them have worked in it, you probably don't understand productivity, and we've seen that play out. The third one I want to talk about is food. Now, traditionally, food's been pretty cheap in Australia, and why is that? Well, we've got a great climate for growing food. We've also traditionally given farmers the tools they need to grow food. We've made it, it's traditionally been a country where it's small business friendly, and a lot of farms are small businesses. We've given farmers tools they need, such as irrigation water, to grow produce such as fruit, dairy, vegetables. This government is taking those tools away. That's led to a crisis in confidence in investment, but it's also leading and going to get worse in that it's going to lead to families having to pay more at the checkout. Because if you make it harder to run a farming business, prices of produce goes up. What happens is people have to put their prices up, or they say, this is too hard and I'm not farming anymore. Therefore, there's less people producing, there's less food. If there's less food, the laws of supply and demand say the price is going to be higher. So families are feeling the pain of Labor's attack on agriculture at the supermarket checkout. And that's one of the key examples of this government's failure to manage the cost of living crisis. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The member for Holt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I find it absolutely laughable that the Shadow Treasurer would stand in this chamber and try to lecture us on cost of living. This is the same opposition that will talk about anything, flags, foreign wars, manufactured outrage, but won't outline a single policy that actually help families in my community. The Liberals have had plenty of time to come up with a credible plan. But what have they done instead? They have tried to distract Australians with culture wars. They voted against cost of living relief at every opportunity. They've spent more time fighting among themselves than fighting for Australians doing it tough. Deputy Speaker, when Labor came into government, we inherited a mess. Wages have been deliberately kept low for a decade under the Liberals as a part of their so-called economic plan. Inflation had a 6 in front of it and it was climbing. And the public service had been gutted, thousands of essential jobs outsourced to overpaid consultants, draining billions from the economy. This is the economic disaster the Liberals left behind. Deputy Speaker, since being elected, we have been working day in and day out to address the cost of living for families, and our plan is working. Inflation has fallen from 2.4% and is trending down. We have created more than 1.1 million jobs, with 4 out of 5 in the private sector, and unemployment is at the lowest average for any government in 50 years. Not only have we cleaned up the economic disaster left behind by the Liberals, we have also been rebuilding our health system, strengthening our education system, and delivering targeted, responsible cost of living relief for communities like mine in Melbourne's outer southeastern suburbs. Deputy Speaker, unlike the Liberals, we understand what families in Holt and across Australia are going through. That's why Labor has delivered a tax cut for every single taxpayer, wage increases for the first time in a decade, $300 in Commonwealth energy bill relief, cheaper childcare, $3 billion wiped off student debt, pay rises for aged care and early childhood educators, fee-free TAFE, and cheaper medicines. Every single one of these measures is making a real difference for families in communities like mine. And every single one of these measures has been opposed by the Leader of the Opposition. The Shadow Treasurer wants to lecture us on cost of living relief. He should take a long, hard look in the mirror, because the only time the Liberals have shown any interest in cost of living relief is when it benefits their wealthy mates. Deputy Speaker, now I may have misspoken earlier when I said the Liberals had no cost of living relief policy. They have one, so let me walk you through it. Imagine you're a CEO of a big company. It's lunchtime. You're feeling a little bit peckish. You want to order lobster, caviar, steak tartare. Under the Liberals' cost of living plan, you can, all on the taxpayer's dime. This is what the Liberals call helping Australians. not lower power bills, not fairer wages, not making life easier for families, just perks for big businesses. While working Australians are left to fend for themselves. Deputy Speaker, I'm not sure which genius in the opposition came up with this plan or which Gina Reinhardt-funded luncheon it was cooked up, but while the Liberals hand tax cuts to the wealthy and luxurious lunches to big businesses, Labor is delivering real relief for working Australians. The contrast couldn't be clearer. Higher wages, tax cuts under Labor, lower wages and budget cuts under the Liberals. Labor is delivering for everyday Australians. The Liberals are only delivering for their mates in big businesses. We know that Australians are doing it tough, and that's why our government will keep working hard for communities like mine here in Canberra.
The member for Cook.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Look, after listening to the government speakers, Deputy Speaker, it's clear this is a government that stopped listening. It oscillates, whipsawing between telling us how good Australians have it, how good unemployment was. We're listening to the chief whip over there. How good wages are, how good it is inflation comes down. But then we whipsaw to say, oh no, we're listening on cost of living. Well, the truth is, after 2 years of not listening on cost of living, after 2 years of divisive social policies, after 2 years of pushing everything else, now they're burning the furniture in a late attempt to try and say they are listening on the cost of living. We'll throw out energy subsidies. We'll subsidise everything unless it's a sustainable way to bring down energy, like we are proposing with nuclear. This government has failed Middle Australia. The school year's starting, and I recently heard a story in my electorate from a mother who was cutting expenses around the house and struggling with bills and even cutting their grocery bills. But the one thing she was hoping not to cut was the amount of food she put in her child's lunchbox, and she wasn't. These are the real faces of bad decisions made by a bad government on cost of living. Across the board, people are hurting and families are reeling from prices going up. The average Aussie has had their mortgage go up by $50,000. These government decisions have seen prices across the board. At the checkout aisles, you're paying up to 12% more. If you own your own house, you're paying 14% more. If you're renting, guess what? It's worse. You're paying 17% more. Electricity, up 32% after the government subsidy. Gas, up 34%. And in Cook, my local electorate, unfortunately, things are not looking good for my constituents. 54.4% of households say they are financially stressed. And if they're financially stressed in Cook, there's parts in the rest of Australia that are doing it even tougher. 31.5% of households are experiencing mortgage stress. 83.4% of households are experiencing rental stress of those renting. Now, the Employee Living Cost Index, this gives us an idea of what's happening to Middle Australia, those who are being employed by others. It's up 19.4% since Labor came to power. This 19.4% shows if you're a hard-working family out there, that is what you are paying more, and that is almost 50% more for what CPI has gone up. So CPI is not the right measure. If you're an employee and you're out there slogging it out, you have had double the increase than what CPI tells you for, and that's how you know you're poorer. That's why Australian families feel so much poorer. And that's why, for the last 21 months, Australia's been in a per capita recession. But what does that technical economic jargon mean? Well, it means for 2 years, you and your family have been getting poorer. It means for 2 years, the average disposable income you have has gone down. This is the first time in Australia's living history that has ever happened over that period of time under this Labor government's watch. Now, what have they done? What has the Labor Party in government done to cause this? They've spent an additional $347 billion, $30,000 per household since the election. Well, I can tell you the households of Cook do not feel $30,000 better off. They would have much preferred that $30,000 to go into their pocket
to have cost of living relief through lower taxes or less government spending. Now, over the past 2 years, these policies have seen Australia have the biggest fall in the world, biggest fall in the developed world in living standards. Australia has gone from the top of the pack to the bottom of the pack. The Reserve Bank Governor, Michelle Bullock, is being under increasing pressure from this government that says the Treasurer is, and I quote, fully aware of the inflationary implications of his own policies. The International Monetary Fund has projected in 2025 Australia will have the second highest inflation in the developed world, the largest fall in disposable income in the developed world, and the second highest inflation just after the Slovak Republic.
That's not good.
After 12 interest rates under Labor, we now have the highest interest rate since 2011, and respected economics firm Deloitte released figures showing that Australia's standard of living will not recover for 2030. So said differently, the damage wreaked by those on the other side has taken 3 years. It's going to take us 6 years just to get back on par. Australia's had enough.
Here.
And I call the member for Cunningham.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Here we go again. Another MPI and another lie by those opposite. While concern about cost of living relief has underpinned every step our government has taken, the coalition have run in the opposite direction, at a rate of knots. They have opposed every single cost of living measure on this floor. And that's an absolute shame for the Australian people. When we came into government, we saw portfolio after portfolio decimated under a decade of neglect by those opposite. It was an absolute bin fire, Deputy Speaker, but we rolled up our sleeves and we started cleaning up their mess. Australian families were faced with the rising cost of living, stagnant wages and increasing prices for essentials like housing, childcare, energy, and they weren't doing anything to address it for 10 long years. Under the Leader of the Opposition, who, don't forget, holds the title of the worst health minister in 40 years, voted by Australian doctors, we saw bulk billing rates absolutely plummet. With our government's record investments into Medicare, we have seen an additional 6 million bulk billed visits between November 2023 and December 2024. In Cunningham, we have seen a 4.5% increase to the bulk billing rate for the same period, equating to 63,356 bulk billed appointments. The Albanese Labor government has also made medicines cheaper, saving Cunningham residents over $8 million by cutting the cost of medicines, lowering the safety net threshold and 60-day prescriptions. On Sunday, the Minister for Health and Aged Care announced that we are investing a further $573.3 million to deliver more choice, lower costs and better health care for women. This includes things like better access to long-term contraceptives, larger Medicare payments and more bulk billing for IUDs and birth control implants, saving around 300,000 women a year up to $400 in out-of-pocket costs. But, Deputy Speaker, the good news in health just keeps on coming. Last week, the Prime Minister and Health Minister announced an additional $1.7 billion to fund public hospitals and health services next year. This is an extra $407 million for New South Wales to help cut waiting lists, reducing waiting times in emergency rooms and managing ramping. We're also funding and opening 87 Medicare urgent care clinics, including in the Illawarra, in Corrimal and Dapto, so Australians can walk in and get urgent care, bulk billed care 7 days a week without their credit card. And this is in stark contrast to the opposition leader, who cut more than $50 billion from public hospitals. And that's not all, Deputy Speaker. He's already slated massive cuts to our public service and institution, people that are there to help the public get the services that they need. But he will not tell us exactly where he's going to cut those jobs until after the election. If he was a hairdresser, Deputy Speaker, he'd work at Just Cuts. On this side of the House, we are focused on helping Australians with the cost of living, providing much-needed relief, and there is a lot more to do. History shows that when Labor is in government, we invest in people and we build for the future. We have built things like the NDIS, the NBN, superannuation, paid parental leave and Medicare. The list goes on.
Under Prime Minister Albanese, we are continuing this tradition of investing in the future for all Australians. From the 1st of July 2024, every Australian received a tax cut to put more money back in their pockets. And for the third year in a row, wages are rising, with over 2.6 million Australians receiving a pay increase. We are providing $300 in energy bill relief for every household and $325 for eligible small businesses. To support students and our future workforce, we have made significant reforms to the HECS system, and if re-elected, we will include a 20% reduction in student debt. This is massive, raising the repayment threshold from $54,000 up to $67,000 and lowering repayment rates. We've introduced a Commonwealth prac payment to support students undertaking mandatory prac placements in essential fields such as teaching, nursing, midwifery and social work, because we know that students have been doing it tough for too long. We've also committed to making fee-free TAFE permanent, creating 100,000 fee-free TAFE places every year if re-elected. And in Cunningham alone, we have seen over 5,000 Illawarra students enrolling in fee-free TAFE courses.
And I call the clerk. We have some deferred divisions. This discussion has concluded and I call the clerk.
Next order of the day, deferred division on the motion for the suspension of standing and sessional orders moved by the member for Fairfax.
In accordance with the Standing Order 113, I shall now proceed to put the question on the motion moved earlier today for the suspension of standing and sessional orders moved by the honourable member for Fairfax, on which a division was called for and deferred in accordance with standing orders. No further debate is allowed. The bell shall now be rung. I do not take it personally.
He's had more farewells than John Farmer.
Hey, David.
That's well deserved. Yeah, well deserved.
Do you want a trophy too?
No, definitely not.
You liked it?
I wouldn't have said anything.
I nearly get one to the speaker. All right, hello.
There you go. No, I'm not watching it for but also to the
Lock the doors. The question is the motion be agreed to. The ayes will pass the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I point the honourable members for Parkes and Gray as tellers for the noes, and the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the noes, and the member for Parkes and Gray as tellers for the ayes. The result of the division is ayes 57, noes 81. The matter was resolved in the negative. If members can resume their seats as quickly and as quietly as possible, I shall call the clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 2, Social Security Legislation Amendment, Technical Changes Bill 2025, deferred division on the second reading.
In accordance with Standing Order 133, I shall now proceed to put the question on the motion moved on the second reading of the Social Security Legislation Amendment, Technical Changes Bill 2025, on which a division was called for and deferred in accordance with the Standing Order. No further debate is allowed. The bells shall now be rung. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. The question is the bill be read a second time. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Griffith and Brisbane as tellers for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 81, noes 5. The matter was resolved in the affirmative by an absolute majority. Is leave granted for the... Oh, no, call the clerk.
Second reading, the bill for an act to amend the law relating to social security and for related purposes.
Is leave granted for the third reading to move immediately? The call to member for Banks.
Leave is granted.
Leave is granted. I call the Minister for Social Services, the Minister for the National Disability Insurance Scheme.
Thank you, Speaker. I move that this bill now be read a third time.
I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it, and I call the clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to social security and for related purposes.
And I call the clerk.
Government business, next order of the day, Future Made in Australia Production Tax Credits and Other Measures Bill 2024, consideration of the Senate's amendments.
I understand that is the wish of the House to consider the amendments together. I call the Assistant Minister.
I move the amendments be agreed to.
I'll put the question that the amendments be agreed to. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. The noes have it. I'll need two voices. The ayes have it. Give the call. Call the Leader of the House.
I move the business intervening before notice number 1, government business, be postponed to a later hour this day.
No, too much noise on my right. The Leader of the House will state the question. Give the statement to the House.
I move the business intervening before notice number 1, government business, be postponed until a later hour this day.
I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Call the Leader of the House.
I move the motion relating to the time and order of business for this sitting in the terms in which it appears in the notice paper.
I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. I'm going to call the order. If members can leave the chamber as quickly and as quietly as possible. I give the call to the member for Bendigo.
On behalf of the Joint Standing Committee on Employment, Education and Training, I present the committee's report entitled The Future of Work, Inquiry into the Digital Transformation of Workplaces, together with the minutes of the proceedings, and ask leave of the House to make a short statement in connection to the report.
Is leave granted? The member for Banks. Leave is granted. May proceed.
Thank you. On behalf of the Joint Standing Committee on Employment, Education and Training, I am pleased to present our unanimous report, The Future of Work, following the committee's inquiry into the digital transformation of workplaces. Deputy Speaker, the digital transformation reaches all corners of the workplace across all sectors. It affects staff, employers, consumers and the wider community. Artificial intelligence, or AI, or automated decision-making, MDA, are contributing to this digital transformation and the evolving future of work. All forms of AI-powered self-serve checkouts to app-driven roster allocations to the digitally enabled 24/7 workplace surveillance, Australian workplaces are increasingly using these technologies in a range of and variety of functions. Worldwide, governments, industries are exploring how to effectively manage emerging technologies whilst enabling growth and innovation. To help future-proof Australia and its place in an increasingly competitive and digitalised world, it is essential to have the right frameworks and support in place. This includes for employers, especially small to medium-sized enterprises, workers, students and regulators. It is the committee's view that emerging technologies with specific reference to AI or ADM be embraced by workplaces, but in a safe, responsible and ethical way. To support this, Australia urgently requires proper safeguards to guide the development and implementation of these technologies. Robust regulation capturing all Australian workplaces and all workers is essential. Increasing investment in research and development into AI and ADM use in the workplace is also needed. Deputy Speaker, the committee found significant gaps in existing Australian regulatory frameworks regarding AI and ADM in workplaces. Worker protections are lacking, especially in regards to data and privacy. Tackling these issues is paramount to create safe and fair workplaces. Government, industry, employers and workers all have a role to play in promoting safe, responsible and ethical use of AI and ADM in workplaces. The committee has made in this report 21 recommendations that focus on maximising the benefits of these technologies in the workplace, clarifying the obligations of technology developers and employers, enhancing privacy and data protection for workers, improving public trust in these technologies, and strengthening Australia's workforce and capacities. The committee's report also identified that there are many immense benefits from AI and ADM systems. For example, enhancing productivity and efficiency, improving workplace health and safety, and strengthening compliance. However, the committee is mindful that a poorly developed and improper use of these technologies can exacerbate workplace issues. For instance, these systems can be inappropriately used for invasion of privacy and workplace discrimination. The government must take a leading role and a proactive role in identifying and managing risks like these. Protection of data and privacy remains a primary concern of the government. The committee shares the public's growing concern around the use of data and privacy in relation to AI and ADM in the workplace. For example, the surge in technology-enabled worker data collection by employers is a concern. Excessive workplace surveillance causing widespread harm to workers and their families, business and customers, and the lack of transparency and accountability and procedural fairness in employer decision-making. Deputy Speaker, the update to the Commonwealth Privacy Act and Fair Work Act could be an important step forward to help address these concerns, such as banning high-risk use of worker data, like disclosure or sale of such information to third parties, requiring meaningful consultation and transparency with workers on the use of surveillance measures and data use by the AI systems in the workplace. Enabling within the Fair Work Commission a focus on dispute resolution processes for complaints about non-compliance with privacy obligations. These are just some of the many ideas in the recommendations that the committee has put forward. Supporting measures will be needed such as raising awareness of employers' obligations, as well as reviewing the resourcing requirements of Fair Work Commission and the Fair Work Ombudsman to address these concerns. The committee supports the Australian Department of Industry, Science and Resource proposed mandatory guardrails to require developers and deployers of high-risk AI to take specific steps across the AI life cycle. The committee recommends that all AI systems used for employment-related purposes in workplaces be classified as high risk and should attract these mandatory guardrails. AI and ADM, as well as workplaces themselves, are constantly evolving. So it is a challenge that our workplaces must step up to meet. The committee notes that this may warrant a review of its report's recommendations to ensure that investments are captured in any future reforms. Deputy Speaker, finally, I'd like to take the opportunity to comment on the current reforms that are being led by the Department of Industry, Science and Resources and the Attorney-General's Department. We did hear from these departments during our inquiry, and we note the achievements that they've made thus far and fully support the work that they are doing. The findings and the recommendations contained in this report were informed by over 60 submissions and 11 public hearings. I would like to thank my committee colleagues for their hard work on this inquiry. I'd also like to extend my gratitude to all the individuals and organisations involved in providing submissions and for their appearance in the hearings, in particular the workers who spoke about their experience. Finally, I'd like to thank all the workers that we heard from who are the front line of this digital transformation and shared their experiences. This is the last EET committee report that will be tabled in this parliament, so I'd like to take a moment to thank the Deputy Chair of the committee, the member for Longman, as well as all the committee members for their involvement and the good spirit in which they engaged with our 3 inquiries that we held. I'd also like to take a moment to thank the Secretariat of our committee for their hard work through this term. We would be lost as a committee without the organisation, the coordination and the way in which our Secretariat worked with us. Deputy Speaker, I commend the report to the House.
Thank you, the Honourable Member for Bendigo, and you move that the report take note of the... Yes, sir.
I move that the House take note of the report.
Order. The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting, and I call the Honourable Member for Bendigo.
I move that the order of the day be referred to the Federation Chamber for further debate.
And I'll put the question. All of those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. And I call the Honourable Member for Moreton.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Public Works, I present the 88th Annual Report and the corrigendum to Report number 9 of 2024 Department of Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development, Communications and the Arts Command Centre and Canine Facility at Western Sydney International Nancy Bird Walton Airport. And I seek leave of the House to make a short statement in connection with the report.
Is leave granted, Member for Banks?
It is granted.
I thank the Honourable Member for Banks and I call the Honourable Member for Moreton.
Thank the Member for Banks, always reliable. Deputy Speaker, on behalf of the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Public Works, I present the committee's 88th Annual Report. The committee is required by legislation to make a report every year on its work. Chapter 1 of the 88th Annual Report covers the committee's proceedings from 2024. Last year, the committee reported on 22 major works with a combined cost of over $6.4 billion. The committee also scrutinised 98 medium works with a combined value of over $1.3 billion. Chapter 1 also discusses the government response to the 87th Annual Report. That report recommended a comprehensive review of the Public Works Committee Act 1969, noting that the role of the committee has changed since its establishment more than 100 years ago. The committee welcomed the government response to the recommendation of the last report and considers that reform of the Public Works Act would ensure ongoing parliamentary oversight of Commonwealth Public Works. The second chapter discusses post-implementation reports, which have been required for completed projects since 2010. These reports detail whether works have been delivered within the approved scope, cost and timeframe. The committee has received 91 reports. Analysis of these reports shows that 1 in 5 projects ran over the initially approved budget, 2 in 5 changed scope, and half ran longer than the estimated timelines. Fewer than 1 in 3 projects were delivered within original budget, scope and timeframe. Often changes were made without informing the committee. Obviously, this undermines the effectiveness of the democratically elected committee's oversight of these public works. The post-implementation report process is not part of the committee's legislative framework. Up to 75 post-implementation reports are outstanding, and generally, reports are provided a year late. 1 in 4 reports have been provided more than 2 years post-practical completion. obviously limiting the committee's scrutiny. There is also no framework for using or publicly reporting the information in post-implementation reports. This process could be improved as part of the legislative reform that the committee has proposed to the government. In looking back at the work of the committee in 2024, I would like to thank the members of the Public Works Committee for their participation and contributions in the 47th Parliament. I would particularly like to thank the outgoing Deputy Chair, the former member for Hinkler, Keith Pitt, and I record my appreciation for his practical and collaborative approach to the work of the committee. I will miss him. I also welcome the new Deputy Chair, the member for Dawson, and look forward to working with Andrew. Finally, I would like to take the opportunity to acknowledge the retirement of the Public Works Committee Secretary, Lindley Ducker, and thank her for her work for this Parliament and for the people of Australia. Safe travels, Lindley. You've been a joy to work with. And, Deputy Speaker, I commend the report to the House.
Order. I thank the honourable member for Moreton, and it's been a pleasure to serve with him in this Parliament. I call the honourable member for Mitchell.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Corporations and Financial Services, I present two core agenda to the committee's report entitled Financial Abuse, an Insidious Form of Domestic Violence.
I give the call to the honourable member. Mitchell.
That's it.
It's on. I call the clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 3, Appropriation Bill number 3, 2024-2025, resumption of debate on the second reading.
Order. Before the debate is resumed on this bill, I remind the House that it has been agreed that a general debate be allowed covering this bill, the Appropriation Bill number 4, 2024-2025, and the Appropriation Parliamentary Departments Bill number 2, 2024-2025. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Hughes.
So, Deputy Speaker, that's why we say Labor simply cannot manage the economy. That's why we've seen inflation far too high for far too long. Labor cannot manage the budget. That's why we've seen $347 billion in additional spending that has fuelled inflation. The evidence of the Albanese Labor government's failures have been mounting since first elected in May 2022. We have to remember, Deputy Speaker, that's only 2 years and 9 months. That's all it's taken for our economy to almost completely collapse, Deputy Speaker. So if we look at, they've had $347 billion in expenditure, but what do they actually have to show for this? What they have to show, Deputy Speaker, is higher prices, higher interest rates, more small businesses collapsing and lower living standards. Since Labor was elected, prices overall are up more than 10%. This includes double-digit increases across the board for many of our essentials. Health, Deputy Speaker, health is up by 10%. Education overall is up by 11%. Food is up by 12%. Housing by at least 14%. Rents are up 17%. Insurance and finance are up 18%. Electricity is up 32%. That's without the rebates. And gas is up by 34%. So, Deputy Speaker, under Labor's economic mismanagement, we're witnessing the longest sustained period of inflation since the 1980s. We've seen, for example, interest rates that have hiked 12 times. 12 times, Deputy Speaker. Energy bills. We were promised in the last election campaign how many? 97 times. 97 times the now Prime Minister said, energy bills, we will cut your power bills by $275. Since that, Deputy Speaker, instead, we have seen energy bills rise by an average of $1,000 per household. In my home state of New South Wales, we are now at the ridiculous situation where during summer in Sydney, we've been asked by the New South Wales government to not use our washing machines during the day and to also please try not to use your air conditioning during the day. These are days where it's, well, almost every day is over 30 degrees in Sydney. during summer. That is the position that we have gotten to because of this, the decisions that have been made, particularly by Minister Bowen. I notice Minister Bowen's fairly quiet these days, Deputy Speaker. I don't expect that that he'll be front and centre in this election campaign, Deputy Speaker. We've seen living standards collapse by 8.7% under this government, Deputy Speaker. That's the biggest collapse on record and bigger than any of our peer economies. We've even seen, for example, respected economics firm Deloitte has released figures showing that Australian standard of living will not recover now until at least 2030. In other words, it's forecast that it will take 6 years for Australians to make up the ground lost under Labor in 2 years and 9 months. And Deputy Speaker, what has been a complete tragedy has been the number of small businesses that have gone to the wall. 27,000 in 2 years and 9 months. And Deputy Speaker, I know that in my electorate of Hughes we have many, many small businesses. Close to 10% of my entire electorate work in the building and construction industry, for example, and these are often family businesses, and so many of these have collapsed, Deputy Speaker, and that's a real shame because this government does not care about small business, but they are very happy to spend a lot of time with big business, particularly this Prime Minister, Deputy Speaker. So we've now reached the position where we are in a sustained household recession with negligible productive growth. And what is Labor's response to this, Deputy Speaker? Denial, indifference. The Prime Minister tells Australians, trust me, you'll be better off under Labor. And that message, Deputy Speaker, is certainly not cutting through in my electorate. I know when I'm out door knocking, when I've been mobile officers, they are not saying that they are going to trust Labor on this. So, Deputy Speaker, what I found to the contrary, for example, and this is heartbreaking, before Christmas I was door knocking around Bardia. It's part of the new parts of my electorate. It's down in southwest Sydney. Down in Bardia, Deputy Speaker, they are homeowners with mortgages. The median house price is around $1.2 million. They are small business people. They are private sector workers. And when I was door knocking, I had 3 women. When I said to them, how are things going for you at the moment? 3 of them burst into tears and said, I don't know how I'm going to pay for Christmas. I've just had to pay my energy bill, or I can't pay my mortgage this month. That's dreadful, Deputy Speaker. That's middle Australia. These are absolutely the people that this government should be governing for and should be assisting. But they're not. And I think when we are in a position as well where I know that presidents of some of my local sporting associations and sports clubs have said to me, for the first time in the 10 or 20 years that they have been involved with local sport, parents are coming up to them quietly and saying, look, could I pay the registration fees off over a couple of months? This is happening in the Sutherland Shire, it's happening throughout the Liverpool area, and it's happening down in southwest Sydney. And Deputy Speaker, that is what this Labor government has done to Middle Australia. That's what it's done to Australian families, and they're on their knees now. But I tell you what, Deputy Speaker, they are getting very, very angry, the ones that I'm speaking to, and they are not trusting that this Prime Minister is able, based on what's happened over 2 years and 9 months, they have absolutely no confidence whatsoever that he is fit to still be Prime Minister and that he's fit to be the Prime Minister in our next Parliament. So, Deputy Speaker, there are many in my electorate that are saying, when is this federal election going to be called? We need this to be called urgently, because they have said we cannot afford any longer any more of this Labor government. And we've got a situation, mortgage holders, for example, and Deputy Speaker, about 1/3 of Australians at any time are mortgage holders. The average mortgage holder in Australia has paid an additional $50,000 in repayments just to keep a roof over their head. $50,000. You've got to earn close to $100,000 to be able to spend that, to have that $50,000 to pay off your mortgage, because of course, Deputy Speaker, those mortgage repayments, that $50,000 is of course net income. And Deputy Speaker, when I speak to small businesses, I say to them, the reason that you are finding it so tough at the moment is because when mortgage holders have had to pay $50,000 in additional interest repayments, that's $50,000 they don't have and haven't had to spend in local businesses. So as a flow-on effect of this, we first of all had the inflation, which has led to the higher interest rates, which has then led to people having far less disposable income. That then has that immediate impact as well on our small businesses. And I just have to see around suburbs such as Sutherland in my electorate, where we have had record small retailers close. And for the first time, I've lived in the Sutherland Shire all of my life, and for the first time, Deputy Speaker, I am seeing vacant shop fronts in Sutherland, vacant shop fronts in suburbs like Engadine. This has just not happened before. That's happened under this Prime Minister's watch. It's happened under Labor. It's happened under the Labor government. My parents are in their 80s, and they said that for their generation, if you didn't vote Liberal before Whitlam, you certainly voted Liberal after Whitlam, or to get rid of Whitlam. And they have said to me for a number of years that this government is Whitlam-esque in its spending. And when we've had $347 billion of additional spending, that is Whitlam-esque. As a matter of fact, I think that the spending of this government is far surpasses that of Whitlam, with not the policy delivery to justify that level of expenditure. Because, Deputy Speaker, we can hear things like free TAFE. What is the purpose of just throwing money at a sector, at a centralised, unionised sector, and then saying we've solved the problem of apprentices? Because they haven't. Because they've thrown the money at TAFE only. They haven't looked at investing in the private vocational and educational training sector. Instead, they've thrown it at TAFE, where there is only a 50% success rate for apprentices to get through. Only 50% for plumbers, only 50% for carpenters who go down the TAFE path, as opposed to 80% of plumbers who go through the Master Plumbers Association, or 90% for those who go through the National Electrical Communications Association. So, Deputy Speaker, when we've got small businesses closing their doors, apprentices dropping out of their trade, small businesses going under, this is the reality of Labor's cost of living crisis, Deputy Speaker. And yet, despite all this pain and suffering, the Prime Minister is just in denial. He offers no comfort, no solutions, no plan, except to be grossly insulting to Australians by saying things like, oh, Australians have never had it better. Never had it better. Australians that I speak to have never had it worse. And I tell you what, if the Prime Minister came to the electorate of Hughes and came down to southwest Sydney, he would well and truly hear from Australians who say, we have never had it, we've never had it worse. So, and that just shows, Deputy Speaker, a Prime Minister desperately out of touch with the people that he professes to lead. And Deputy Speaker, I just want to speak very briefly as well about the blowout in costs of the NDIS. And I've heard personally from constituents some dreadful stories about how they have had NDIS funding cut unexpectedly. They have had their files closed, files that have been, I'm talking about little Isaac, whose mum I met on the weekend, and he's 10 years of age, Deputy Speaker, and I've gone directly to Minister Rishworth about this issue because his funding has been completely cut, and this is occurring over and over again. So at a time when we are spending more and more and more on NDIS, and I fully support we should be supporting people with disabilities so they can live their best life, Deputy Speaker. But again, this government cannot manage departments, cannot manage policy and cannot manage the country. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Order. I thank the honourable member for Hughes. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Ford.
Well, thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. It's always a pleasure to rise in this place and speak on an appropriation bill. And these bills necessarily provide appropriations for the continued delivery of government services and to fund the decisions in the 24-25 budget. In total, these bills appropriate some $12 billion for the remainder of the financial year, the majority of which, some $7 billion, is directed to ordinary annual services of government. Now, of course, Mr Deputy Speaker, the Coalition supports these bills to ensure the smooth operation of government and the uninterrupted provision of services that Australians rely on. However, while we support these bills as a matter of necessity, we must also use this opportunity to highlight the grave economic mismanagement that has led us to this point, that sees Australians right across this country, not just in households but in small businesses right across this country, under increasing pressures, both through cost of living and cost of doing business. There is nothing this government can do to hide their economic mismanagement. They appear to have tried every trick in the book with little, if any, success, because they simply do not understand how a market economy works. Because none of them over there have worked in the private sector, Mr Deputy Speaker, or very few, I might say. And it's why we have seen inflation far too high for far too long under their management. Now, much of their increased spending is through the increase of ordinary government services. I accept that. But there are many parts of their additional spending, Mr Deputy Speaker, which could have been much more carefully thought through given the inflationary impacts of that spending and the consequent impact on Australian households. And in real terms, we have seen Australian households go back by the best part of 9%. An extraordinary number that Australians alive today, most of which would never have seen their standard of living fall by over 9% in 3 years, let alone a longer period of time. But the evidence continues to mount, Mr Deputy Speaker, as we see this government's failure to deal with these fundamental issues of higher prices, higher interest rates, more small business collapses and lower living standards. So let's go through a little bit of their track record for the benefit of the House, and I'm sure my learned colleagues here that are contributing to this debate will repeat these statistics for the benefit of all concerned. Health up over 10%, education costs up 11%, food costs up 12%, housing costs up 14%, rents up 17%, insurance and financial services 18%, electricity 32%, and gas up 34%. That's a pretty damning report card on the government's progress over the past nearly 3 years. And as I said, they can dress this up any way they want. Those figures tell a story. And I can say, Mr Deputy Speaker, despite all of the government's rhetoric about lowering the cost of living and making things easier, when I talk to people in my mobile offices or when I'm out and about in the community, they're not seeing grocery prices in their shopping basket go down. They're only going up. And one of the key drivers of cost of living is energy, because energy is in every single thing that we do. You need energy to make the petrol pumps work, to put petrol in your car, or to put diesel in your truck or in your ute. You need energy to run the cold rooms in your supermarkets or in your big warehouses or in your pub or in your cafe. We saw last week those businesses that run the big warehouses to distribute food to our supermarkets. Some of the cost increases for their electricity bills, 200% or more. I know businesses in my electorate, their gas bills haven't gone up by 34%. They've gone up by 50, 60, 100%. And they're now talking about closing their businesses. And these are businesses that are at the leading edge of innovation in their particular industry in this country. And the government's not interested in them. Government's not interested in their struggles. They're interested in all the fancy stuff like quantum AI and all those. So happy to hand over $1 billion with no questions asked to a quantum AI company, yet a company that manufactures leading-edge textiles in my electorate, that supplies our Defence Force, by the way, is at risk of going out of business because the cost of gas for them has gone up by nearly 100%. These are the everyday stories that those opposite have got no idea and no desire to deal with. And it's not going to get better, Mr Deputy Speaker, it's only going to get worse, because all of the impact of all of these increases accumulates over time. As the previous speaker quite rightly outlined, Australian households are now spending or have spent an extra $50,000 on interest costs on their mortgage because of 12 interest rate rises. That's $50,000 they are now no longer spending in the retail shop at local shopping centre, at the local cafe or at the local club, or maybe they've pulled their kids out of sport because they can't afford to pay the registration fees. Thankfully, the Crucifuli government in Queensland has brought forward the release of the Getting in the Game grants to enable families to be able to afford to pay the registration for their kids, so I thank them for that. But all of these things have an impact on social cohesion, family harmony, because of those financial pressures. And so far we've seen some 27,000 businesses go insolvent under this government's lack of leadership. But I'll say, Mr Deputy Speaker, with no degree of hesitation, that that number will only continue to grow. That number will only continue to grow. Because what are they doing for small business? Well, we've had a bill go through the House here which removes the interest deductibility for a tax debt. We're seeing before this House a proposal to increase the cost of vehicles through making the emissions standards much, much tougher. We're seeing for maybe some larger businesses, and I know some business people who were clients of mine in my former life, where they had business assets in self-managed super funds, and we know many in the agricultural sector have many of their assets in superannuation funds, and rest assured, Mr Deputy Speaker, those funds will be worth way more than $3 million. This government wants to introduce an unrealised capital gains tax. First time anywhere in the world that a government introduces an unrealised capital gains tax. What's going to happen to those businesses where, if they don't have the cash in their super fund, they have to sell the asset that they're operating their business from? Does this government actually care about that? Quite evidently they don't. How many people are potentially going to lose their job as a result of that? I can rest assured that the government did no regulatory impact statement whatsoever to assess that risk. Zero. So, despite everything that this government says, they are actually doing the opposite of what they say they do. And I've said many times in this place and outside of here, you don't listen to what a Labor government says they're doing. You look at what they do, because 9 times out of 10 they are two completely and utterly different things. And that is exactly what we're seeing from those opposite. We are in a sustained household recession. We are seeing negligible productivity growth, and that proposition is only made worse by the introduction of broad-ranging, increased IR laws that the government has introduced at the behest of the unions, which are seeing more red tape and more regulation in the IR sector that makes it even less attractive for business to employ people. The Prime Minister tries to run the line that we should trust him. Well, as I said before, on the evidence of their track record, there's absolutely no reason to trust what they say. And if we look at the Employee Living Cost Index, which is an index measuring the true cost of living for hard-working Australian families, that cost of living index has risen by 19.4% since Labor took government. That's almost 50% higher than the CPI over the same period. And the reason the government can say they've run 2 budget surpluses is by no dent of their credit for their budget management. It's courtesy of the very industries and businesses that they're attacking and seek to want to remove from our economy. We've seen a 66% increase in the number of people seeking assistance for their energy bills, and we know that people are struggling to keep the lights on. As I said earlier, small businesses are closing their doors at an alarming rate, and yet we have a proposal from the coalition government to assist small business by giving them the incentive to take their staff out for lunch or dinner as a reward for their hard work and effort, which will support our local cafes and clubs and pubs, and every one of them I've spoken to thinks it's a terrific policy, and those opposite demonising it. Yet the big end of town, where those opposite are quite happy to put their knees under their desks, under the boardroom tables for the big end of town and get donations from the big end of town, can claim all of those things as a tax deduction. It's the height of hypocrisy from those opposite to say they support small business and workers. They don't, by their very words. They don't by their very words and by their very actions. And we've now seen a revelation late last week of another $11.1 billion black hole in Labor's budget. What else are we going to find as we keep going through the books? Because I can rest assured that $11 billion is just the start. But, Madam Speaker, there is an alternative at this election that's coming up, and it is a coalition government that is focused on strengthening our economy and getting our country back on track. We look to lower inflation, rein in wasteful spending that fuels that inflation by reducing taxes, reducing red tape and out-of-control union bosses getting stuck into small business. Cheaper energy by ensuring a balanced mix including more renewables, more gas, and replacing retiring coal plants with zero-emissions nuclear energy. Affordable homes by funding critical infrastructure required for housing, helping first home buyers, restricting foreign investors and restoring a sensible migration intake. Looking at supporting safer communities and getting tough on violent crime by non-citizens and boosting our defence and border protection and improving online safety for children. Quality healthcare funded by more GPs, increased bulk billing rates and more Medicare subsidised services. And on that particular note, of subsidised Medicare services. I note with interest the Minister for Health over the last few days has been waxing lyrical, Deputy Speaker, waxing lyrical about their success in bulk billing. Well, I might remind the House that in 2019, so before COVID, so on a level playing field before COVID and now, bulk billing rates in my electorate were 96%. What are they today, Deputy Speaker? 84%. 84%, a 12% drop in bulk billing rates. So the Minister for Health, along with all of his other frontbench colleagues and those on the backbench who are so busy spruiking the successes of this government, once again, you look at what they actually do and what they achieve, not what they say, because they're not a true representation of what's happening. It's only a coalition government that will get Australia back on track.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Casey.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I want to commend the member for Ford for that contribution. Like him, my community has gone through the same situation with bulk billing. 84% in 2019, now in 73% in 2023 under the Albanese Labor government. I'll talk more about that, but it's a great example of the spin of those opposite when the facts and the data doesn't actually match. And it's a little bit awkward for those opposite. They don't like to talk about it, but the numbers are there and it's a reality. But this appropriation bill is important because it brings together government spending. We need to always make sure that that is appropriate and well targeted. And in my community, we've had some wins, which is great, and we celebrate those when we can. And the Don Road Recreation Reserve, it's one of the busiest reserves in the Yarra Ranges within my community, and it's used by over 10,000 locals. And I've been working alongside Hillsville locals and the Hillsville Football Club to advocate for an upgrade to the pavilion. And recently I had the Shadow Minister for Sport, Anne Ruston, visit, catch up with the committee, tour the facilities and have a look at what needed to be upgraded as we see a great growth in female and women's sport, but we need the facilities to match that. And it's clear that the Don Road Recreation Reserve is long overdue for an upgrade as Hillsville's population grows and women's participation grows as well. And I'm proud that over $5.7 million in funding was secured through the Yarra Ranges Council as part of the Thriving Suburbs Fund to build a new multi-purpose pavilion and associated amenities. And I know the football club at a senior level and also the junior football club are now working together with the soccer club to make sure that the whole pavilion, the whole facility, that reserve can be fit to purpose for all those clubs. And the upgrade will allow current and future generations to continue enjoying the benefits of sport. There's many other clubs in my community, clubs like the Lilydale Football Club, Lilydale Cricket Club, Moorobark Football Club, Moorobark Cricket Club, Belgrave Football Club, the Belgrave Cricket Club as well, Yarra Glen, Coldstream, Wooree, many clubs, Wesburn Junior Footy Club, where I was at on Sunday for their family day. I'm talking to all these clubs about the need for new facilities. The need is large in our community, but by having this funding for Hillsville, it's another club that we can deliver for so we can continue to work through the needs in the community, because sport is really part of the core fabric of our community. It's what binds many people together, gives them that sense of purpose in how they communicate, how they spend time with each other. A great example, I was lucky enough to visit an event on Friday night to catch up with a good friend of mine, Alan Pearce, and his wife Paula, to celebrate their over 20 years of commitment to the Hillsville Cricket Club as they moved down to Gippsland for their next adventure. And we shared stories, and the part of that evening that was so special was unfortunately reminiscing as it was 16 years on from Black Saturday and the impact it had on our community. But many past players that I'd played with that I hadn't seen for a long time, we came together and it was like we were back at the club. That's what sport does. It builds a connection that is stronger than anything, and we need to celebrate and make sure those clubs have their facilities that they deserve. And Lilydale Lake was also able to get an upgrade for improvements of over $1.5 million through, again, the Thriving Suburbs Fund. It's one of the busiest local destinations in the Yarra Ranges. The upgrade's going to allow families, walkers, runners and children to continue to enjoy our beautiful local environment at Lilydale Lake, as well as bring more tourists into our community. The upgrade will deliver enhanced and activated parklands, as well as improved local access, including pathways, car parking, recreation and fitness facilities for local residents and families, as well as tourists. And I continue to look forward to working with Yarra Ranges Council on that project as it gets delivered. There is no doubt one of the biggest, if not the biggest issue that's raised with me when it comes to underinvestment in my community is roads. Whether you're in the suburbs dealing with traffic congestion, dodging potholes on the Warburton Highway or the Melba Highway, or driving on unsealed roads in the Dandenongs and across the Yarra Valley and the Upper Yarra, it is clear that our road network needs improvement and additional investment. And I've been advocating for better local roads, including for our local roads to be sealed, to end the days of dust, potholes and dangerous driving conditions. Now, one of the first things that the Albanese Labor government did when they came to power was to cut funding from our local road sealing program. Now, this was a program that was committed by the former Liberal government. It was being delivered on time and on budget in collaboration with the Yarra Ranges Council. And the Albanese Labor government, when in opposition, committed to the program. There is a press release from the Prime Minister himself talking about how important this program was to improve safety in my community, yet he cut that funding. And that cut impacted over 450 local roads that were due to be sealed. And I again, as I have for 2.5 years, call on the Albanese government to honour their word, honour the commitment that they made to provide funding to our community so we can continue sealing local roads. And when I'm out door knocking, talking to locals, particularly in Mooroolbark, but also Mount Evelyn and Lilydale, one of the biggest issues raised with me is the single-lane underpass at Hull Road and Mooroolbark Road. The underpass has been a bottleneck since I was a kid. And I remember growing up in Yarra Glen, and my uncle lived in Mooroolbark, and we had to go down Victoria Road, which then becomes Mooroolbark Road, under the underpass to get onto Hull Road. And I vividly remember the conversations my parents had about the frustration of being stuck at that intersection. And that was over 30 years ago. And in that time, the traffic has got worse. More people have moved into our community, which is a wonderful thing. We've had the development of Kinley, which has just started, more houses coming in, 4,000 houses, 8,000 residents right at that intersection. And so it's crucial that we upgrade it so that our community can get home sooner and safer. And I'll continue to fight for that upgrade. And I want to thank all those in the community that have added their voice to my petition and our campaign for this upgrade, which is so sorely needed. Now, healthcare, it's a fundamental right for all Australians. And despite what those opposites say, the facts are that under a coalition government in 2019, in my community, bulk billing was at 84.3%. In 2023, under the Albanese Labor government, it had dropped to 73.2%. And not only is bulk billing down due to the geographical, peri-urban, regional nature of my community, families are finding it harder to see a GP, and the cost of visiting the doctor has skyrocketed in the last 3 years. GP bulk billing rates have collapsed in my community, but also across the country. From 88%, it's now fallen to 77%. Community members are now paying record high out-of-pocket costs to see a doctor under Labor's cost of living crisis. And our nation is also facing a shortage of GPs. The Coalition has a plan to build our GP workforce by incentivising junior doctors to become GPs, particularly in regional and rural communities like mine. The Liberals will deliver quality health care, including doubling mental health sessions back to 20 after Labor cut this vital Medicare subsidised mental health support, despite a report recommending that it stays. And my community needs that support more than ever. The last census showed that the community of Casey unfortunately over-indexed on those with mental health challenges relative to Victoria and relative to the nation. And I'll prioritise quality health care, something that all Australians and all residents in Casey deserve. And the reason healthcare is so hard, the reason roads can't be funded is because of the cost of living crisis that we have seen under the Albanese Labor government. Now, data published last week by the ABC showed what I already know and what many in my community know, that they're under pressure. Mortgage stress is at 42.3% and rental stress is at 74.7% in my community. Everyone in my community is hurting. There is no one that is doing better today than they were when the Albanese Labor government came to power in 2022. But all we do is have to sit here in question time and hear the hubris from the Minister for Health, the hubris from the Prime Minister, from the Treasurer about how Australians have never had it better, how great it is, how lucky they are. But Australians are struggling. 21-month per capita recession, everyone going backwards, despite the Prime Minister promising to reduce energy bills by $275, despite promising to reduce mortgages. Mortgages have gone up 12 times, interest rates have gone up 12 times under this Prime Minister. There is not one Australian, not one member of Casey that is doing better today. And another crucial issue that impacts my community every day, but particularly in emergencies, is telecommunications. We know how important reliable communications networks are for our community, in the Dandenongs, in the Yarra Valley and the Upper Yarra in particular. And the Coalition has a proud history of increasing local telecommunications capabilities, having delivered towers in East Warburton, Steeles Creek, McMahon's Creek, Mount Evelyn, Reefton, 2 in Chum Creek, all under the Mobile Black Spot program. There was also funding for Kalorama, and unfortunately an appropriate location could not be secured. We also funded towers for Sylvan and Menzies Creek under the Peri-Urban Mobile program, with those locations being secured, and I'm working with the telecommunications providers to make sure we can get those locations and get those towers up and running as soon as possible. And so it was disappointing to learn in the 2024 May budget that Labor plans to axe the Mobile Black Spot program and Peri-Urban Mobile program, with no funding for mobile programs from 2027 to 2028. As I said in my first speech, we must invest in technology to provide reliable access for the safety of our citizens. A working phone line can be the difference between life and death. And I'll continue fighting for our fair share of telecommunications infrastructure to keep our community connected every day, but also in emergencies. Because in our community, communications are crucial. We don't have the opportunity, when you're living in the Dandenongs or the Upper Yarra, it's not 20 metres to your neighbour, it's kilometres. So local residents need that. I want to pay tribute to Belinda Young and the team at the Mums of the Hills in the Dandenong Ranges, who've done great work advocating for communications upgrades in the Dandenongs, but all across Casey, because they know how important it is, particularly for stay-at-home mums who are looking after children and need to be able to call for support if something goes wrong. And I want to thank Belinda for her continued advocacy. I'm going to look forward to continue working with her to make sure that our residents can get the communications that we need. But unfortunately, we have seen under this government the spin of how great we have it as a country, but the reality is everyone is going backwards. We've seen 27,000 small businesses go under this government. No solutions to the challenges that small businesses face in my community or many communities across the country. We have seen the challenges, the failures of this government for the last 3 years. And the question for the Australian people and for the members and residents and communities of Casey, if it's been this bad for this long under this government, imagine the damage they will do if they get another 3 years of sending this country further and further into trouble.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Sturt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and indeed I rise to support the passage of the appropriation bill, as we all do on this side of the chamber. It's very important that we make sure the government has the funding that we need to get through the election period and support the commencement of a new Dutton government before a budget can be passed by that new government at a later stage this year. So we very much support ensuring that the resources are in place for that important transition that is almost upon the Australian people, because we desperately need a change in this country, and happily, even if the Prime Minister waits to the latest possible moment, I think the date was the 17th of May. By the 17th of May, we will have an election in this country, and the people of Australia get the chance to cast their verdict on the last 3 years of this Labor government. I've got a sense of what they're going to have to say about all that when they get their chance at the ballot box. It's been 3 tough years for the Australian people. It's been 3 years of a government wasting our money on the wrong priorities. We've had the voice referendum, nearly $500 million of money we'll just never see again, that came out of the pockets of Australian taxpayers, torched on that divisive, unnecessary distraction of a referendum, one that was comprehensively rejected by the Australian people but didn't result in saving the money that was spent on that, and indeed not just the cost to run it, but the money that was invested in that campaign by a range of organisations, the tax deductibility of the donations into that campaign. That was an enormous cost to the Australian taxpayer. We've seen the public service grow by 36,000 people, the cost of $6 billion a year. 36,000 more bureaucrats here in Canberra, $6 billion a year. And does anyone? That's a 20% increase in the size of the public sector. Now, are there many parts of government that are 20% better, thanks to those extra 36,000? Because I don't have people stopping me in the street saying it's great that you've got those extra bureaucrats, because I really feel like we're getting so much more out of our government because of it. Far from that, in fact. The data shows that simple things like Centrelink processing emergency payments for people in domestic violence circumstances, the KPI failures on those fundamental elements of government are an absolute disgrace, despite the fact we've got 36,000 more public servants. This government is spending hundreds of millions of dollars on advertising, of course. Because they're not a good government, they have to try and look like a good government, and that is very expensive. You have to spend a lot of money, hundreds of millions of dollars, on television advertising campaigns when you're an atrociously bad government to try and look like a good government. And this government is breaking all the records when it comes to nearly $250 million. I think just over, in fact. I think it was $260 million spent in this financial year alone across various government advertising programs. Future Made in Australia, that's going well. I'd up the ad buy on that one if I was the government. The hydrogen, that's going well. Hydrogen's going well. In my home state of South Australia, I think the state government are about to announce that they're abandoning that as a hydrogen plant, converting it to a gas plant. They're not purchasing the electrolysers for that, and They'll probably use the situation, the tragic situation in Whyalla with the steelworks as an excuse to scrap that promise. Hydrogen ideas are collapsing around the country as we speak. So the hydrogen dream isn't going so well. The solar panel manufacturing doesn't seem to be going very well. Quantum, the future made in America, the quantum computer that the Americans are happily receiving $1 billion. Maybe not though, because maybe the Queensland new LNP government is looking pretty closely at that decision and wondering whether or not the Queensland taxpayer should be shoveling $500 million of their hard-earned money into that very interesting PR exercise that is all about this government trying to look like they're doing things rather than actually achieving for the people of this country. Now, the waste goes on and on and on and on. And it couldn't be at a worse time because it's never been harder to make the household budget stack up. People are really hurting in this high inflationary environment with high interest rates, high rents if you rent your home, high grocery prices, of course extremely high energy prices. Energy prices which were meant to be $275 cheaper for every Australian family. Reputex did the modelling on that one. They staked their reputation, Reputex have. Possibly a name change could be recommended for that company, saying that this government was going to drop our power bills by $275. Well, of course, the absolute opposite has occurred. And it leads to really difficult decisions for Australian families because they have to cut back on some of the things that they were always able to afford with everything else going up, cancelling family holidays, making difficult decisions when they're buying groceries. I met someone the other day that can't afford to buy fresh vegetables anymore. She's buying frozen food because it's just too expensive. And this is Australia. This is Australia. And you're hearing those kind of heartbreaking stories. And it's because the government is wasting money on completely unnecessary things. Our taxes are higher than they need to be. And of course, all that unnecessarily high government expenditure fuels inflation. And it's inflation that's hurting Australian families right now. So the solution to that is a change of government to get this country back on track. And when the average Australian thinks about how they're going to vote at the ballot box in the weeks ahead, I think it's a pretty simple proposition. Do you feel better off today than you were 3 years ago? When the Albanese Labor government came to power, have things gotten better for you or worse for you? Is this country on the right track under this government, or do we need to change direction? And a Dutton coalition government is that change that this country needs. Now, in my own electorate of Sturt, when I think about the appropriation bill before us, I lament the lack of investment, particularly in the vital Greater Adelaide Freight Bypass Corridor, which has a number of components which, when complete, will divert heavy freight out of the suburbs of my electorate of Sturt, getting them off Portrush Road, and the future risk of them going down Cross Road through my electorate and the seats of Adelaide and Boothby, getting that freight around the back of the Adelaide Hills. And I was very proud to be a part of the government which put money into the Truro bypass with the South Australian Liberal government, which was the first part of building that freight bypass. And unfortunately, that project was the victim of the cruel and nasty infrastructure cuts that were implemented by this government last year. That's really hurt my community, it's really hurt my city, because that investment was really going to transform not only the economic efficiency of freight movements throughout South Australia and around Adelaide, but it was also going to make a dramatic difference to the safety of commuters, of pedestrians who don't really feel it's reasonable to live in a city of 1.2 million people and have Highway 1 running through their suburbs. Small country towns, happily for them, have had bypasses built around them decades ago, but we've still got a situation where heavy freight going from Melbourne to Perth travels through suburban Adelaide. It's completely ludicrous, and we need to fix that. And regrettably, we were on the pathway to doing that, and that was cruelly ripped away from my community and other communities in Adelaide by that callous decision to cut that project. Now, we've learnt on that project. The South Australian government has submitted to the federal government a new business case, which it seems, based on the Labor state minister's commentary around it on radio, that it is a positive cost-benefit, and one that even the state Labor government is hoping that the federal government will decide to reconsider their cruel cuts and again partner with them on that project. And having heard that revelation this week, I call on this government to release that business case and to show people what that plan looks like, what it will cost, how it will benefit the people of my electorate of Sturt, the people of Adelaide and the state of South Australia. Because burying that thing and hiding it from everyone is completely unacceptable and cannot possibly be tolerated. And to hear that the state government have given it to the federal government and have said, well, you know, we've given it to the federal government, it's really up to them to decide what they're going to do next with it. If this federal government refuses to release that plan, then it will be an indictment on their lack of interest in investing in that project. There's an election about to be upon us, and it would be a very helpful and important debate to be had, equipped with all the necessary information to compare the major parties' offerings on that project, like many others, in the lead up to this election. So I hope that Minister King is on the cusp of releasing that Greater Adelaide Freight bypass business case, which the State Labor Minister says he has provided to them, and it's in their court to release it, because we want to know what it says and we want to get on and build this thing. It needs to happen. We should have started by now. We've lost years because of this Labor government's cruel decision to defund one of those projects, but we're not giving up on it. We've got to get on with it. We want to see it get done. The other thing that's very relevant in this appropriation bill that the Labor Party is going to have to confront and take very seriously, in the appropriations, it includes defence expenditure. We've recently had the confirmation of what we probably already knew, that the Greens political party have said that their policy position at the next election is to scrap the AUKUS agreement, to scrap submarine construction for the Royal Australian Navy. They've already said they want to scrap the Hunter frigate program as well. So they want to shut down naval shipbuilding in Adelaide. Now, most importantly, this is disastrous for our national security. And to take that capability away from the future of the Royal Australian Navy is treasonous, absolutely treasonous. But the double whammy in South Australia is the collapse of one of the great, bright, shining future industries of our state, which is shipbuilding. Now, this is very relevant for the Labor Party, Deputy Speaker, because they've got to decide what they're doing with their preferences in the state of South Australia. And if there's a candidate on a ballot paper that has a policy position to shut down naval shipbuilding, they should be last on that ballot paper. So I'm sure that decision is forthcoming. But it is very serious. We have not had this circumstance in a South Australian federal election contest before. Of course, the Greens party also want to shut down the oil and gas industry, so that's the end of Santos and Beach. And with the difficult circumstances facing the steel industry, the concept of a political force like the Greens, who want to get rid of shipbuilding, want to get rid of oil and gas, the overall impact on the South Australian economy would probably be approaching around 100,000 jobs as those decisions flowed through the entirety of our economy. That is an economic Armageddon for my home state. And even though sometimes we think the Greens are a complete joke of a political party because that happens to be the truth, this has to be taken very, very seriously. And no credible political force and no major party, no party of government, can possibly countenance indulging such a dangerous and reckless outlook for the people of South Australia and, frankly, the people of the entire country. So, Deputy Speaker, we support the funding of the government, obviously. We look forward to this bill supporting the operation of the government through the election period that is upon us, and we look forward to that campaign and debating the very significant issues that face the future of the entire nation, and as I've outlined, particularly the future of my home state of South Australia, the future of my constituents in the seat of Sturt. And with that, I commend the bill to the House.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Capricornia.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. We are at a crossroads. Australia is struggling under the weight of a Labor government's reckless economic mismanagement. And today, as we bring these appropriation bills to the chamber, bills that allocate $12 billion to keep the government running, we must also confront the dire truth this is a financial mess of Labor's own making. The Coalition supports these bills because we believe in ensuring essential services continuing, but we cannot and will not ignore the shocking economic failures that have made this spending necessary. The reality is clear. Everyday Australians are paying the price for Labor's economic incompetence. Australia is being plundered to keep this government afloat, and a government who sees regional Australia as nothing more than a cash cow. Since Labor's election in 2022, they have splurged an additional $347 billion in taxpayers' money. What do Australians have to show for this uncontrolled spending? Families in my electorate are struggling to keep up with the cost of everyday essentials, with the prices on basics skyrocketing. Inflation remains stubbornly high, well above the Reserve Bank's target range. The price of food alone has increased by 12% and energy prices have risen by 32%, despite Labor's hollow promise of cutting power bills by $275. In just 2.5 years, we've seen a 66% increase in the number of hard-working Australians seeking assistance with their energy bills. Pensioners who have worked hard are making the decision: do they heat their homes during the winter and cool them in the summer, or do they eat? Families in Capricornia tell me they're paying hundreds of dollars more each quarter for electricity, yet the government remains silent on real solutions. Labor's reckless energy plan is a disaster for Australian households and businesses. Just last week, Moody's confirmed it could cost up to $230 billion over the next decade and drive electricity prices up another 25%. This is yet another independent warning that Labor's renewables-only approach will hurt Australians, forcing families and businesses to the wall. Peak industry bodies like the Australian Chamber of Commerce and Industry and Council of Small Business Organisations Australia are sounding the alarm, yet the government refuses to listen. In just 1 year, wholesale power prices have skyrocketed by a staggering 83%, placing an unbearable financial burden on families and businesses. Despite Labor promises, the cost of electricity continues to climb, leaving Australians struggling to keep up with soaring energy bills. The Minister for Climate Change and Energy assured Australians that wholesale power prices would be just $51 per megawatt hour by 2025. Instead, reality has seen prices soar past $100 per megawatt hour, more than double the promised figure. This failure to deliver affordable energy is yet another example of Labor's empty rhetoric not matching real-world outcomes. Adding to this betrayal, Labor promised households a $275 reduction in power bills, yet families are instead paying up to $1,000 more. These rising costs are hurting everyday Australians who are already feeling the strain of increased mortgage payments, grocery bills and fuel prices. Labor's reckless energy policies, driven by their ideological war on coal and gas, have weakened the reliability of our power grid. By sidelining dependable baseload energy sources, they have left Australians vulnerable to an unstable system that relies too heavily on expensive and unreliable renewables, with no proper backup in place. This mismanagement is not just a failure of policy, it is a failure that directly impacts every Australian household and business. Labor has no plan for affordability, no plan for reliability, and no plan to keep the lights on. Meanwhile, Australians are paying the price. Interest rate hikes have added thousands of dollars a year to mortgage repayments. Young Australians who once aspired to own a home are now being priced out of the market entirely. The great Australian dream of home ownership is slipping further and further out of reach due to Labor's reckless economic mismanagement. Labor's policies are directly hurting regional Australia. Their war on agriculture, their attacks on the resources sector and their anti-small business agenda have made it harder for industries in Capricornia to thrive. Farmers tell me they are struggling with rising input costs, with fuel and fertiliser prices hitting record highs. This is not just a problem for them, it's a problem for every Australian who relies on affordable food and strong supply chains. Despite the Treasurer's assurances that relief is on the way, everyday Australians are seeing none of it. Labor's approach has been to throw billions at band-aid solutions rather than addressing the root cause of inflation. Handouts and subsidies may provide short-term relief, but they do nothing to fix the long-term structural issues that are driving up costs. While roads in my electorate were left to crumble from funding cuts and lives lost on the Bruce Highway, Labor slashed $450 million on a failed referendum that did nothing but divide communities. In a last-ditch attempt just months out from an election, billions of dollars were finally found for the Bruce Highway in an attempt to appease disgruntled voters. The Labor lies and incompetence of this government don't stop there. Independent analysts from the Parliamentary Budget Office has now revealed a massive $11.1 billion black hole in Labor's budget, further exposing their economic mismanagement. While Labor claims it will maintain the public service at its current level of 209,150 employees, they have failed to budget for the costs, leaving a multi-billion-dollar shortfall over the next 4 years. This is yet another example of their reckless spending and inability to properly manage taxpayers' dollars. So how exactly will Labor fill this gap? Will they hit hard-working Australians with more taxes, making life even more expensive for families already struggling with the cost of living crisis? Or will they cut vital frontline services, further neglecting the very people who rely on government support the most? The reality is that Labor's bureaucratic blowout is out of control. Since coming into office, they have expanded the public service by an astonishing 20%, with wages surging by 11%, all while ordinary Australians are being told to tighten their belts. Sure. It's time for the Labor government to explain why they're on this bureaucratic binge while ordinary people bear the burden. We've been clear. The public service must be efficient, effective and sustainable. For every new public service job, hard-working Australians face higher taxes to foot the bill. The Coalition will sensibly consolidate the public service, protecting essential services while making smart reductions where there's duplication or excess capacity. It's about ensuring value for taxpayers, not more waste. Instead of this government offering transparency or real solutions, all we get from Labor is denial, spin and empty promises. The Coalition are committed to strengthening our economy and getting our country back on track. After years of economic mismanagement under Labor, Australian families, businesses and communities need real leadership and a government that delivers results, not more spin and broken promises. Our plan is focused on restoring confidence, easing cost of living pressures and ensuring a better future for all Australians. We will bring inflation under control by putting an end to wasteful government spending that continues to fuel price rises. By cutting unnecessary taxes, slashing red tape and reducing the stranglehold of union bosses over small businesses, we will create an environment where families and businesses can thrive. Cheaper energy is also a key priority, and we will deliver it through a balanced mix of power sources. Housing affordability has become a crisis under Labor, but we have a plan to turn things around. We will fund the critical infrastructure needed to support new housing develops, help first home buyers enter the market, restrict foreign investors who are driving up prices, and restore a sustainable migration intake to ensure housing demand does not outpace supply. At the same time, we will make our communities safer by cracking down on violent crime committed by non-citizens, strengthening our defence and border security and enhancing online safety measures to protect children. A strong and reliable healthcare system is essential for every Australian, and we will deliver it by increasing funding for GPs, boosting bulk billing rates and expanding Medicare subsidised mental health services. Under our leadership, healthcare will be more accessible, ensuring that no one is left behind when they need medical care. Right now, Australians across the country are asking important questions. Are you better off today than you were 2.5 years ago? Do you feel safer and more secure? Is our country more united than it was before? And given all we've seen, can Australians afford another 3 years of Labor's economic failures and social division? The answer is clear. It's time to restore confidence in our economy. It's time for a government that gets out of people's way and allows Australians the freedom to succeed. And most importantly, it's time for a return to strong, decisive leadership that puts Australians first. The Coalition have the plan, the experience and the vision to get our country back on track and ensure a brighter, more prosperous future for all. This is our promise to the people of Capricornia, this is our promise to regional Australia, and this is our commitment to getting our country back on track. Thank you.
Order. I thank the honourable member for Capricornia. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Riverina.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The appropriation bill, Bills number 3 and 4, are necessary appropriations to ensure that the continued delivery of essential government services. They fund decisions made since the 2024-25 budget was announced in May last year. Now, that said, there's a lot to unpack when it comes to appropriations and this government. And I'm always amazed about how many truck drivers listen to the federal parliament whilst they're traversing this wide brown land, and always impressed at the number of truckies who contact my office when I speak in Parliament about certain things. Sometimes they agree, sometimes they do not. But what this government did in its early phases and stages of running the nation's finances was to propose a 10% annual increase to the heavy vehicle road user charge, which would see the tax truckies pay on fuel rise from the current, at the time, 27.2 cents per litre up to 36.2 cents per litre by 1 July next year. Now, they were figures produced by the National Transport Commission, and we should be doing everything we can as a parliament to ensure the smooth running of our trucks, because they largely, literally, carry the nation. All the goods that are ferried around our nation are done on a truck, and certainly during COVID, the worth of truckies was writ large, because they were getting all those rolls of toilet paper every time anybody went to the toilet. It seemed as though they needed 10 rolls. I mean, we all of a sudden we had a lack of toilet paper. It was so much more. It was groceries. It was in some instances the vaccines. It was the vaccines, and our truckies helped to run and manage this country. And at the time, I can remember the then Prime Minister, the member for Cook, tasked me as the Transport Minister with the role and responsibility to get our state transport roads ministers around the table and to agree on a national logistics code. And I am still thankful to those transport ministers, most of whom were Labor ministers, but they did the right thing in the national interest. I'm afraid to say the same cannot be said for this federal Labor government, because they do not do things in the national interest. They want to whack taxes on our truckies. They want to make our farmers pay for the biosecurity measures of foreign goods coming in to compete with our own products on the supermarket shelves. Could you imagine any other country in the world doing that? charging our own people, our own farmers, the best farmers in the world, the ones who grow the food and fibre, making them pay for foreign competitors' biosecurity measures so that they can compete on the same shelves, in the same supermarkets, competing for the same customers, that would be Australian people. And when it comes to Australian people paying through the nose at supermarkets, they are doing that, and the Nationals and the Liberals have a better plan. We want to put in a supermarket commissioner as part of the suite of measures to ease cost of living, because cost of living is hurting household budgets. Cost of living is having such an impact and an impost on ordinary, everyday Australians, and many of whom cannot take any more. They are making decisions based on the disposable income that they have. They are making decisions as to whether they, depending on the season, cool or heat their house, as opposed to put food on the table so that their families can sustain themselves. This should not be Australia. Should not be Australia in 2025. Should not be in a country as wealthy as Australia. This should not be happening. And I was amazed some time ago when a free volunteer-run food van arrived at the Murrumbidgee River at Wagga Wagga, down near the beach. It was well advertised to provide food hampers for people of Wagga Wagga, a good-sized city, 70,000 people plus, and the numbers who came out to avail themselves of that generosity. It was quite remarkable. I talk to my volunteer organisations, namely the Salvation Army, St Vincent de Paul, Care Van, regularly, and they report to me that the clients are increasing, and they have not seen the volume, the numbers of people needing the generosity of the rest of the community, needing the spirit of giving that they are being called upon to provide. And it's because people just can't make ends meet. It's because people are finding the cost of living too difficult, and this should not be Australia in 2025. People are getting their power bills, and they were promised on 97 occasions by the then opposition leader, the member for Grainler, the now Prime Minister, on 97 occasions that they would receive a $275 saving to their power bill. And you know what? A lot of people were duped by that. A lot of people fell for that. And it was interesting that the tile that was put out by the Labor Dirt Unit at the time to say that, well, this is what's going to happen if you vote for a Labor government. It wasn't that many months after the election. The tile was slightly changed, an asterisk placed beside the $275, and then a disclaimer. And the disclaimer put the $275 saving off into the never never. Because you know what, Deputy Speaker? That's the Labor way. That's what they do. They say something before an election and then they do the complete opposite after it. And sad to say, you can't take a Labor Party on its word. You cannot, because you don't judge a Labor Party by its words, judge a Labor Party by its actions. And people are hurting, and they're hurting because they are paying too much for groceries. And the Nationals in government have a better way. We want to make sure that in conjunction with the Liberals, we do put that supermarket commissioner in, that we do ensure that farmers are paid a fair price at the farm gate for the toils of their labour, and they should be. And whether they are providing those supermarkets with vegetables or meat or whatever the case might be, they should be paid a fair price, because all too often we know that our farmers, the best in the world, are price takers. They are not price makers. And we should also ensure through this Food Commissioner that people are getting value for money when they take their trolley to the cash register and pay for their goods. And of course then you've got the high power prices, as I mentioned previously, but more than that, we've got people in regional Australia hurting because of the price at the petrol bowser is going up and up and up, and people in country areas use their vehicles much more than those in the city. And you actually have families in country areas who are choosing not to take their children to sport, not to choose to take their children to dancing lessons or dancing competitions or events, all the like. Sport plays a big part in regional Australia. It plays a huge part. Just last Friday, the Southern New South Wales Women's Australian Football League began its 8th season, and it involves 15 teams from Wagga Wagga through to Griffith in the Murrumbidgee irrigation area. And women's Australian football is the fastest growing sport in our nation. And of course, when you have a competition such as that, generally speaking, and I admire what the AFL Riverina has done in trying to consolidate the draw so that there's a series of double headers, so that teams, the tyranny of distance is such that they're trying to reduce the amount of travel away games that teams are playing. But still in all, quite often teams will have to travel. And when you have to travel in the Riverina, you have to journey long distances to play your games. And it's costly. It's costly. And there are people, women who play in that competition, and families who are unfortunately having to make that tough decision on their kids, that they just cannot afford to fill the car up and to journey to the away games, to journey to the away events, to take their kids to the annual agricultural show in the neighbouring town, because all too often the neighbouring town's 100 kilometres away. And I know in the Parks electorate, which now is more than 50% of the landmass of New South Wales, the candidate there for the Nationals, Jamie Chaffey, talks to me all the time about the huge distances that people have to travel just to make health appointments, to make business commitments. Mark Colton has represented that electorate superbly for 17 years, and in Mark, you got a 2-for-1 deal because you got his wife Robin as well. And I pay special tribute to them for the way that they have represented that electorate. I say they because it has been a duo, it has been a team performance, a team effort, and I know Jamie Chaffey will hopefully continue. I know he will. He's got the commitment, he's got the dedication to have to travel the distance, the length and breadth of that outstanding electorate. But whether the people are in Parks or Riverina or in my great friend, the member for Cowper's electorate, people have to travel long distances to make those commitments. And when it comes to those medical appointments, it should not be so that when in pain you have to catch a plane. You should be able to have those doctors, those general practitioners. You should be able to have those specialists in your hometown. And sad to say, when one of the first orders of business that this Labor government introduced was that they changed the rules around the distribution priority areas. And so what you saw was doctors in rural and regional and particularly remote areas take their shingle off their GP surgery and they moved to the suburbs. They moved to the peri-urban areas of our capital cities. They moved to the coast. They moved to Newcastle or Wollongong or the Gold Coast, because they, according to Labor, were areas of distribution priority need. And I don't deny that people on the Gold Coast or Wollongong or Newcastle, they need to see doctors too. But what we've been left with is areas of Australia where people can't get in to see a doctor for weeks and weeks and weeks, and these are people who are in pain. These are people who are ill. Now, Labor talks a big story about its urgent care clinics, and good luck to those areas which have an urgent care clinic. I appreciate the fact that the member for Cowper received one in his electorate because of his hard work and advocacy, I have to say, and also the need. I also appreciate that, and the people of Port Macquarie and Coffs Harbour and that region of the mid-north coast of New South Wales deserve as good a health services as anywhere in a capital city. But every part of Australia needs and deserves and wants and expects the same. But the urgent care clinics have been given to too many, I have to say, Labor electorates, and not enough of those electorates which are probably in the most dire need. And I know the Murray-Darling Rural Medical School network will ease some of the problems of the doctor shortage in time to come, and I'm pleased to say that we're getting upwards of 30 young people, often locals, who are going through the UNSW facility there in Wagga Wagga, and I'm very pleased to say that is going to be an outstanding success in future. But the results will take time to take effect. A lot has been said in this place about childcare, and I have to say it's interesting that some rural organisations, grain producers, farmers, etc., place childcare as their number one item above all other considerations in their pre-budget submissions, and the minister might be interested to know that it's that is so. And I appreciate the efforts that she is going to, but it is not just about affordability. It's about accessibility and availability. And when we talk about the childcare desert, we are being genuine and meaningful, because we are desperately worried that there are not enough childcare places in regional Australia.
Order. I thank the honourable member for Riverina. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Bradfield.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I'm pleased to have the opportunity to speak on this appropriation bill. And I want to deal with what is, in my view, a very interesting case study of the issues raised by Labor's wrong-headed decision to employ 36,000 more public servants at a cost of an extra $24 billion. Since we've been talking about this, the usual union bosses and other bloviating bloodsuckers and parasites on the long-suffering Australian taxpayer have been out there complaining that if you cut public servants, then service levels will fall. Well, Services Australia is designated to receive 7,500 of these new public servants over the next 3 financial years under Labor's most recent budget announcement. Services Australia is huge. It now has around 34,000 people, and it has the largest call centre operations of any organisation in Australia. But its service outcomes have collapsed over the last 2 years, and what's happened under the disastrous leadership of Bill Shorten is a very informative case study. The number of public servants has gone up while the customer service performance has gone down. Let's have a look at some of the data. One of the core jobs of Services Australia is to process claims made by Australians to receive a government benefit. If you made a claim for the age pension in financial year 21-22 under the Coalition, on average took 35 days. 23-24 financial year under Labor, 76 days. If you applied for dad and partner pay in 21-22, 14 days. Under Labor in 23-24, 63 days. Disability support pension, 21-22 financial year, it took 40 days for Centrelink to process your claim. On average, in 2023-24, under Bill Shorten's tender care, it took 93 days. How long does it take you if you are so unwise as to call Centrelink seeking assistance? Well, if you called the Families and Parenting line under us in 2021-22, on average, you waited 24 minutes, 45 seconds. That's not a great performance, but that's what it was in 2021-22. In 2023-24, under Bill Shorten, 50 minutes and 4 seconds, more than double in the wait time. The Older Australians line, if you called that under us, in 21-22, 21.5 minutes. In 23-24, 44 minutes, 31 seconds, more than doubled. So productivity under Bill Shorten collapsed. Services Australia has more staff doing less work, processing fewer overall claims. Service delivery outcomes have become worse. Now, Mr Shorten was asked about these issues in a media interview, and he had this to say, quotes, "But the other thing to mention is that demand is up. Demand is up on previous years. So not only do we have that, it's like the two jaws of the snake. We've got a decreasing number of people, and we've also got more people than ever asking." Mr Deputy Speaker, this is flat out wrong. This is flat out wrong. Again, let me go through the data. Compared to the years in which the Coalition was in government, customer demand faced by Centrelink is trending down. 21-22 financial year, customer demand 106.9 million. 23-24, 99.3 million. So demand down. Mr Shorten said demand is up. Demand, in fact, is down. Compared to coalition years, under Labor, fewer claims are being processed by Services Australia. In 21-22 under Labor, 517.6 million claims were processed. In 23-24, that number was 468.5 million. So it's gone down. Under Labor, 517.6. Under the coalition, under the coalition, 517.6. Under Labor, 468.5. Fewer claims being processed under the Labor government. Yet what has happened to the number of Services Australia staff? That's gone up. 30 June 2022, just after we left government, total Services Australia APS headcount 32,310. 30 June 2024, 33,554. Up, not down, up. The number of staff has gone up under Labor. The total amount of processing work has gone down. In 21-22 under the coalition, 7.99 million hours spent on processing. Under Labor in 23-24, this fell to 6.54 million hours. So, what is the actual picture? What does the data say as compared to Mr Shorten's explanations in the media? The data says number of staff is up. The amount of customer demand is down. The amount of processing hours is down. Productivity significantly down. And what does the customer, the citizen, the end user see when they interact with Services Australia, as millions of Australians do? They see that the average time taken to process an age pension, as I've explained, was 35 days in 21-22 under the coalition. In financial year 23-24, 76 days, more than doubled. More staff dealing with fewer claims, wait times in many cases more than doubling. That is a textbook example of a collapse in productivity. And what it tells us is that there is no simple, straightforward, linear relationship between the number of staff and the performance. What it tells us is that when all of those bloviating, blood-sucking parasites on the Australian taxpayer, all of those union secretaries get out there and whinge about the disastrous idea that we should in some way wind back on Labor's profligate use of additional public servants, their essential premise that there is a relationship and more public servants means better service is directly contradicted by the data. It is directly the opposite of what we have seen in the last nearly 3 years in which Services Australia has been under the care and management of Bill Shorten. Bill Shorten has now left the building, but the damage that he has done is going to last for a long time. Let's have a look at some of the factors behind this disastrous collapse in productivity that we have seen at Services Australia, which means more public servants, more money being spent by the poor, long-suffering taxpayer, and yet worse service being delivered to Australians. The first thing Mr Shorten did was, where he could, he dumped external specialist providers and he replaced them with generalist public servants. Why? Because, of course, as a union boss or a former union boss, and because Labor is the political arm of the union movement, he wanted more public servants who are union members. That was his overall priority. Customer service, a long way down the list of Bill Shorten's priorities. Now, one of the things that's happened, therefore, is that 3,000 previously outsourced roles at Services Australia are now being done by permanent public servants. In December 2022, there was a decision taken to get rid of more than 1,000 specialist ICT, information and communications technology contractors from Services Australia. This has gutted the agency's capacity to continue to develop its information technology systems. Another example was in June 2023. Services Australia axed a $343 million contract with a specialist external call centre provider, Serco, and got rid of, therefore, 600 jobs. Now, this happened even though Serco's call centre operations were much more productive than Services Australia's in-house operations. Don't ask me. Ask KPMG, who did an assessment and found that Serco's staff took on average 44% more calls than the full-time public servants employed by Services Australia. The second thing that Mr Shorten's done, which has disastrously reduced the output, the capability and the productivity and performance of Services Australia, is that he has weakened the digital capability of Services Australia. According to the agency's assurance statement, there's been a conscious management decision taken to pause automation processes from late 2022. The stated reason for this decision is a, quote, revisiting of their risk tolerances, close quotes, whatever that particular piece of bloodless bureaucratic jargon means, Mr Deputy Speaker. It's a very odd decision because we know that Services Australia demonstrated under the coalition it could improve customer service using automation. After the ATO, the Australian Taxation Office, introduced single-touch payroll, Services Australia built on this by providing pre-filled online forms to Australians, those receiving job seeker and other benefits, making it easier for people receiving benefits to meet their requirement to report to the government the amount of income they receive from employment in a given week. These pre-filled forms, it turned out, were very well used. Over 3.5 million income support-related reports were made in 2022-23 using single-touch payroll pre-filled data. We also know that Services Australia is grinding to a halt on the IT transformation work that was underway under the previous coalition government. Labor inherited 6 major ICT projects from the coalition, the biggest being the Welfare Payment Infrastructure Program. Today, only 2 programs are still underway. But the third problem with what former Union Secretary Bill Shorten did is that he engaged in a ferocious politicisation of the income compliance program carried out under the previous government, a program, I might say, which in the 2016 and 2019 elections, when Labor was led by Bill Shorten, Labor submitted policy costings which assumed the continuance of the income compliance program. But of course, Mr Shorten then turned around and engaged in a ferocious political attack, and a clear consequence of what he did, including dragging a whole range of public servants before a Royal Commission, a clear consequence of what he did is going to be to make the public service more timid, more risk-averse and less likely to think creatively and ambitiously about how best to serve the government of the day and, in turn, the Australian people. Consider, Mr Deputy Speaker, the rollout of voice print, digital assistance, digital identity and video chat appointments, all reforms delivered under the coalition. Consider in New South Wales the scrapping of the old motor registries, replaced by the new Service New South Wales model, which has been very successful, led by Victor Dominello, former New South Wales Minister, who did an amazing job. These new ways of service delivery at the Commonwealth and at the state levels required innovative thinking from the public service. It is clear from the Royal Commission's report that the central idea for the income compliance program was developed by officials within the Department of Human Services. They were generating ideas, which is, after all, what we want public servants to be doing. Now, let's be clear. There were mistakes made with that program. It was initiated based on the clear advice of the public service that the program was lawful. Once that advice changed, those mistakes were acknowledged on our government's watch, and we fixed it on our watch. But to take away from this, as Mr Shorten has done, the idea that algorithms should not be used, that technology is bad, that innovation should not be encouraged, is a very bad thing, and it has contributed to the collapse in service levels under Bill Shorten, under Labor, at Services Australia. And when people in this place, such as me, use jargon terms like productivity is falling, that doesn't mean much to ordinary Australians. But I'll tell you what does mean a lot to ordinary Australians is when you apply for a benefit you're entitled to, like the age pension, and you are waiting twice as many days to get that application process because of the collapse in productivity and performance at Services Australia. When you call the older Australians line to ask, probably, what's happening to my age pension application, and rather than waiting on average, as you did under the Coalition, 21 minutes and 30 seconds, you now wait more than twice as long, 44 minutes and 31 seconds. That is what a collapse in productivity means to ordinary Australians. So, Deputy Speaker, I say to you and I say to the House, we have seen a collapse in productivity, a collapse in performance at Services Australia under Bill Shorten. More public servants employed, waiting times have blown out, the performance of Services Australia has collapsed, Australians have been grossly let down as a result, but it also gives the lie to this claim made by union officials and other supporters of this government's agenda that somehow more public servants means better services to Australians. The data shows exactly the opposite.
Order. I thank the honourable member for Bradfield. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Wannon.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And facts matter in politics. And as we head into the election campaign, there is going to be a lot of facts which are thrown around. But for my electorate, I want to make sure that you understand loud and clear the facts around discretionary grants. What has happened since 2016, in the electorate of Wannon, we have received $694 million in grants. Now, what has the neighbouring seat of Corangamite received in that period since 2016? $454 million. So remember that as opponents go about trying to use disinformation and misinformation away from that fact. Wannon, $694 million, Corangamite, $454 million. And what have we been able to achieve due to the fact that we have been able to get our fair share of grants funding? If you go to Ararat, you've got the Alexandra Oval Community and Recreation Centre, the Ararat Boer War Memorial Fountain, the Arts Precinct, the Gordon Street Recreation Reserve, Colac, there's Headspace, there's the Colac Central Reserve Netball Courts, there's the construction of the new cycling track at Eliminite, there's also the Western Oval drainage oval improvements and much, much more. In Hamilton, Headspace, Hamilton Regional Livestock Exchange, Melville Oval, Padrina Park Netball Courts, and other sport facilities, and now we've just got a regional university study hub, plus there was the Lake Hamilton community and aquatic facilities, i.e. the playground. In Port Fairy there was the waterfront development. There's also been the Tyrone Lane Bridge upgrade and other community investments as well. In Portland, Headspace, Portland Bowling Club, Bayview College, Alexandra Park upgrade and the Portland foreshore. And in Warrnambool, there's obviously the funds that went into saving Deakin University, into Highsell, into the golf club, into the racing club, into providing new lights at North Warrnambool. And the list goes on and on and on and on. So for those that are trying to deceive, just ask them the facts. Since 2016, what has happened with community grants in Wannon versus those in Corangamite? Because they want to use misinformation and disinformation in their campaigns. And the best way to deal with that is to remind them of the facts. Now, why is this important for this appropriations bill? Because it is absolutely vital that government gets its spending right so that it actually benefits communities, grows communities, makes communities stronger and benefits the whole nation. And sadly, what we have seen under this government is the exact opposite. We've seen increased spending at levels that we haven't seen for a long, long time, over $30 billion in extra spending. But we've seen the wrong priorities, and we've seen that spending add to the cost of living crisis that this nation is facing right now. Rather than coming into government nearly 3 years ago and saying inflation is the #1 issue that we must deal with, this government said we will have other priorities like spending $460 million on the voice. They took their eye off the ball. And what did that lead to? That has led to a cost of living crisis in this nation, which is being felt right across the electorate of Wannon. And how is that playing out? Well, you're paying more for your electricity bills, you're paying more for your gas bills, you're paying more when you go to the supermarket, you're paying more on insurance costs, you're going more when you're going to the local cafe because of what they've done to cost of business. All those things are a direct result of the Albanese Labor government taking their eye off the ball. And that is why, if a coalition government is elected, we will make sure that cost of living is our #1 priority nationally. And what will we make sure is our #1 priority in the seat of Wannon? It will be reversing the cuts to road funding that has occurred under the Albanese Labor government and making sure that the maintenance budgets of both the federal government and the Victorian state government for our roads is increased. Because not only did the Albanese Labor government cut road funding to the electorate of Wannon, but they also cut the percentage of the contribution they make to the Victorian state government to maintain important roads like the Princess Highway and the Western Highway. And that is why we've seen those roads deteriorate. And to double up as to why the priorities are so wrong of both the Albanese Labor government and the Allan Labor government is that the Albanese Labor government has put $2.2 billion just sat there in a contingency fund for the suburban rail loop. And we all know that the Victorian state Labor government is scared, too scared, to present the business case to the Albanese Labor government on the suburban rail loop because the whole project was cooked up on the back of an envelope and they will not present the business case to the Albanese Labor government. Wrong priorities after wrong priorities after wrong priorities after wrong priorities. And what is happening as a result? My electorate of Wannon is suffering, but not only is my electorate of Wannon suffering, the whole nation is suffering because people, day after day, are finding it harder and harder to pay their bills. And that is why any government that is elected in a cost of living crisis must first, as a priority, make sure that they address that issue. And this government has not addressed that issue. They have had their eye completely and utterly off the ball. But it's not just cost of living, it's just not just roads which are suffering as a result of that. We're also seeing it with regards to our health services. Do you think the numbers of GPs have increased during the time that the Albanese Labor government have been in office in regional and rural Victoria in the seat of Wannon? No, because they haven't had a focus on making sure that we get GPs where we need it. As a matter of fact, they deliberately made decisions which led to GPs being incentivised to move back into outer suburban Melbourne and into the bigger regions. And we have suffered as a result. And what we have to do is make sure that health once again becomes a priority, for regional and rural Australia, once again becomes a priority for Wannon, because sadly, in the last nearly 3 years, that hasn't been the case. They haven't been focused on health like they should have been. As a matter of fact, it's very hard, Deputy Speaker, to know what this government has been focused on apart from itself and its ideological pursuits. Let's take Minister Bowen as an example. What has he done? Has he spent his whole time in the last 3 years trying to drive your power bill down by $275? No, he has not. Even though the Prime Minister, in over 90 occasions before the last election, said he would make sure that your power bill went down by $275, the exact opposite has occurred. And how has Minister Bowen tried to dissemble because he hasn't been able to address that commitment that was made by the Prime Minister? What he's done, he's gone on this wild pursuit of a renewables-only approach to policy. And what's that meant? It's meant the communities have been rolled over in his rampant pursuit of trying to get renewables right across the nation. And the worst example of this is what he's tried to do in putting an offshore wind farm off the coast of my electorate between Warrnambool and Port Fairy. He initially proposed it for Portland, and then when he thought, oh, well, that's all too hard, he then went, oh, well, I'll just change the map, and he put it off the coast of Warrnambool and Port Fairy. And do you think once the community said, sorry, Minister Bowen, we're not going to stand for that, do you think he went, OK, I've made a mistake, I'm not going to pursue this? Of course not. He doubled down. And he continues to try and pursue this project, which is fanciful in nature and absolutely dangerous in what it might do to the local environment, what it might do to the local economy as a result of what it might do to the local environment. Wrong. And yet Minister Bowen will not admit it. What are the other areas where we've seen huge issues because of this government? Crime. Crime in Victoria is now a serious issue. And do you think that there has been any attention or any focus given to crime by the Albanese Labor government? Do you think that they've said to the Allan Labor government in Victoria, this is now a serious issue which is playing out in communities and we want to work with you to create safety in local communities? No, they haven't. What did they do at the start of their term in office? The one program that used to deliver community safety programs, the one program that used to produce community safety initiatives, they abolished. So the idea that you had a program which could provide extra CCTVs, could provide extra lighting into local communities so that citizens felt a lot safer walking home at night, the Albanese Labor government abolished that program. So when it comes to crime, once again, we have seen them do absolutely nothing to help local communities, and especially local communities in Victoria, where crime is sadly becoming more and more of a prevalent issue. And as a matter of fact, in my portfolio space, what we saw as a result of their complete and utter bumbling of a High Court decision was the release of further criminals who were being held in detention onto our streets. And sadly, as a result of their bumbling of that decision and of Ministerial Direction 99, we are still seeing the consequences of those decisions, whether it be tying up court processes or by making sure that the AFP and state and territory police are spending time monitoring those released from detention rather than making sure that they can deal with the lack of community safety that we're seeing more and more on our streets. And I say this especially to those people in the CBDs of Warrnambool, those small business operators and in other towns. We will do everything we can to keep local communities safe, because we now know and understand that that is a critically important issue. So, cost of living, health, roads, security, these are the issues that you know that a coalition government, if elected, will make sure is an absolute priority, because we want to get back to basics. We understand that you want to be able to go down the street, go to the supermarket, and then buy yourself a cup of coffee without having to look at your wallet and wonder how then you're going to be able to go home and afford to pay your electricity bill or afford to pay your insurance bill. We understand that cost of living is crucial to you. We also understand that if you drive on local roads and that leads to rim damage, that leads to punctures to your tyres, that also adds to your cost of living. Plus, you get worried and concerned about your family's safety driving on roads. We will go back to basics. We will make sure that all the failings that we've seen under the Albanese Labor government, we will focus on and we will seek to address as quickly as we possibly can. Because we don't want the case where you're going down the street and you're going into the supermarket and you're looking at the shelves and you're wondering what it is this time you're going to have to say to the kids that you couldn't afford to buy. We don't want Australians facing that reality more and more, and we will fix it.
Thank you. I thank the honourable member. The question is that this bill be now read a second time. All those in favour say aye, opposed say no. I think the ayes have it. And the ayes have it, and I call the clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to appropriate additional money out of the Consolidated Revenue Fund for the ordinary annual services of the government and for related purposes.
Is leave granted for the third reading to be moved immediately?
Leave is granted.
Leave is granted. And I call the Assistant Minister.
I move that this bill now be read a third time.
The question is the bill be read a third time. All those in favour say aye. Opposed say no. The ayes have it. And I call the clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to appropriate additional money out of the Consolidated Revenue Fund for the ordinary annual services of the government and for related purposes.
Right, now we go to call the clerk. I call the clerk.
Business Order of the Day number 4, Appropriation Bill number 4, 2024-2025, resumption of debate on the second reading.
Question is that this bill be now read a second time. And I call... Oh, okay. All those in favour say aye. Opposed say no. The ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to appropriate additional money out of the Consolidated Revenue Fund for certain expenditure and for related purposes.
Is leave granted for the third reading to be moved immediately?
Leave is granted.
Leave is granted, and I call the Minister.
I move that this bill be now read a third time.
The question is this bill be read a third time. All those in favour say aye. Opposed say no. The ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to appropriate additional money out of the Consolidated Revenue Fund for certain expenditure and for related purposes.
The question is this bill be now read a second time. I call the clerk.
Government Business Order of the Day number 5, Appropriation Parliamentary Departments Bill number 2, 2024-2025, resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time. All those in favour say aye. Opposed say no. The ayes have it, and I call the clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to appropriate additional money out of the Consolidated Revenue Fund for expenditure in relation to the parliamentary departments and for related purposes.
Is leave granted for the third reading to be moved immediately?
Leave is granted.
Leave is granted, and I call the Minister.
I move that this bill be now read a third time.
Question is this bill be read a third time. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. The ayes have it. And I call the clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to appropriate additional money out of the Consolidated Revenue Fund for expenditure in relation to the parliamentary departments and for related purposes.
Now, it being 7:30, I propose the question that the House do now adjourn, and I call the member for Griffith.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. It's been more than 4 years since the opening of Brisbane's airport's second runway, and Labor and the Liberals have done nothing to fix aircraft noise that is smashing thousands of Brisbane residents every single day. Interrupted sleep is a nightly occurrence for many people in Brisbane, and despite having heard from thousands of people on the issue, Labor and the LNP don't seem to care. People in Griffith are sick of token consultation and window dressing. The solutions are right there in front of us. It's a cap, a curfew, and more flights over the water. There are the exact same solutions that Sydney Airport has had since the 1990s. They haven't stopped Sydney from becoming a global destination or having cheap airfares or hosting the Olympics, but they have helped tens of thousands of people get reprieve from severe daily aircraft noise. That's exactly why the Greens introduced a private members bill into Parliament to introduce those same measures for Brisbane. It's been 4 years and I still haven't heard a single good explanation as to why Sydney deserves better than Brisbane. Why does the Prime Minister's electorate deserve better than Brisbane? These solutions have precedent in Sydney and they have the backing of the community that are being affected by aircraft noise, but the Labor and the LNP won't give them the time of day. Last November, the Greens brought on a vote for the government to even just consider a curfew and cap for Brisbane Airport, and neither Labor or the Liberals could even approve that or support that, not to pass the bill, but just to consider curfews for Brisbane. For 3 years, the Minister for Transport has refused to meet with the Brisbane Flight Path Community Association. Why? We know from the Green Senate inquiry into aircraft noise that she meets regularly with aviation industry representatives, plenty of time to meet with them, but when it comes to community organisations like the BFPCA, nada. When this government released its aviation white paper, which sets out the government's plan for aviation sector out to 2050, why was there almost no mention of how the government intends to manage flight noise? No plan to actually deliver on high-speed rail by 2050. Instead, just huge aviation industry growth and private profits. In fact, the government plans to double Australian domestic air traffic and for a 5 to 6-fold increase of Australian international air traffic by 2050. The truth is, Labor and the LNP have decided that they won't do anything which hurts the profitability of Qantas or Virgin or Brisbane Airport Corporation. Perhaps Brisbane Airport Corporation should never have been privatised in the first place. People affected by flight noise deserve so much better than Labor and the LNP, both so beholden to the aviation industry. The Greens got a Senate inquiry up that made 21 recommendations into tackling aircraft noise. And we have a private members bill. We've secured more flights over the water and brought this issue to the national stage. We just need Labor and the LNP to come to the table. To the people of Griffith affected by flight noise, I know this has been a long fight and I know many of you are as frustrated as I am by inaction on this issue. I've been committed to this fight for a long time and will continue to take up the fight in this term of Parliament. Every week in 4 public schools across Griffith, a bunch of amazing volunteers head out to those schools, organised out of my office, to run free school breakfasts every single week. In fact, we have now served over 40,000 free school breakfasts across our electorate. And I want to give a special shout out to a few select volunteers, in particular the grade 6 student who's just graduated last year, Abby. Abby at Mayfield State School was rocking up, I think, every single week for almost an entire year. We worked out that she was individually involved in serving thousands and thousands of free school breakfasts herself. An absolute standout member of the Brisbane community and our electorate. If people want to know, the entire program is funded out of a contribution out of my salary, all up about $80,000 now over this term. But crucially, the only reason this can run is because of the hard work of a bunch of volunteers in our electorate. We have spoken to so many families who are doing it tough at the moment. We know that of the 3 million Australians right now living in poverty, 775,000 of them are children. And in a wealthy country like Australia, no child should have to go to school hungry. But the reality is far too many do. And in a country where at the same time billionaires have made off with over $500 billion worth of wealth. We'll continue to run and expand these programs in Griffith for two reasons. One, to help people in the here and now, but most crucially, to make the argument that if we can do it, then so can the federal government.
I thank the member for Griffith, and I call the member for Reid.
Speaker, tonight I want to acknowledge the incredible people who make our community so wonderful. On Australia Day, Peter Gainsford, General Manager of the Inner West Council, was awarded the Public Service Medal for outstanding public service to local government. Prior to his appointment at the Inner West Council, Peter was the General Manager of the City of Canada Bay, another council in my electorate. He is also a long-time resident in the community, so he has deep and extensive roots in my electorate. Peter has had a 40-year career in local government and exemplifies the career possibilities in this sector, rising from his first role as a carpenter's apprentice to General Manager. And as General Manager, he has championed transformative change in the Inner West.
Okay.
In recognition of his and the Council's staff's achievements, the Inner West Council was awarded the A.R. Blewett Award in 2023 for the most outstanding council in New South Wales. Some of the achievements of the Inner West Council under Peter's leadership include the redevelopment of Ashfield Aquatic Centre, introducing food recycling for every home, rolling out the biggest electric vehicle charging infrastructure anywhere in Australia, and later this year completing the Cooks River to Iron Cove Greenway. Thank you and congratulations, Peter, for your decades of service in the community. I would like to recognise and welcome home the Briars women's rugby team, who had the honour of travelling to Japan in January to compete at the prestigious Nainaro Cup. It was the trip of a lifetime, and the players covered the cost of the trip themselves through fundraising. I visited their training session before they left to wish them well and was so impressed with their commitment to their club and their sport. The team included many international debutants on their first overseas tour. They made it to the finals and played well, winning their first game 45-5 and their second game 38-10 and placing 8th overall. Congratulations to President of the Women's Rugby, David Lannon, all the coaches, volunteers and players. A huge congratulations to women's player Amina Kaj, who has also been selected to play in the Lebanon Sevens national team. She'll be Briars women's rugby team's first international cap. And a big thank you to Coach Kruger Roche, who joined the club 12 months ago and elevated the quality and experience of the team. To everyone at Briars Women's Rugby, you've made us all very proud. I would like to recognise and thank Communities for Communities in Canada Bay. They've had a wonderful summer of activities, including their annual Christmas carols. This volunteer-run charity began with a conversation between friends at Drummoyne swimming pools. Since its inception in 2002, it has worked to create lasting partnerships between our community and communities around Sydney, around Australia and around the world. Through Christmas carols, Drummoyne Fun Days, the Gravy Day Apron fundraiser, their gala dinners and other events, Communities for Communities demonstrates how to think globally and act locally. This incredible organisation has engaged 1,800 volunteers, organised over 150 events, raised more than $3 million, built 920 houses across Cambodia, Vietnam, Thailand, Indonesia, the Philippines and Papua New Guinea, and supported 2,400 families. Locally, they have supported the fabulous Lucas Gardens School in Five Dock since 2003, raising money for physiotherapy, classroom technology, the All Abilities school bus, incursions to the school, and the All Abilities playground. They have engaged in regional partnerships, working with the Tamworth Local Aboriginal Land Council to empower Indigenous youth and raising money to support Australians affected by floods in Queensland bushfires. To President Lance Brooks and the Vice President Hannah Raymond and every volunteer, thank you so much for your time, generosity and commitment.
Thank the member for Reid, and I call the member for Longman.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. As the election fast approaches, people are becoming more politically engaged than they are normally. Unfortunately, there will be the usual spin, smoke and mirrors and vote-buying attempts. I've watched in dismay in previous years as taxpayers' hard-earned taxes have been thrown about with no planning or consultation just to buy a vote. Well, I want to assure the people of Longman that for 6 years I've been working with our community groups, sporting clubs and local council, as well as everyday Australians who live in Longman, to really discover what it is that this community needs. These needs have been costed properly and methodically, and I've taken those needs to Canberra, and I'll be shortly announcing which projects I've been able to secure funding for as an election promise. In the past, other candidates have just made rash promises based on emotion, often without any planning or consultation, which has resulted in the City of Moreton Bay Council having to often fund the shortfall at the cost of the ratepayer. This is completely irresponsible and unfair to the council, who have their own budgetary limitations. This election is vital to our nation, as all elections are, because a good government will bring with it a better standard of living which benefits all. Over the past 3 years, we've seen a government who, in my view, has had the wrong priorities and policies, and as a result, the Australian people's standard of living has suffered. We have seen a record 12 interest rate rises, which has resulted in the average weekly mortgage repayment rising by over $400. Not only have these interest rate rises hurt aspirational Australians paying off their family home, it's hurt renters. Mums and dads who have bought an investment property to assist with their retirement had suffered the same interest rate rises. Speaking to one of those landlords in my community, he said, "I work for the council and my wife works in retail. We both earn a modest income, but the mortgage on our rental property has increased by $400 per week. We simply had to pass on $150 per week of that to our tenant, which we didn't want to do, but we had no choice. We've had to fund the $250 shortfall out of our family budget, and we are barely scraping through." Deputy Speaker, this is not an uncommon conversation. In fact, sadly, it is more the norm. Under this government, we've seen increases of 10% in health, 11% in education, food going up 12%, housing 13.5%, rents 17%, insurance 19%, and electricity 32% before taxpayer-funded government rebates. Labor continuously claimed at the last election campaign that Australians would be better off under their leadership, but the reality, Mr Speaker, is the exact opposite. And the news just gets worse, with the International Monetary Fund projecting that in 2025, Australia will have the second worst inflation of any developed country, second only to the Slovak Republic. Let us never forget, while inflation and interest rates were exploding, that this government for the first 18 months of the term was obsessed with the divisive voice referendum that cost taxpayers $500 million. But, Mr Speaker, there is hope for the Australian people. If elected, the Coalition will put Australians first by reigniting that great Australian dream of owning a home. This housing crisis Labor created by allowing 1.2 million immigrants in their first 2 years of government to come into the country drove up housing demand so high that prices became out of reach for Australians trying to get into the market. If elected, we will reduce immigration to 140,000 for the first 2 years and then increase to 150,000 the following year and 160,000 the year after that. If elected, we'll also ban foreign investors and temporary residents from purchasing existing homes, so housing becomes more affordable for Australians. Only the Coalition will reduce the cost of living by responsible economic management. We will strengthen Medicare and the health system to ensure Australians get better, more affordable health care. We will lower energy costs through our new energy mix plan, which includes not only renewables but gas and nuclear energy. We will ensure safer communities by getting tougher on violent offenders and boosting our border and defence forces. So I say to all those in the community that I serve, when you vote, forget the spin, the inevitable untruths and mudslinging, and simply ask yourself, do you feel safer and more secure than you did 3 years ago? Am I better off than I was 3 years ago? It's time to get Australia back on track, led by Peter Dutton and his Coalition team.
I thank the member for Longman and I call the member for Lingiari.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Today I rise to honour the life of a bright and inspiring community leader named Marbeen Austral. Tragically, Marbeen recently took her own life. I pay my condolences to her family and particularly all of my people on the Tiwi Islands who are mourning. Marbeen was an extraordinary person who lived an extraordinary life. She was the Tiwi Islands' first female ranger, an inspiration for women and First Nation people alike. Just a couple of years ago, Marbeen walked the halls, even last year, walked the halls of Parliament House with many other Indigenous rangers and traditional owners to celebrate 25 years of Indigenous protected areas. She met many MPs and senators in this place. As a ranger, she was passionate about sustainable land management and conservation. At the time, Marbeen also met with myself and my Labor government colleagues, the Minister for the Environment and Water, Tanya Plibersek, and then the Minister for Indigenous Australians, Linda Burney, as well as Green Senator Dorinda Cox. I still have a photograph of the five of us together on my desk. Marbeen was also present to witness the first dingo, Pumbaa, to ever visit Parliament House, highlighting the protection of dingoes and to raise awareness of the cultural and environmental significance of these amazing animals. Unfortunately, Marbeen is not the first woman from the Tiwi Islands to take her life. Back in 2012, when I was the chair of the Select Committee on Youth Suicides in the Northern Territory, I wrote the following report named Gone Too Soon. I called forward that more needs to be done to address youth suicide, that too many of our youth were falling through the gaps and not getting the help that they need. Far too many of our youth, and particularly young women, that there was not enough hope to protect them from the impulse to end their lives. Clearly, things need to change if we are to stop losing, and particularly our young women, at their hands at such a high rate. Over the decades, and since October last year, Deputy Speaker, there have been 3 young women, sadly, in my home community on the Tiwi Islands that have taken their lives. But we're working hard to do something about this issue, which causes terrible pain and devastation for families and tight-knit communities like the Tiwi Islands. I welcome our government's commitment of $842 million in partnership with the Northern Territory Government and the Aboriginal peak organisations in the Northern Territory, which was announced last week, to continue to close the gap and build a better future for Territorians in remote communities. Amongst its initiatives, this investment increases the availability of culturally safe and qualified mental health supports, including scholarships for up to 150 First Nation psychology students. We have expanded the Indigenous Ranger program to create 1,000 new jobs, including 770 positions for First Nation women. We must all work together to support our First Nation women. Although Marbeen is no longer with us, and with the blessing of her family, I am using her name because in Tiwi tradition, usually a person's name becomes pukamani and cannot be talked about for 12 months. And they've agreed for me to use her death and what happened as an example for us that we must end the silence on suicides and start looking at what we need to do to try and Marbine and her family can be proud of all that she has accomplished. She was our very first Tiwi Island female ranger, and she has gone too soon. She will be sadly missed, Deputy Speaker, but I think the legacy that she leaves behind will serve as an important pathway for many young people in years to come, where she went from school and the pathway from an education into a ranger position, which she was very proud of. And I think if we can replicate that and encourage more of our young people to do that, then we will see better results in our remote communities to come. Thank you.
Very sad. May she rest in peace. I call the member for Barker.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Well, Mr Deputy Speaker, last week I joined volunteers at the Soldiers Memorial Gardens in Kapunda. Those gardens were officially opened in 1923 and have been an important place for the Kapunda community over the ensuing century. I'm pleased that I was able to announce last week an elected coalition government will deliver funding of $65,000 to progress the rejuvenation and restoration of this important community space, providing the project with a much-needed funding boost. Dutton Park is a revered community space, and the volunteers who have been quietly but steadfastly working to restore the Soldiers Memorial Gardens should be commended for their dedication and for their commitment. This funding will support the exceptional work being done to honour those who served, as well as providing a space for the whole of the Kapunda community to come and show pride in their community. A Dutton-led coalition government elected will strengthen local communities. It will create safer, cohesive society, and it will get Australians back on track. The Mount Gambier District Sale Yards Transformation Project has the potential to boost economic activity in the Limestone Coast and support the livestock industry at a time where the Albanese Labor government is making life for our farmers harder and harder. In fact, life is harder for all regional Australians under Labor. Labor has actively undermined and sometimes outright blocked economic development opportunities in regional industries like forestry, fishing, farming and manufacturing. Regional Australia and our nation more broadly are missing out on billions of dollars due to Labor's hostile regional policies. And the importance of Mount Gambier District Sale Yard Transformation Project is one such example. A project shamefully disregarded by the Albanese Labor government not once, but twice and three times if you include the cancellation of round 6 of the Building Better Regions Fund. Labor consistently fails to appreciate the enormous contribution our farmers make to local communities, our national economy and the global food task. It's blatantly obvious that Labor is more interested in playing politics with prioritising states and seats that the Prime Minister is desperate to hold on to in winning the upcoming election. In stark contrast, Mr Deputy Speaker, an elected coalition government will lean back into and support Aussie farmers. Under an elected coalition government, $7.5 million of federal funding will be made available to this project moving forward. And that will benefit the Limestone Coast community and the wider agricultural industry. It will make sure the transformation project takes place, including improving animal welfare and occupational health and safety. Now, Deputy Speaker, that's because this side of the chamber understands that investing in our regions ensures that those regions will continue to be the powerhouses of our economy and the vibrant regional communities that are the lifeblood of our nation. Finally, Mr Deputy Speaker, I don't know how many times I've stood in this chamber and talked about Kingston childcare. A lot. Now, they've been in desperate need for a childcare facility for almost half a century. In 2019, the Council and Community formed an official working party to tackle the issue because it was impacting the economic fabric of the whole region. After deciding the only way to solve the problem was a purpose-built centre, and there was planning and costings to obtain funding from both the state and federal governments. I was honoured to provide a commitment in the lead-up to the 2022 federal election of $1.8 million to to make this childcare facility a reality. I acknowledge those opposite who matched the pledge, to their credit. Disappointingly, Labor's funding didn't eventuate until mid-last year, and along came a new hurdle. Costs have massively increased in the interim. So there was a need for another funding application. And I'm so pleased that the group of hard-working volunteers in Kingston, working to bring childcare to a reality, expanded childcare service a reality in that region, received a grant, will receive a grant of $3.5 million. It's a massive win, and I welcome it. That being said, Mr Deputy Speaker, we must see action immediately, and this is now handed over to the South Australian State Labor Government. We can't see the delays that we saw after 2022. Otherwise, we'll be back here asking for yet further grant funding to deliver this outcome.
Thank the member for Barker, and I call the Chief Government Whip.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, Deputy Speaker, life in a growth corridor is often complex. There are challenges and there are great opportunities. One of the challenges of life in a growth corridor is keeping up with infrastructure, and that's why I was so pleased to stand with Minister Catherine King to announce a $125 million funding for the M1 Werribee Main Road interchange. This will see a redevelopment of an 80-year-old interchange turned into a double-lane bridge and relieve people trying to get off the M1 to return home to their homes in Wyndham Vale and Manor Lakes past the Werribee exit. It's an extraordinary thing to have the privilege to make those announcements, and I want to thank all of the members of my community who've contacted me across the last 12 months to alert me to the danger that has been happening as people have been banking up in the emergency lane because Geelong traffic has the right of way there. So this modernisation of this will work for the first half of the Wyndham link to make sure that the Ison Road Bridge traffic can move quickly through. And I can't stress how much we need to get that work started to ensure the safety of locals. We also announced a $47.15 million commitment to untangle a very complex intersection on Bolan Road, on the corners of Bolan Road, Greens Road and McGraths Road, which is currently a large roundabout. It will be getting traffic lights and a modernisation, as well as some care and concern about the people riding and pedestrians using the area as well. Both great announcements, and really proud. Thank you to all those who've alerted me to the congestion issues, and I'm pleased to be part of a government that has heard that and is going to be part of delivering that solution. The other thing that I wanted to talk about tonight is to put some context around what the Albanese Labor government has been doing in health. And let's just go through what that context is. Now, we know those opposite need to find $600 billion supposedly for their nuclear fantasy, and we know that they're talking about cutting $350 billion out of the budget if they win government. And I know that they once famously said no cuts to health before they cut $50 billion from hospitals, from national partnerships. I know that they tried to introduce a GP tax and that we beat that back from opposition. So then, in response, they froze the Medicare levy for 4 years. The current leader of the opposition was responsible for that, followed up by the former Prime Minister and then Health Minister Scott Morrison extending that freeze for 2 years. They actively undermined our world-renowned universal healthcare system. They tried to Americanise our healthcare system, and they would do it again. And don't take my word for it, we've seen it, they've got form. But locally, they did something that I will find always hard to forgive. They cut Wyndham out of the priority area for the training of international doctors to Australian registration. This led to a 30% reduction in GPs in my community. A 30% reduction. This Labor government has reinstated that, and we've seen the number of GPs rise again in response in this first term. We've introduced cheaper medicines. We've done $500 million for women's health. Also, not only have we reinstated that priority area, in government, they delivered MRI Medicare rebated licences to Geelong, who already had them, while ignoring Wyndham and the whole of the west of Melbourne, who don't have any until you get to Sunshine. This government has fixed that. In 2025, we will have a local MRI rebated licence, followed up by a second one in 2026. So this government is delivering. We've tripled the bulk billing incentive. We've got an urgent care clinic. We've opened 87 across the country. There is one in Werribee. So those opposite, if given an opportunity, will decimate healthcare, decimate Medicare, decimate hospital funding, and do the small things that cut into our capacity to offer universal health. Universal health care, something we on this side are very proud of, something Australians rely on. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I thank the Chief Government Whip, and I now call the Chief Government Whip.
Thank you. I declare that Federation Chamber Order of the Day Government Business Electricity Infrastructure Legislation Amendment Bill 2025 stands returned to the House for further consideration.
The matter will be set down for consideration at a later hour this day. And I call the clerk.
Government Business Order of the Day number 6, AUSCHEC Amendment Global Entry Program Bill 2025, resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker.
And I call the member for Canning.
Thank you. Yep. We have a very deep connection with the United States. We have a political connection, being one of the oldest continuing democracies. We have business connections, diplomatic connections, government connections through our military and intelligence agencies. But we also have a deep connection to the United States with people-to-people links. I say this from personal experience with my own family, my wife being an American and my 3 children also being dual citizens. And we travel to the US frequently, like many Australians. We're going to see more and more travel to the United States over the coming decade, particularly with AUKUS, as we build out our industrial base and we share technology and embed Australians with the United States military enterprise. And of course, tourism is something that will continue. We see a lot of sporting connections and travel through that, and our film industry, of course. And so we want to work out ways that we can make that travel a little easier, which is why the US Global Entry Program is important, and that's why this bill expands Australia's participation in the US Global Entry Program. What is the program? Well, eligible citizens of trusted partner countries can have access to faster entry at US passports. And we want to make this available to Australians and make life easier for them. And so what this bill does, it amends the AUSCHEC Act 2007 to establish the legislative basis for the fulfilment of Australia's background checking obligations under the United States Global Entry Program. And so when implemented, the Global Entry Program will allow Australians access to expedited immigration and customs channels when entering the United States. Now, the bill achieves this objective by expanding the regulation-making power in the AUSCHEC Act to allow for the expansion of the AUSCHEC scheme for the purpose of GEP background checks. And to make this happen, the bill also makes a number of consequential and supporting amendments to the AUSCHEC Act, including new definitions in subsection 4.1 of the Act to support the amendments relating to GEP background checks, amending the existing definition of AUSCHEC scheme personal information to include information obtained by an agency for the purposes of GEP background checks, amending the definition of background check in section 5 of the Act to expand the types of background checks permissible under the AUSCHEC scheme for the GEP, which also includes a check for offences or certain offences under the Defence Force Discipline Act of 1982, which will meet the USA's eligibility criteria for the program. And finally, it inserts a new section 10AB in the AUSCHEC Act, which provides a regulation-making power to prescribe the matters in regulation that are to be covered by the AUSCHEC scheme when conducting background checks in connection with the GEP.
We support the policy intent of this bill. Very simply, we want Australians to have a better experience at the other end of their journey to the United States with expedited entry through customs in the United States. Streamlined travel arrangements will benefit frequent travellers to the United States and promote better business linkages and people-to-people links. And the strategic background, of course, for this is AUKUS, massive multi-generational nation-building endeavour. We'll see a lot of people coming to and from the US, and I think it's really important that we start streamlining our military, our industrial base, our government to support this, but also arrangements like this, which will really facilitate those people-to-people movements. So I want to recognise the important work of staff at the Department of Home and Affairs who've been working on this important reform for many years, and it's good to see this work finally coming to fruition. I note this bill was only introduced to the House yesterday, so we're still working through the detail and will ensure the bill is fit for purpose in achieving its stated objectives. Thank you.
I thank the Shadow Minister. And the question is the bill will be now read a second time, and I call the Assistant Minister. The question is that the bill be agreed to. The question is the bill be read a second time. All those in favour say aye. Opposed say no. The ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to amend the AUSCHEC Act 2007 and for related purposes.
Is the third reading agreed to?
Yes.
Yes, Speaker.
Is leave granted? Yep. Good. And I call the Assistant Minister.
I move that the bill now be read a third time.
The question is the bill be read a third time. All those in favour say aye. Opposed say no. The ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to amend the AUSCHEC Act 2007 and for related purposes.
Good. And I think we go on to this one now, the early childhood. This one, okay. Now I call the clerk.
Government business, next order of the day, Electricity Infrastructure Legislation Amendment Bill 2025, resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that this bill will be now read a second time. I call the Shadow Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And as I rise to speak on the Electricity Infrastructure Legislation Amendment Bill 2025, I do with a certain amount of frustration, as do my constituents on the northwest, the west coast and King Island, the great state of Tasmania, a state that you will know, Deputy Speaker, is renowned for the production of renewable energy and has done so for the past 100 years. Tasmania is already net zero, Deputy Speaker. It is the only state or territory in the country to have such a status. And it's a status that we're very proud of in the great state of Tasmania. Along with that, Speaker, is our beauty. Tasmania is a beautiful state, and those that have visited my state will attest to that. Those that haven't, then you need to get your backsides down to the great state of Tasmania and take all that in. Our rugged coastlines, our rainforest, our arid farming regions. It is a beautiful place. Our mountainous areas, a beautiful, beautiful place of which I am profoundly proud.
I agree.
As I look out across my farm, Deputy Speaker, I see the rolling green hills of northwest Tasmania with the rich arable cresism volcanic derivative soil, growing potatoes, peas, beans, broccoli, carrots, onions, opium poppies, the black cattle off in the distance, and in the far distance is the beautiful Bass Strait and our coastlines. Coastlines that we're very proud of. And that leads me into this issue and aligns with this particular amendment, which seeks to put a smear on the face of our beautiful coastlines. You see, in Tasmania, Deputy Speaker, we have already taken the liberty over the last more than 100 years of making ourselves, as a state, as a community, already 100% renewable, as I stated at the beginning of my speech. We've done the right thing. We are the only state or territory to have done so. Why then do we have to look out our window at our beautiful coastline and have that indicted, have that blemished by wind towers, some in excess of 280, 300 metres tall? Why do we have to do that? Why does our shipping lanes need to be impeded by such structures from what is now an unimpeded access both in and out of our great state? As you would know and as you would appreciate, Deputy Speaker, everything in our state comes via boat, by ship. It moves in and very little is flown in and out. It mainly comes in by ship into... Sorry, Deputy Speaker, into either our port in Burnie, which is Tasmania's largest port, approximately 5 million tonnes, including our wood chips that go to China market, including our minerals that come out of our west coast, our polymetallics, our lead, copper, tin, zinc, silver, manganese, tungsten and many other minerals are loaded and shipped out through our Burnie port. 5 million tonnes of containerised freight. If we move then to Devonport, again, the second largest port in Tasmania, that is 3.7 million tonnes. That is the home of the spirits. That's where our passenger terminal, our ferries, come in and out of the great state of Tasmania. These are both great ports, number 1 and number 2 in Tasmania. We don't want them impeded by 300-metre wind towers everywhere, when we've already done the right thing, as I've already stated, and gotten ourselves to 100% renewable, where we're producing 10,400, in excess of 10,400 gigawatt hours. That's enough to power 1 million homes and small businesses. We can do that. What we want to do, Deputy Speaker, is to develop Project Marinus, where it provides us the ability to trade excess energy, excess renewable energy, with our mainland colleagues who so desperately need it. The other thing with hydro that people don't understand is that is a baseload energy. When you turn the tap on and the water runs down the hill, gravity does that. It's a great thing in Tasmania. We've got gravity. Heaven forbid. When that happens, that energy can be used at any time. And that means that that is dispatchable. And that means that that is the sort of energy that the remainder of the country needs. What we don't want to see is this renewable religion creeping into our great state, creeping into our great coastlines and our beautiful outlook. And I fear, Deputy Speaker, I fear that the government is pushing this legislation through so that they can achieve that religious ideology to further it. 100%. Instead of working collaboratively with industry, instead of working collaboratively with communities, communities need to have a say. It's their backyard, it's their view. Communities need to have a say in this process. My job isn't to say whether we should or shouldn't do something. My job is to represent the views and put that to the government, put that to this place, so that the views of my electorate are heard. It's not my job to say whether something is right or wrong. It's my job to ensure that the process is followed. And in this case, in this particular amendment bill, the process has not been followed. The process has been circumvented, it's been shortcut, it's been jammed through, and it's been... I fear trickery. I fear trickery. And it doesn't look good, it doesn't bode well for the views of my electorate, those good communities, those good people out there that just want to have a say on what they're looking at out there, their homes and out of their businesses. It's not on, Deputy Speaker. I'm all about looking people in the eye and asking them how they feel. And that's something that the government hasn't done in this case. The other issue that we need to talk about when we start talking about Tasmania is the ability for Tasmania to grow. In order for any country to grow, they need to grow the baseload energy production. It unlocks industry and it unlocks potential.
Fantastic.
It aids in providing businesses with the energy that they need for 24/7 operations. And I'll take, for example, if we use Tasmania. As I said, Tasmania consumes around 10,500 gigawatt hours of energy each year. Around about 86.5% of that is through hydro. It comes from 54 hydro dams, 30 power stations. Some have been operating for 110 years. So that energy is made up, that hydro energy is made up by wind and solar. We've already got that. In order for the wind and solar industries, if you like, to develop and grow, they need access to market. That's where Project Marinus comes in. That's where the two dual 750 megawatt DC cables that go from my electorate into Victoria come in. It allows that excess renewable energy from the great state of Tasmania, 100% renewable, can be exported and sold. It also allows the safeguard that if we do run low on water, we have a dry year or a drought, that we can import energy as well.
Both ways.
Both ways. A wonderful option. We've already got that in Project Marinus. It was initially a 600 megawatt cable, DC cable again, but there's a 6-hour cool-off period with that cable before we can reverse polarity. So that's why we've now downgraded that to about 480 megawatts of energy, and that is insufficient for our renewable operators to operate in the market. So if you want to make energy cheaper in state Tasmania, then you need to make more units. How do you make more units? Then you increase the scale. How do you increase the scale in an island state that's not connected? We need those dual 750 megawatt cables that link Tasmania to the mainland.
Got it.
That allows more units to be made cheaper, and we provide reliable, cheap baseload energy free from offshore wind. We've already got enough on our beautiful state. However, what we're seeing is that process is being stalled. We want to see Marinus move ahead. We want to see that expedited and moved ahead so industry can move ahead. Out of that 10,400 gigawatt hours of energy, Rio Tinto Alcan in Bell Bay, our aluminium smelter, consume about 25-26% of that entire production. So you see 25% is being consumed by one business.
Wow.
That's a quarter.
Wow.
What we're saying is we need to grow that, we need to make more units, we need to make those units cheaper in order to make that reliable and cheap for Tasmanians first. And then if we've got any excess, we can look after the mainland, look after Tasmania first. The other thing it'll do is it'll create potential growth for future businesses. If you're a business somewhere, say the south of France, and you were looking for a place to start a business, you're a reasonable energy consumer.
Think in Tasmania.
Why wouldn't you set up in Tasmania? It's 100% renewable. If Tasmania were its own country,
Similar weather.
If Tasmania was its own country,
Similar weather.
it would be in the top 5 countries in the world of reaching 100% renewable. And it's not talked about. It's not spoken. But we should be singing this from the hilltops. Tasmania is a great state. Tasmania has got great potential. We don't need Mr Bowen at all. And I mean that from the bottom of my heart. I don't need him down there with his wind towers, and I particularly don't need him shoving this particular legislation through like a sneaky little minister that he is. We don't need that in Tasmania. We're up front. And I'd rather say to my constituents, I'd rather say to my people, what do you think? And have them look me in the eye and have them tell me what their heart tells them. Because this is their home, Mr Speaker. Families have lived here for generations. And I want my state protected. I want my constituents listened to. I respect my constituents. I respect them deeply. And that's all I'm asking for this government, is to share that same respect. Show a little bit of contrition, allow this to go to public consultation, listen to people's feedback and follow the due process. Not a big ask. It's fair. And if Mr Bowen wants to be fair, then he's going to have to start getting a little more fair dinkum, as far as I'm concerned, because this bill sucks. This bill stinks. This bill reeks of sneakiness and underhandedness. And what I would like to... It's almost evil. It's almost evil. But in closing, Deputy Speaker, my advice for Mr Bowen, have a little respect for the people of the northwest, the west coast and King Island, the great state of Tasmania. Think about where they're coming from. Think about their position. Think about their homes. Think about their futures. Think about their family, their children and their children's children. Think about that before you go ramming some piece of legislation here, because I tell you what, they probably want to do the same to you. And it couldn't, heaven knows, it mightn't be a bill.
Please address your comments through the Speaker. I thank the member for Braddon. The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Forrest.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I concur that the Minister for Climate Change and Energy has not used the right process, terrible process in fact, for this bill. But I just want people to consider the burden that Labor's massive renewables-only energy policy is having on regional and rural Australia. And just think about this, Labor's plan includes nearly 60 million solar panels and over 3,500 new wind turbines and 28,000 new kilometres of new transmission lines, all in rural and regional areas. Now, we know that the government will need to double the size of the transmission grid just to connect all of this new renewable energy, but if it's double the size, I suspect it will be double the price and the costs that will be added to families' and businesses' power bills. So as we know, these endless kilometres of wind turbines, solar panels and 28,000 additional transmission lines are impacting on rural and regional areas and on farmers and food production. This is also, sadly, dividing neighbours, dividing friends and dividing communities. That's appalling. I'm also concerned about reports regarding the fine plastic coming off turbines over time and farmers having to make declarations that will affect their businesses, their markets and their profits in time. I read that farmers who graze livestock under solar panels, wind turbines or other renewable energy infrastructure must now declare it under the National On-Farm Livestock Assurance Program. Equally, I understand that this change to the Livestock Production Assurance Program was quietly introduced in September, but farmers and producers are rightly very concerned about the potential consequences of this. Meat and Livestock Australia's contracts a company called Integrity Systems Company to manage its livestock production assurance process. Now, this process requires farmers to identify any chemical or physical contamination risks to livestock from equipment or infrastructure that may be degrading with age, and solar panels and wind turbines are both cited as examples because solar panels degrade as they reach end of life, and it will be farmers who bear the cost and the risk of these solar panels and wind turbines as they degrade. I just hope they're actually aware of these risks. We've even recently seen the collapse of a wind turbine. I also read that the Minister for Climate Change and Energy has appointed Tony Marr as his Energy Infrastructure Commissioner to deliver the government's wind tower and transmission plans on regional farmers and areas. Tony Marr, as we know, was the CEO of the National Farmers Federation for many years. I hope, and I'd say to farmers, I hope you're aware that the role of the Energy Infrastructure Commissioner will be to deliver the wind, solar and transmission plans for the government, not for you. Okay? I also wonder whether farmers will be made aware of all the current and future costs and responsibilities they will have, and I wonder whether their obligations under the integrity systems will actually be explained to them at all. On top of all of this, farmers and small businesses will now have to report their Scope 3 emissions. This endless green tape process will cost each one of us, those of us who are farmers. I can see this also maybe as a mechanism the Labor government will use to impose methane and additional carbon taxes on the sector, the farming sector, once they actually announce their 2035 emissions reductions targets, which they haven't done and were supposed to in February. Yep. Well, it's farmers that are actually the targets. And in the southwest of WA, in what is the iconic and beautiful Geograph Bay, Labor's decided to build a wind factory. Okay? It has declared a zone of 4,000 square kilometres and massive turbines nearly 300 metres from base to blade tip. Close to 1,000 turbines, with prices and profits for investors underpinned by Labor's capacity investment scheme, which now means the profits of these offshore companies will be underwritten by Australian taxpayers year on year. And all of this off the federal budget. With the wind factory proposal, what we saw in the southwest was a terrible and arrogant and superficial, badly named, misnamed public consultation. It wasn't a consultation. And it was typical of the steamrolling of regional communities that we're seeing in other states. Over time, I suspect our communities will be left with this rusting infrastructure in one of the most loved, visited and enjoyed areas in Australia, Geograph Bay. Of all places, Geograph Bay is the wrong place. And this is for locals, for domestic and international visitors. This is where the diving, the fishing, the camping, the recreational and commercial fishing and boating happens. No wonder our communities are so strongly opposed to this. They didn't want it, and they are absolutely strong and active and vocal in their opposition. Angered and frustrated by the process, a bit like this bill, of terribly arrogant and superficial consultation. It wasn't consultation at all. And the representatives at these sessions couldn't even answer basic questions for us about exclusion zones. They told us that the exclusion zones could range from 50 to 500 metres around each turbine, and the actual distance would not be known for up to 10 to 12 years. How's that? And over time, our community would be left with rusting and ageing massive turbines that need to be replaced on a regular basis or left for taxpayers to deal with. It's one or the other. It's a regular replacement. Well, the Leader of the Opposition came to the electorate and said that we will not proceed, the Coalition will not proceed with this project if the Coalition wins government. And I see that 4 of the proposed proponents of this project have pulled out of the application process. Now, the deadline for the applications was pushed back twice and ended last month. But here's something else. I also read that Australia's oldest commercial wind farm, the Chinese-owned Pacific Blue, has said it will not repower the site at Codrington in Victoria because it will be too expensive. So here we are. Yeah, these are supposed to keep going. It's supposed to be endless wind and solar. We have a site that was commissioned, right? We have a site that was commissioned in 2001, and it will have to be decommissioned in 2027 because it's too expensive to repower. Now, will this be repeated? How often? How often? The company has yet to announce what it will do with the neighbouring Yambuk wind farm commissioned in 2007. We'll wait and see what happens there. I suspect the same will happen with offshore wind turbines as well. Well, Labor's renewables-only policy is failing the Australian people and failing business and failing families. The cost of energy is driving businesses absolutely to the wall or to fail or to consider leaving Australia. Labor's energy approach is actually 5 times the cost that Australians were initially promised. Families and businesses are bearing this cost. It is obscene in a resource-rich country like Australia. It is absolutely obscene. Energy bills have risen by up to 52% and more than 27,000 businesses have been forced to close their doors. There's no doubt that soaring energy costs are a major reason for these closures. These high energy costs apply right throughout your inputs. All stages of your input, every input will involve an energy cost, and that adds to your cost of doing business. And business and industry, ACCI and COSBOA, their concerns are being totally ignored by the government. Yeah. How on earth can Labor talk about a future made in Australia when business, industry and households don't have affordable, dispatchable power? It's that simple. What's even worse, Labor is putting Australia's energy security into China's hands. Every 20 to 25 years, the wind turbines and solar panels that are made mostly in China will have to be replaced. We will be dependent on China for our energy security. And this will compromise our national security. Anyone in this House knows, and everyone should know, that energy security and national security are actually the same thing. You can't have one without the other. And in WA, we are short of power. And in my electorate, I have businesses and industries that are paid by AEMO to switch off their processing to feed the power back into the grid just to keep the lights on and air conditioners going in Perth. I've even seen what I think is power rationing over summer in the southwest in my area, even at my home and in our farm. Now, this Synergy and Western Power, the state government-owned entity, the generator, is supposed to provide between 220 volts and 250 volts to my house. Well, over summer, it got down to 212 and 214 volts only. So I've had Western Power Synergy out to have a look at this, but we have to have a generator because we can't be sure we're going to have power. Okay? And so you can imagine what this type of power and the generator and then trying to connect the transfer box, what was going on in that space. So the government, the WA, as we've seen, prices increasing in WA significantly. WA-owned power company Synergy recently sent me an email to say they were increasing my business's monthly power bills in our small business. It's happening to small businesses right across Western Australia. They're reporting 30% increases in price in some instances. But then Synergy offered me a special deal, a subsidised deal, where as a taxpayer, my taxes would be paying a government subsidy. So this is the WA government with a hand in each of my pockets at once. Okay? This is just another example of the challenges we're facing with energy in Western Australia. And as we know in WA, we have a significant amount of gas. And gas is the transition fuel in Western Australia. And it is up to the state government and to Synergy, as I said to them, to make sure that we have the power we need in our businesses and in our households. It should not be that businesses and industries in my electorate have to turn off and stop their production just so that they can keep the lights on in Perth and keep enough power in the system. There is a shortage of power even in Western Australia, of all places. Yes, shame. So, as I say, the greatest concern, when I'm watching the damage that's being done to rural and regional Australia, and I look at those desperate farmers in Victoria, and they've got no choice. They're just going to get steamrolled. And I am so concerned about them. There's also concerns around fire in those same communities. Insurance premiums going up. So this one thing leads to another, but none of this burden is felt by basically anyone on that side and not by the government at all. So on that basis, Deputy Speaker, I conclude my remarks. Thank you.
Thank you. So the question is the bill be now read a second time. I'll give the call to the member for Ford.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise on the Electricity Infrastructure Legislation Amendment Bill. And it's interesting that the government wants to ram these provisions through the House, given that the bill is still under review by a Senate committee. But it tells us much about this government's agenda and what they want to do. And I know in some brief comments I had with the member for Spence in the lead up to my remarks that once again we see the government waxing lyrical about its green energy plans, but as usual, Madam Deputy Speaker, the promise of the government's programs and policies bears little resemblance to the actual delivery and the impact on the ground. But we're used to that now, and the Australian people are increasingly waking up to that reality. Because what we find, Deputy Speaker, what we find is that Labor refuses to tell Australians how much offshore wind will cost and how much they will have to pay on their power bills. In fact, Deputy Speaker, we have no idea what Labor's grand green scheme of 82% by 2030 is going to cost the Australian people, because they refuse to even make an attempt to detail what that true cost will be. And as the member for Forrest quite rightly pointed out, there is a multitude of holes in this policy, big enough to drive a Mack truck through. Now, in this case, Labor is changing the rules after the fact, which creates uncertainty for investors and raises the risk profile for energy projects in Australia. The government has completely ignored industry stakeholders on this bill, rushing through legislation that directly affects major investment decisions without proper consultation. Well, knock me down with a feather, Deputy Speaker. This isn't the first time this government has done this. They have a track record of doing this over the past 3 years, of ramming legislation through this place with some fig leaf of consultation that when you actually scratch the surface there has been no consultation, or maybe at best, to give them a little bit of credit, which they're probably not due, but give them a little bit of credit. They made some attempt to speak with their favoured groups, but not all affected stakeholders, because that's their track record. They speak to their favourite groups and not the full range of impacted stakeholders. And more importantly, what we find in many of these consultation processes, they get people to sign non-disclosure agreements, so you can't even have a public debate, an open and public debate about the proposals that the government's putting forward. And I find that incredibly interesting, Deputy Speaker, because I seem to remember, and the Shadow Minister at the table might correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm sure he won't, this current government came to power in 2022 promising an era of openness and transparency and let the sun shine in. What happened to that? The Shadow Minister at the table quite rightly asks. Well, it's only been closed doors, non-disclosure agreements and a failure to be transparent with the Australian people. And with this piece of legislation, we see exactly the same process being rolled out. Now, interestingly, it's interesting to note that the government has steamrolled ahead with offshore wind zones without any proper consultation and a backlash across the country with the affected communities. But interestingly also, major players have abandoned offshore wind projects due to cost blowouts, regulatory uncertainty, economic feasibility, and importantly, but this is a hallmark of this government, so I'm not really that surprised, government incompetence. The government keeps pretending offshore wind is booming, but the market says otherwise. So where are we with all of this? Well, we're here today because Labor government has so rushed to get more onshore wind, they forgot to finish writing their regulations. As usual, it's about politics and not about the quality of the policy. And the government is attempting to push a bill through Parliament without scrutiny before the election. So the minister I'm pleased to see that the minister is in the House for the final bits of this debate. can make announcements during the campaign, because they're very good at making announcements, but the follow-up tends to be rather lacking. And as I said in a previous contribution to this House today, 9 times out of 10 you listen to what they say, but the rest of the time it's complete nonsense in reality. There's a vast gulf between what they say and what they actually do. And as we look at the government's energy plan overall, there's just a continuing blank cheque for higher powered bills. Higher power bills. Now, I remember, as the minister, the shadow minister at the table would remember, as would my colleague, the member for Fadden, remember, the Prime Minister promised 97 times during the election campaign, 97 times, that Australians would get a $275 cut to their power bills. $275. Instead, we see families paying up to $1,000 more under Labor's costly and chaotic energy plans. Now, they've tried to buy off the Australian people with a $300 rebate this financial year. The Australian people are a bit smarter than that. And we've seen in the last week or so, Moody's confirmed that it will cost up to $230 billion over the next 10 years and drive up household electricity prices another 25% in that time. This is yet another independent warning of the government's renewables only approach will hurt Australians, forcing families and businesses to the wall. And I know, talking to businesses in my electorate, the cost impact to them business-wise of energy prices is extraordinary. They're seeing increases in gas prices of more than 50%. And I know in general we talk about 34%, but that's generally in the household sector. But the business sector, there's 50, 100, 200% increases in gas prices. That is making their ability to keep their doors open and keep hard-working Australians employed increasingly difficult. But this government doesn't seem to really care about that. The government must explain why they continue to pursue a plan which hurts everyday Australians. Now, this government is also fond of saying or talking about the environmental benefits of offshore wind. Well, interestingly, Deputy Speaker, I came across an article recently by the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management that released a final programmatic environmental impact statement on a wind development in the New York Bight. And makes quite interesting reading, because the object of the report, and they try to gloss over this a little bit, because they use such interesting words as outlining measures to avoid, minimise, mitigate and monitor impacts. Well, what are some of the impacts that they're seeking to minimise? Well, they're seeking to minimise biological impacts on what? Marine mammals, sea turtles, birds, fish, that they could suffer due to noise, habitat displacement and changes in migration patterns. Even bats are mentioned in the report. What other impacts are they seeking to minimise? Physical and socio-economic impacts, the potential effects on water and air quality, commercial and recreational fishing, tourism, scenic resources are all outlined. What else? Mitigation measures are not enough, although the report outlines numerous avoidance, minimisation, mitigation and monitoring measures. Well, that to me tells a completely different story from what those opposite propose of the economic and environmental benefits of wind power in particular, but also solar. And we have seen in Queensland the impacts of large-scale commercial solar farms on ridge lines on the Great Dividing Range, where pristine bushland koala habitat, that these ridgelines are being bulldozed and the massive wind turbines built. If a farmer wanted to do exactly the same thing, Deputy Speaker, he would not be allowed to do that. But a wind farm company can come in and do that with very few questions asked. Where is the equivalence? If it was a mining company, they wouldn't be allowed to do that, but a wind farm proponent can. The double standard is just extraordinary. As I look at all of these things, the amount of money involved, the lack of lifespan of these projects, and I look at the impact on Australian business and the Australian households as a result, all I can think of and describe these projects as, Deputy Speaker, is a boondoggle. Merriam-Webster's dictionary says, or defines a boondoggle as, an expensive and wasteful project usually paid for with public money. I think that covers it. Google says it's a work or activity that is wasteful or pointless but gives the appearance of having value. I think that covers it very well. And Wikipedia says it's a project that is considered a useless waste of time for both time and money, yet is often continued due to extraneous policy or political motivations. That is the best definition of these wind farm projects in this legislation I can find. It's why the Coalition stands opposed to this legislation, and we stand implacably opposed to the energy policies put forward by this reckless and hopeless government, because all it's going to do is send Australia into bankruptcy.
And I give the call to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. At the outset, I wish to thank all honourable members for their contributions. I appreciate the opportunity to reflect on the debate on the Offshore Electricity Infrastructure Amendment Bill 2025. The passage of the Offshore Electricity Infrastructure Amendment Bill 2025 provides for the consistent and equal treatment of all applications under the Offshore Electricity Infrastructure Licensing Scheme. It's necessary to ensure all feasibility licence decisions are underpinned by a fair and competitive scheme for all applicants, regardless of which declared area they apply for or when their applications were made. These changes will clarify scheme administration and provide regulatory certainty for feasibility licence applicants as well. The changes ultimately support the government's climate change and net zero objectives to allow the advancement of world-class offshore renewable energy projects. Offshore wind will provide energy security, reliability and affordability, while also benefiting Australia's national interest, including job creation, regional development and investment in coastal communities and economies. I commend the bill to the House.
Thank you. I give the call to the Assistant Minister.
I move that debate on this bill be adjourned to a later hour.
The question is that the debate be adjourned and the resumption of the debate be made in order of the day for the next sitting. All those that opinion say aye. To contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. And in accordance with the resolution agreed to earlier, the House will now stands adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.